Good morning. Good morning. What is this weird view? Oh man, I'll never get it. I'll just never understand the technology. I always try to set it up. I was in there messing around last night trying to figure this out. At any rate, good morning. Donna Adelson goes to trial. Grandma Gotti in court. So we're going to start our coverage now. We've been waiting for a couple of days. They've been going through the process of trying to whittle the jurors down or potential jurors down. Typically, the judge in a case like this will kind of screen the jurors. They'll go through a series of questions asking about if they know any of the participants in the trial, that being the defendant, if they're friends or family, um, with anybody that's involved, whether it be cops, lawyers, defendant's family, court personnel, anybody that could possibly create an issue of a conflict of interest. They'll use them. They'll use that as a reason to excuse them and whittle them out of the potential jury pool. Oh, it's my beautiful and brilliant co-host. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, all. Oh, wait.
Are you on the ether? Because you're lagging a
Yeah,
bit.
I thought I might be. I am on. Let me log out, log back in.
Okay. I'll
Check you guys
miss you.
side.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too.
So we will what we're gonna do today, and it's unknown. Like Law and Crime is saying that they think that openings are gonna start today. Tracy was kind of thinking that it might start today, yesterday, based on what I think is going on, because I think Vordier is supposed to be popping today. So like the way that it worked is like I said, he's going to screen the judge is going to screen out as many jurors, potential jurors as he can on the forefront, and then once they get down to and also things like if people have travel plans, if people have medical issues like surgeries that are scheduled, because when you get your jury notice, you go in there, you're like, oh my God, I've got like a trip to Europe that's supposed to happen in a week. Typically, judges will excuse people if they've got a big enough pool for a reason like that. If it's a serious medical condition, they'll almost always excuse jurors. If it's stuff like I've got, 3 kids at home and no one to watch them, it's a judge by judge determination as to whether or not they'll excuse that juror or that potential juror. So there's a lot of different things that they look at in terms of trying to clean up the pool so that the people that are left there for the voir dire process, boy, Kyle's just beating the dead horse with the David Alessi thing. It was good. It was good, but now I think it's run its course, Kyle. So I don't know if they're going to get done today because it sounded like he was going to get them down to about 100 and then allow the lawyers to start their voir dire, which obviously is questioning. And I'm assuming they're going to do it in panels. Like for Karen Reed, they were doing it individually instead of having multiple jurors, like a panel of jurors in there. And then the lawyers would ask kind of general questions. They could then address a specific juror if they wanted to. But in terms of whether or not they're going to be able to finish today is yet to be determined. There also is a pending motion to suppress as well as some motions in limine. Those are supposed to get heard this morning. Whether or not those are going to be streamed, I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. But I'm excited about this trial. It's going to be a good one. The judge estimated in his opening statements back when the trial started in earnest in terms of lawyers are there. There's no continuances. We're moving forward. We're picking the jury. So that was on Tuesday, and he guesstimated that the lawyers are telling him that it should be 2.5, 3 week trial. So that's the thing. That was the thing. So if it's that long, we're in for some good viewing. It should be a really, really fascinating trial. And along the way, I'm sure we'll have some guests pop in, some friends of the show, I don't know if it's a new one or not, Hayden. I think all I know is that unless, because we were watching over on Joel's channel this morning, like while I was preparing the live in StreamYard, and then the COE said that she was showing a clip from what 2 days
Day
ago or
one,
something. She's
yeah.
like, sorry.
Gotcha.
Well, maybe they've already heard it, but I heard that there were some motions because Tracy
No,
told me.
there wasn't a motion today heard already. I don't
Tracy,
believe.
no, not already, but that
No.
there's going to be one that's heard.
Yes. Hi, all. Hopefully, I'm not lagging anymore.
All right. No, you're not. You're crystal clear, and you look beautiful.
Thanks, babe.
Like, what is that? Is that like, are you seriously like doubting?
Let's just not. Then
Come
everyone.
on, man. Are you crazy?
It's early morning. Tired.
It's not that early. It's 10:30.
I know, but my eyes are baggy and I'm tired.
Your eyes are not baggy.
It's
Your eyes are not
thanks
baggy.
to the lights. Woo.
All right. So, what are you thinking? So, Law and Crime's expecting that the openings are going to actually start today.
I mean, that's what the world's saying. I just didn't know how many more jurors they had to find. I mean, if they've been able to get jurors without an issue, then I guess they could finish it up today and go forward today.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying this case and you're coming out of voir dire and you finally get a jury impaneled and sworn in at like 3:30.
Hell no.
Right, you're not wanting to do your openings, right? You're going to say, all right, let's come back fresh tomorrow.
Yeah.
Start off the day with the openings and then move into witnesses, right? So I don't know. Like I've landed on the side. I don't think that openings are going to be today because I haven't heard anything about.
It's early. They come back from lunch like 1:30. You can do openings and save the first witness for tomorrow.
Tracy in chat, let me know. Have they picked any jurors? Have any jurors actually been picked?
I believe they have.
Really?
That was my understanding, but.
All right. So I'm trying to line up some people that'll hang with us during the trial.
All right,
Josh Schiffer, our buddy, is definitely going to hang with us.
Aqua Hologram says, like shit could be happening. You looking at the stream? What's going on?
Me?
Yeah, you're looking at the court stream.
Yeah, there's nothing going on. Here, I'll pull it up. There is nada.
Now, as long as you leave it sitting back behind stage where we can see it.
Yeah, I'll just show people just for fun. There it is.
There it is.
And
it is playing because it's moving at the bottom there.
You can tell. Yeah, it's moving.
Now
I paused it.
Now it's
just to mess with you. I know how concerned you get. Wait, you can see the red dot though, homie. See the little red dot by the live down there? That's your cue that I am not paused. Oh, actually, I am paused.
But
never mind.
My Lord, man.
Oh, you're talking about the scroll.
Yeah.
Jay is, unless something changes, I was texting with him. Jay is done with true crime.
Maybe if enough of you tweet at him, join Allie and Defense Diaries for some Adelson, please.
I really tried.
I know you did.
He's like,
but maybe we can strong arm him into it through the, all the tweeting.
I don't want to like bully my friends into coming
That's
on.
True.
If it,
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like
all
we
right.
all miss Jay. We'd love to have Jay come on. I mean, Adelson was his baby. All right. It's a good thing you told me to, well, like, we got some potential action go. Oh,
Yep,
skidding,
and gone.
skidding. Yeah. I told Jay, I'm like, all right,
Is
if you're
that little
going with,
bar moved all the way to the live bar?
huh?
Just like, is there room? Is there blooping room, as we say?
There is no blooping room. You're
Okay.
live.
We're live.
I told Jay, I'm like, because Jay had to go get like a day job, so that was really what the impetus was of him not streaming as much.
Conducted here together in
All
the
right, there we
courtroom
go.
today. Voir dire is a French term meaning to speak the truth. Earlier this week, prior to the individual questioning, you were sworn in to do just that, to answer all questions truthfully that are posed to you as a part of this jury selection process. First, this morning, I will be asking you some questions, and after I have finished, the attorneys will have some questions for you as well. This will be the attorney's only opportunity in this trial process to directly engage in conversation with you. The purpose of the questioning by the attorneys is to assist them in determining if your verdict in this case would be unduly swayed or influenced in some way by your personal experiences, any opinions that you currently hold, or any special knowledge and training that you may possess. The object of this process is to select jurors who will impartially try the issues of this case that will be based on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. It is very important that you be totally candid and truthful with us today. At parts during this jury selection, once again, I will be reading to you. Not that I do not wish to just have a normal or free-flowing conversation, but the instruction on the law that I will provide to you, again, it must be specific and it must be uniform. Please understand throughout this process today, there will be no wrong or right answers to any of the questions that are posed to you. Your answers are what you think and what you actually believe. The attorneys are not attempting to embarrass you in any way. If any question is asked that you feel uncomfortable answering in open court, please let me know, and you'll have an opportunity to answer that question either at sidebar or in a more private setting. Each party to this case has the right to excuse a certain number of jurors without giving me any reason whatsoever. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned in some manner. If you are not chosen for this case, it does not mean that you are not fair and impartial. It also does not mean that you could never be fair and impartial. It just means that you may not be suited for this particular case. It may be necessary during the jury selection process today, as well as during the trial, for me to speak with the attorneys and the defendant about matters that are private at the bench or out of the room. Please do not speculate about any bench conference or what may occur during those bench conferences. The bench conferences should in no way affect your duty as a prospective juror in this matter. We have several bailiffs who will be working with us today and throughout the trial, and it is their job to enforce the court's orders, provide any security that is necessary, and for them also to have charge of the jury to assist you with any reasonable needs that you may have. If you have questions about your personal welfare, apart from the questions in this case, you should direct those questions to the bailiffs. However, please do not ask the bailiffs any questions about this case whatsoever. I am now going to ask each of you about your prior jury service if you have previously served. And for the members of the gallery, my questioning is going to be directed at first to the initial 21 jurors who are seated to my left. If for whatever reason we are not able to select a jury out of this grouping, I will be calling upon people from the gallery to fill empty seats. Although you will not be speaking with me or the attorneys quite yet if you're in the gallery, it is very important that you pay attention to everything that is taking place, because the moment you are seated in one of the 21 spots to be questioned, we need to pick up seamlessly from where we leave off. I'm going to ask this question to the group of 21 as a whole. If you have a response of yes to any of these questions, please raise your hand. Would you please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury, if at all. Please leave your hand up and also your
Babe,
number.
do we need to cover law and crime?
Juror
Like with the
2,
banner?
when did you previously serve on a jury?
Excuse me. I'd like to.
I don't see any banner. We used
All
to have a
right. Was it
banner, I
criminal
thought,
or
that
civil
said.
proceeding? Criminal. Do you
No.
recall the type of charge or the type of case that it was?
Aggravated assault.
Without telling us the verdict, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Damn it.
What happened?
Thank you.
Oh,
Please
Buffer.
leave your flags up. Juror number 9, please tell us.
Are you keeping a list?
of what?
Oh, I thought you were writing. I'll do it.
What is
where and
what is
when
going
you
on with
previously
buffering
served on a
bullshit?
jury.
About 2.5 years ago,
All right. Was that here in Leon County or elsewhere?
here in Lincoln County.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal proceeding.
Ooh.
Do you recall what type of charge or what type of case it was?
I believe it was assault and attempted rape.
Oh,
Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict in that matter?
I wasn't aware of it.
Say that one more time.
The judge dismissed me as an alternate before the jury made a verdict.
Very well. Thank you. I believe there's two other flags up. Juror 17, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
Here in Leon County, approximately 18 months ago.
you're not supposed to have to
All right.
serve again.
Criminal or civil case?
Criminal. It was animal abuse or animal cruelty.
And without telling us the verdict in the matter, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes, I was not juror for.
Thank you. Juror 19.
So he must
please
have been
tell
an
us when and
alternate
where
as
you
well.
previously served on a jury.
It was LA County in California.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or case that it was?
It was a criminal threat.
Without telling us
was
the
criminal,
verdict,
but I don't
did
know
your
what.
jury reach a verdict? Prior jury, I should say.
No.
Were you the foreperson of the jury?
No.
Were there any other flags that I missed?
Hey, rewind that. It sounds like that
For
juror.
those of you that
he
have
did
not
not reach a
previously been
verdict.
called to jury duty,
Wait, what?
there is no.
She,
Were
she
there
might have
any other
said
flags that I missed?
one more.
Of the reach a verdict. Prior jury, I should say.
No.
Were you
Ha!
the foreperson of the jury?
She was in a hung?
Were there any other flags that I missed? For those of you that have not previously been called to jury duty, there is no experience requirement to serve on a jury.
People
Juror
are
1,
thinking,
did you have your flag up?
so we don't
Oh, you're just
have
holding in
to
your
reach
hand.
a verdict.
Wanted to make sure. You do not need to know any law or procedure. All of that will be explained to you throughout this process. All that is going to be required of you is to listen carefully, apply, and follow the instructions that you will be given on the law, and use your common sense in deciding any issues of fact. The state of Florida in this case is going to be represented by Assistant State Attorneys Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Dugan. The defendant is going to be represented by Josh Zellman and Jackie Fulford. Mr. Zellman, would you please introduce your co-counsel, client, and the rest of the defense team to the prospective jurors?
Morning. Joshua Zellman. My co-counsel is Jackie Fulford. This is our client, Donna Adelson.
I would have her. I would have had her
Rebecca
stand up.
Kessler. It's a jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake, and our undergraduate intern,
What's your
Wow!
name? What's your name?
Mila Morsan.
Wow!
See, what's your name again?
So
Question
I
again
always have the
is
client
to the group
stand
as a
up
whole. Are
during
any
that
of you related by blood or
Yeah, 100%.
introduction and have them say hello.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you're trying to humanize your client as much as humanly possible in a jury trial like this. And so let me ask you, okay? So we've got Grandma Gotti here, right? Coined by Jay. And they have her very much looking like a grandma.
Yeah.
Like she's got this like Mr. Rogers looking sweater. I can't tell if it's a blazer or a sweater. I think it's like
I
a
thought it
a
might
little
be.
cardigan sweater, the shirt, her hair looks like it has not been combed So they have her, I mean, the Adelsons have money. Like, I am sure that a jury consultant, which is in the courtroom, has been consulted about what she should look like.
Yeah, apparently, because she was wearing a dark sweater the past 2 days, so they might have wanted to lighten her up a little bit.
But I'm talking like overall vibe, because when you look at Donna, like when she was out in the world, she didn't dress like this, like a frumpy grandma.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, do you think that they've got her looking as grandmotherly as humanly possible in order to, you're trying to get the jury to feel a certain way, right?
Right. You don't want her to feel like a rich hoi polloi,
Yeah, Jay
woman.
is 100% okay, Lord's girl. He is working and living a very happy life.
Just
He had to get a full-time gig, and he decided he hates true crime. So that's the bottom line. He's like, true crime is not my shit. So, I was telling him, like, dude, start a sports channel. Like, become the new Barstool. Like, you're funny.
See,
Like, there-
Julie's comment is on point. Does Grandma Gotti have tissues inside her sweater sleeve? That's her look. That's what Bob's saying.
that's what I'm trying to say, right?
You nailed it. She's got the look of the grandma that's got her tissues in her sweater sleeve.
Yeah, exactly. So, which is all, premeditated. Nothing in a trial like this is done by accident or on accident. Is it by or on, babe? Done.
It is definitely by accident.
Okay.
And I don't care what everyone else says out there. People have just allowed on accident to exist, and now it's becoming accepted. Wrong. You don't do something on, which expresses like that you're doing it on purpose, just like by use of the word on. It just happens by
RONG. Wrong. But the no combing the hair, really? I don't know. She looks disheveled. That's
Yep.
the best way to put it. All right, let's continue on. So I'm excited actually that we're getting to hear voir dire.
Yeah.
I was not anticipating this. I thought I thought this is going to be a day of you trying to get me off the live because there's nothing going on and we don't have shit to say. And you're like, okay, wrap it up, that kind of thing. So I'm really excited about voir dire. Plus, it's great. We don't get to see this very often. So let's continue.
Or marriage to any of the attorneys. Question again is to the group as a whole. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys or the other people that were introduced to you? If the answer is yes, please raise your flags.
That'd be a shocker.
No response was given by the prospective jurors
But do you know
concerning that question. Once again, this question is posed to the group as a whole, 1 through 21. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant? Please raise your flags if the answer is yes. No flags have been raised for the record. Mrs. Kappelman, at this time, if you please could give us the names of the witnesses that the state may call during this trial. Members of the panel, please pay careful attention to these names. I will have follow-up questions after Mrs. Kappelman and Mr. Zellman have spoke on this matter. Go ahead.
Investigator Brittany Adams with the State Attorney's Office, Charlie Adelson, Rob Adelson, Wendi Adelson, Sergeant Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department, Drina Bernhardt, Officer Bill Brannon with the Tallahassee Police Department, Special Agent Greg Bronstein with the FBI, Kate Butler with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Patricia Bird, Special Agent Justin Karsten with the FBI, Dr. Anthony Clark, Deputy Amanda Collins with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Corbett is with the Tallahassee Police Department, Investigator Brock Dietz with the U.S. Fire Marshal's Office, Investigator Michael Dillmore with the Tallahassee Police Department, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sigfredo Garcia, Jim Geiger, Sharon Geiger, Detective Jonathan Grossman is with the Miami Police Department, Sergeant Corey Hale with the Tallahassee Police Department, Mary Hull. Craig Isom is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. Oscar Jimenez is retired from the FBI. Erica Johnson, Tara Kawas, Special Agent Brian Kendall with the FBI. Forensic Specialist Cornegay is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. His first name's William or Bill. Jeffrey Lacasse. Clarissa Labredo, now with the last name Spoltor. Katherine Magbanua. Joanne Maltese is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. David Marcus. Keith McElveen. Investigator Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee. Waldo Nunez. Shadrick Nobles. Dr. Jerome Obed. Scott Radius. Danny Beth Ritchie is with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Luis Rivera. Jessica Rodriguez.
If I'm a juror,
Carrie
I'm freaking
Rosanna
out right
with the
now.
Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Special Agent
Why?
Pat Sanford with the
All these
FBI.
people.
Lisa Shelby. Stuart Schlazer. David Sims is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. Got Robert Schwartz. Yes, Robert Schwartz. Danny Tiero. Detective Josh Turner with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. June Umchinda. Yendra Velasquez Mascaro. Stephen Webster. Sean Yao with the Tallahassee Police Department. And Sarah Youssef.
Gentlemen, are there any other witnesses who may be called by the defense that were not on the list that was just read by counsel for the state?
Yes, sir.
If you may inform the panel as to those names as well, the potential witnesses.
Thank you. Ann Cunningham, Ron Gutterson, Dr. Ruth Rosenberg.
I threw a poll up
Lisa
there.
Carey, Detective Michael Ozemba, Detective Nicholas Kelly, both.
Dr. Detective Ozempic. Is that what he said?
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know
All right. So
why
I
you think
threw
that was-
a poll up there, and I want to get a temperature. See where you guys are at. See if you know anything about the case. See if you know nothing, everything, some. Those are your answers. Because that'll dictate whether or not Allie and I feel like we need to kind of give you guys a little bit of a primer.
But
We have-
if you'd like a primer, we
Mm.
did a full primer on a previous live stream. So if you go back after you minimize this, you like the stream, you click subscribe, all free. Then you click on lives, you will see the Adelson primer.
all free. All
free.
of those things that she said are free.
Free for you,
Free.
and you.
That situation for you would be concurrently improved.
So right
I would-
now, just so everybody knows, they're listing off all the names of potential witnesses. These really should be people they are actually literally going to call unless something odd happens. So that if any of the jurors think they even know any of those names, they are going to raise their little flags. I guess they got flags instead of hands that they wave in there. I was surprised.
Wait, they got flags? Is it a red flag?
Well, that's
I have this gavel.
a gavel, so not sure.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
He's such a dork.
You know when this gavel's from, babe? Have I ever told you the story of this gavel?
Wait, I thought I knew the story of this gavel, but now I'm thinking I don't. So go on, go for it.
Oh no, I'm just gonna keep
Nope.
it out there. Nope. Nope.
Wait.
All right, continue on.
Wait, why nope?
I can't tell the story of the gavel yet. Like I just
Oh.
want you to wonder for at least a couple hours where that gavel's from. Like what is the story? It's
I'm gonna make one up while we're sitting
no,
here.
I know exactly where it's from. I know exactly where it's from. It's a miracle that I still have this gavel, really. All right, continue on. Continue on. I got you off track with my
I'm
shenanigans.
trying to think, how do I not remember where that gavel's from?
Perimenopause brain, probably. I'm guessing.
If I had to
Seems
guess,
to be the default. That seems to be the default.
Yep.
All right, so you were talking about
Oh,
thing.
they're going to ask everyone if they know, and then they're going to raise their little flags, and we're going to go over. Sometimes people think, yeah, I kind of recognize that name, and then they'll be like, well, where do you know that person from? So they're trying to figure out if it's the same person.
You don't know me.
What do they look like? About how old are they? So we'll have
I mean,
to
there are
see.
a lot of participants.
Yeah.
From everybody in the courtroom to all the witnesses. It's a lot. It's a lot of people. It's a wide berth of humans.
Thank you, Detective Snarkgasm.
Allie is so adamant about that.
And
It's
somehow I
so
still
upset.
catch my kids saying it. And for as long as they could make words, they have been corrected by the mother. I just don't get it.
But you have in my father's pet peeve when I was young,
Oh, I do a lot of things. Yeah.
is the went and gone. I should have went to the store. You should have gone to the store. It was like my entire childhood was filled with that correction. But now I never make the mistake. And that's one that I occasionally hear you make still.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to correct you on that.
But not since I was a child. That's the difference.
Right.
I think you only started that while I was in perimenopause. So that's why my brain can't, that's why I can't keep it.
Yeah, well, look, Lisa, we're gonna have plenty of Wendi conversations. It's not so much is there the concept of is Wendi guilty? It's really the concept is do they have enough to bring her to trial? Because there are plenty of times in this world that we live in where cops know exactly who did it. However,
At least they think they do.
they think they do, but they cannot dig up the evidence to get the thing over the hump.
Most of those cases,
Conviction.
they should revisit it and just try to find someone new because maybe they're wrong. And I'm just going to warn all of you, since this is like an all-day thing, and this is our channel, I will vape this damn nicotine pen whenever I damn well please. If it offends you so much that you feel compelled to comment that you find what I do in my home to be whatever you think it is, just hop off, watch somewhere else.
There
We
you
love
go.
you though. We love you. But when we are interviewing
Guests.
experts, guests, I will not do it.
I mean, that's fair. I think that's a good.
Warning people now, because then Bob yells at me when he sees your
I don't yell
comment.
at you. I
Not
ask
really.
you.
Right.
I ask you not to do it because, like,
He's correcting that so you guys don't think
right.
that he really yells
Thank
at me.
you.
He knows that I don't. I tend to exaggerate. Hi, I'm Allison, and I am prone to exaggeration.
So I'm, it's like we'll have
Oh,
a
if I
great
have to
live
read
with
another
somebody and
comment
I'm
about
having-
you vaping.
The Alessi thing was insane. There were so many vaping comments. I'm like, it's taking away from the interview. So just don't do it. Like I'll
Yeah.
give you a Zyn pouch.
No, they burn my mouth.
You get over that.
As soon as I put it in my mouth, it starts burning. And also, people,
I
we're
want to
building
know
up
in the
loop time.
chat, are there any women that use Zyn or is this like strictly a male thing?
I think it's.
Because I know like dipping was obviously gross and women would never do that. But like the pouches, I think like I know Courtney does the pouches. Our daughter.
What?
Yes. Like she
Courtney. Sorry.
Wow.
I thought you were saying
What?
Cameron. I was looking at
it's
people's
better
comments.
that she's vaping. Yeah, we caught our 19-year-old vaping. Thanks, Mom. Yeah. I'm like, why would you like intentionally get yourself addicted to nicotine? It's the worst. It's the worst. All right.
All right.
But let me know if
loop time.
any women use pouches aside from our daughter, our oldest daughter, who's in her 30s.
To them with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Timothy Kelly, Kristen Adamson, Marisol Descalzo, Linda Bailey,
How do we move that
Eddie
True.
Barnes,
that Defense Diaries true
Kelsey
crime thing down to the
Rye
bottom there,
with
babe?
roll-off
I don't know.
You've
I
done
stuck
it
it up.
before.
I stuck it up. I don't know. I
Tarana
tried.
Khan,
Let's see. I'll mess with it while he's talking. Mandy will come in and be like, "Who
Mickey
messed with
Easterwood?
my
Felicia Hills.
We don't have
Leon
any kind
County
of banner
Detention
up.
Center. Bryce
know.
Google, Undersheriff for Leon County Sheriff's Office.
We'll definitely put this one up.
And Sarah Newhouse.
We both keep clicking it.
Thank you. For our panel, I know that was a long list of names that was just read by both.
They do the
state
Zen.
and
Thanks,
defense.
Shannon. Yeah.
But I'm going to ask these questions to the entire grouping once again. Do any of you know any of the witnesses that were identified by either party? Please raise your
Ugh,
flags if
that's
that is
not right.
so. All right. We'll start with juror 10.
Here we
Which
go,
witness
people.
Are you potential witness are you referring to?
Last name Sanford. I know his wife. She's a substitute teacher, and I knew her husband was in law enforcement.
All right. And the capacity that you have known
I can't do it.
Mrs. Sanford is through teaching, I believe.
She is subbed for my class before I'm a teacher.
Can't figure it out.
Her students went to my school, so I know her.
All right. Would your acquaintance with Agent Sanford in any way prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of
Sorry,
Agent
babe.
Sanford or his wife cause you to give either a greater or lesser weight to the testimony?
No, sir.
Juror 11. Who is the potential witness that you believe you know?
There were two, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Lisa Carey, if she is a real estate agent. She's actually pretty good friends with a business partner of mine. I don't know her that well, but I do work for her from time to time. And then the second was Mickey Easterwood. She was a childhood friend. Haven't seen her in 30 years, but did know her quite well when we were growing up.
All right. Would your acquaintance with either of the persons that you have just named prevent you from considering their testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would
You
your
want out.
relationship with or knowledge of either witness cause you to give greater or less weight to that testimony?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. If you want out, you just say, yeah, it will. whoever my buddy's testifying for, that they win, because that's my buddy. Like I can never go against my buddy.
Yeah.
So
You can do it either way with the cops too. You can be like, oh, I am very skeptical of anything an officer says. But I mean, I'm telling you that you should be fair. I can be fair and I'll still consider it, but I'm just warning you. I'm still going to be highly skeptical, more skeptical than when non-police testify, or in the reverse. Oh, I believe everything a cop says. Well, can you listen to what I'm saying and still just treat it equally? Well, I'm just telling you, they're going to start out ahead in my mind, and I can't change it.
Oh
Move
my
on.
God. So Megan, super excited. Your stickers finally went out yesterday. Afton, Megan, and who was the third?
I forget because Cam wrote the envelope because her handwriting's better. Megan, I wrote your envelope, so watch out. But
I stuck one extra little treat in there for Megan because she's been waiting so long. Afton's been waiting a long time too.
And Z, who says, why is it not prejudicial to mention FBI to the jury when they are on the prosecution side, Adelson, but prejudicial when they are against the prosecution? Reed, I have made that exact point 1,000 times in my mind, multiple times on the lives. I mean, they build that up whenever they've got even, an expert that's in the FBI lab or the state police lab or used to work for the FBI or whatever it is. Made no sense.
I know, because it's bullshit, because it's true. Just the mention of the FBI and all their gravitas. Ooh,
Yes.
the feds. Oh my God. It just gives more weight to the already weighty prosecution. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Right. But the defense, they shouldn't get that weight even when they deserve it.
That was tongue in cheek.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who knew one of the potential witnesses? Juror 4, if you please could say the name.
Mr. Yates, Rob Yates.
All right. In what capacity do you know this witness?
He's the husband, I believe, of my former tutor.
Okay. If you can speak up, it's hard for them to hear.
He's the husband of my former tutor growing up. like to ask you growing up?
Would your acquaintance with this
Come on.
witness prevent you from considering
Yes.
his testimony with impartiality?
I
When you say you don't think so, we're going to need a little bit more clarity.
Right. She's being honest.
Yeah.
Is your relationship as such where you are going to give greater weight or less weight to his testimony?
She
And
Donna, we
apply
love
equal
you.
weight to all witnesses.
Love you.
Any other flags
Pa-
that I may
pause
have
this a
missed?
second.
Yes,
I'll give
ma'am.
you a moment. Just
See, that woman caved. She said, I don't know, because she's not sure. It was her tutor.
What?
You know, yes. She
Oh my
said that
God.
that Mr. Somebody, whose name I didn't get, tutored her, was her tutor. That is a person in, you know, a supervisory role, a, you know, so I think that you're more inclined, yes, to believe that person. I wish I knew which person it was, and I think that was juror 4. So, you know, we'll have to keep an eye out for it. I said I was keeping a list, and then I looked over at my pad and didn't start keeping a list.
What of what?
Which jurors are saying what?
Okay, we don't need that list. We're never going to see the jurors. We're not going to know their names.
Yeah, but we'll know who's on the jury.
Oh, you mean in terms of, well, this is just like the judges voir dire. I mean,
know.
they like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, I think when we get to the point when the lawyers start using their challenges, then like we'll keep a tally when they actually start selecting jurors, you know, when they start weeding them out. Oh, so Dr. Vanna wants to know your skincare foundation, your skin is gorgeous. Can I tell you all before she answers anything? My wife needs zero makeup, and that is bullshit. Like you were looking at my wife right now without an ounce of makeup on. Maybe she has some mascara on, but
Yeah, I
like
did. I put a little lipstick and mascara on this morning.
that's it. Her skin is just she has
No.
flawless, beautiful skin.
And I'll just correct him. You are looking at me on this bright light that really helps. Really helps.
Okay, that does not in any way, shape, or form have any impact on the flawlessness of your skin. What are you
All right.
talking about?
Okay.
Good God, woman. All right, let's keep going. You have flawless skin. Flawless.
to think about it, because there were a lot of names that were read, just in case you recognize any of the potential witnesses that were read by the state or defendant. Very well. we can move on at this
Wendi
point.
Adelson.
I'm now going to ask each juror a series of questions. Please.
All right, so Wendi, if you are on your phone, Apple, and if you're, I'm assuming you have an Apple if you're not seeing the join button. Apple and YouTube do not play well together. Apple doesn't play well with anybody, really. So if you're on your phone, you have to go to youtube.com as opposed to using your app. And you've got to go through there. If you go through, you know, youtube.com, you find our channel on there. It'll show up there because you're on the website. If you're on your app, or the other alternative is just go to your computer. It shows up there for everybody. But it's just an ongoing thing. You know, it's weird. It's weird.
All right.
Apple just doesn't play well.
Doesn't play well.
Somebody went on to become a member.
I know.
You didn't want me to explain it?
I
should go through and like show, like Auntie Deb did it the other day. I thought it was really a good move to show people how to do it because it's not intuitive. It's just not.
Respond fully to these questions. This is to obtain some general information from you, and also the attorneys may follow up with more specific questions when they have their opportunity to examine. For juror number 1, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm a clinical pharmacy tech.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children, and what would be their ages?
2 children.
One is 1 and one is 19.
Don't they have this on their questionnaires? Why are they doing that?
19-year-old, how are they employed?
She's a college student.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2008.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives
I'll be
that
right
work
back.
in law enforcement?
No.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, neighbors, or have you yourself been charged with a crime?
When I was 20.
Right. What is the name of the offense?
What the hell's going on with the
Was
stream
resisting
now?
simple battery.
That's not us.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 2, what is your occupation or what is your type of work?
Construction manager at Habitat for Humanity.
What is your marital status?
All right. I don't know why the feed's breaking up like that. Y'all hear that? Is the feed breaking up for you guys too? Like the court feed? Like that kind of like little stuttering thing that it's doing? Or is it just my end? Let me see. I'll stay on law and crime for a minute, but if it keeps going, I'm going to switch. It's annoying.
I assume they do not work. How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
DUI when I was 20.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 3, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a small business owner.
What is the type of business?
I have a booth at the other side vintage, and I also have my friend run her shop in Midtown.
This is the best free advertising you ever.
Oh, yeah.
You said it's in Midtown?
Her shop is, yeah.
All right, please repeat the name.
Rare Bird Interiors.
What is your marital status?
Married.
Right. What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's a wealth management advisor.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I don't want it to hit Judge Glanville's head, though. Let's see.
With the exception of 4 years from 2015 to 2019.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I grew up, my best friend growing up.
There you go, Mama G.
Dad is FHP.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
I have not like a first uncle, but I think a second uncle who was murdered. But I don't know the details of it.
So this is a distant relative.
Yeah. My uncle's brother, but like he's like my dad's dad's nephew. So I've never met him.
Oh my Lord.
Hey, I want to give a little love to next witness. They're putting those great little compilation mashups together with all the YouTubers or law tubers really, but there's some YouTubers in there too. You guys are doing a great job, and I really respected the fact that you guys reached out to me and asked if we were cool with it, which of course I was. So you guys give them a follow. They're great. Like you've seen some of the mashups, right, babe?
I think so. Now I'm gonna have to check
You've
them out.
definitely seen them. Like they've been tagged. Like people tag us on Twitter and stuff with them. They're really good. They're funny.
I'm eating
They're
pretzels.
really
Dick.
well done. You are. There's going to be some complaining about you eating pretzels. So wanted to give you some love there, next witness, because you're doing a great job out there.
Theology expert, but suffice to say, you had a relationship with this person to where it affected you.
Yeah.
All right. Juror number 4, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an information referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
All right, please repeat that one more time. This is going to be a recurring thing. Please speak as loudly as you can.
I'm an information and referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
Thank you. Are you married?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
She works
How
on
long
an
have you
elder
lived in Leon
helpline.
County?
That's interesting.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 5, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Did you hear that?
I'm a
Juror,
nurse.
juror
What is your
4
marital
works
status?
for
Single.
on an
Do
elder
you have any
helpline.
children?
No.
How
Babe.
long have you lived in Leon County?
What?
26 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors,
Pause
or
it.
relatives that work in law enforcement?
I didn't hear it. Yeah. Well,
Juror 4 works on an elder helpline.
okay.
Donna Adelson is an elder.
Oh my
So-
God.
No,
You think no
I don't know. She might be like,
bias?
I might have
toward
circled her.
elderly?
No, helpful
Oh
More
yeah, yeah.
compassionate
Okay. All right.
to
Yeah.
an elder.
Okay. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that in terms of potential jurors. Like I thought you were saying, is that something that would create a conflict? So yeah, in terms of helpful, if you're the defense,
I'd star my
that would
list.
definitely be a star. I agree completely.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you.
Mandy's backstage.
Juror
Hey,
6,
Mandy.
what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm associated at Walmart.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children? How long have you lived in this county? 2022 is when you moved here? All right. Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 7, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a pastor, Your Honor.
Babe,
What is your marital?
explain the significance of why they asked that question in terms of whether or not people have been a victim of a crime. Like what is the court's thinking?
Well, the
behind
follow-up
asking
is going to
that?
be, how did you feel that you were treated in the system? All just to determine whether they're going to be biased. You're a victim of a crime. You've got someone charged with a crime. You didn't like the way it went down for you. You've got like, I'm going to make sure this one goes down,
Right.
or vice
Or-
versa.
Right.
But
Yeah, and same with relationships with cops,
that's all going to whether you're going to give more credibility to a cop's testimony. Then they ask about either way, but really what they're thinking is if you've got a lot of cop friends, you might think, I'm going to believe a cop.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's always your first question anyway. Like Allie's first question on voir dire is typically, or one of the first 5, I would say, in terms of the fact that there's going to be police officers testifying in this. Is your general view of police officers just because they're wearing a uniform and have a badge? Do you give them more credibility more than the average person? And
I'll take it a step further and be like, are you open to the possibility that despite being a cop, they might lie?
right. And
Same
it's
as anyone else.
same as anyone else, or that they're no more credible than any other witness. Like just
I know,
because they're
but
wearing a uniform.
I do specifically take it the step farther and say, are you, do you believe that a cop might lie?
Yeah, for sure.
Same as anyone else. Just a step above. Just do you think they're as credible as anyone else? Like, are you open to the possibility that they might lie to you? If you're open to a possibility that other witnesses might lie to you, then you sure as shit better be open to the possibility that a cop might lie to you.
100%. And with the concept of questioning the jurors, I'm always telling them, like, I always kind of go through this little diatribe. I'm like, look, like, there are no wrong answers here. The only thing that matters is that you're being truthful, no matter what the answer is, because that's all we care about. Like, because really, both sides, defense and prosecution, just need to know, like, if you've got a bias, that's fine. There's no shame in that. But we can't have you on the jury. We're trying to get an unbiased jury. And if people are going to get in there and lie, because when you look at it from the sense of you're in this courtroom, it's a foreign thing that you're doing. Unless you've served on a jury before or been called before, it's just a different experience than anything that you've ever done. And, when you find out it's a criminal case and you're feeling certain things and, you just might not feel comfortable admitting that you have a bias, so it's like you have to try to get jurors over the hump and be like, look, no one's going to be mad at you if you think that every cop tells the truth. We just need for you to tell us that so that I can bounce your ass off this jury immediately. So, that's when we get to the lawyer portion of this, I'm hoping that
We'll chime in, and
we'll chime in there.
tell you the kind of stuff we ask.
Yeah.
What does your spouse do if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 3.
What are their ages?
Yeah, they're 8, about to turn 7, and almost 3.
So they are not working.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
We moved here in June of 2025.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my father was.
I did, in fact, Kim, call Judge Everett, Judge Glanville. It was kind of like when I called David Yannetti, David Alessi when I was ending.
See, too bad you can't blame your Perry.
No, I wish.
Great.
It's like I love Judge Everett and I did not love Judge Glanville. So it was really a disservice to Judge Everett, truly, because he's a really, really good judge. Judge Glanville, not so much. He was, but yeah, I did. I'm old. That's my excuse. I'm old and I've got a failing memory. That's my just age. That's my Mama G. Thank you. Family hug. Oh,
And Nicola.
yeah. Oh, Nicola. She's OG. Oh, family hug. She still deserves a hug, though. All right, let's keep rolling.
Grand Theft Auto, but it was dismissed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
All right. Juror number 8. What is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm an application developer designer at FSU, and I'm also a PhD student.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She does work, and she does internal funding and grant
I
coordination.
did not
for
see
FSU.
that.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Do you have children?
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir. We have 2, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old.
And
Oh,
they
yeah,
don't
you
work.
did.
No, sir. Just at school.
I'm very rarely.
How long have you lived in this county?
Wait, you
About
very
4 years.
rarely what?
Do you
On
have
social
any
media.
close friends, neighbors, or relatives
No,
that
no,
work in
no.
law enforcement?
No, sir.
I just said I did not
Max
see
Witness
that.
goes on our on all the LawTuber streams.
I didn't say I didn't do it. I said I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it. Oh,
Right,
okay.
right.
You
I'm not-
definitely did it.
I'm sure I did. Sounds like something I might do.
I mean, you coined objection fuckface. So it's like, I was like, what is she talking about in my brain? I'm like, is she like trying to pretend like she's something she ain't? Like, what is going on, man?
I'm gonna watch that
What a
compilation.
crazy world. All right.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, sir. When I was a teenager, I was charged
Tuesday.
with possession less than 20 grams and obstruction of justice.
20
Have
grams
you,
of
any
what,
close
sir?
friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
I believe when we did the individual session, we asked you to follow up with your PhD program concerning your ability to serve. Were you able to do that?
You just got to brush your hair,
I
man.
needed the specific date range to
Come
ask,
on.
and I wasn't sure of the dates, so I haven't really been
It's
able
a
to
mess.
talk to my professors about.
I thought they
when
told
to
him 3
ask for an
weeks.
allowance for, unfortunately.
Honey, when one of our kids' hair looks like that, what do we call it?
Disheveled?
Come on, dude. Okay, you get a second guess. Think.
My
Think.
brain.
You can do it.
This is my
Hey,
brain on
your
menopause.
hair looks like a
Rat's nest?
yes, yes. I knew you'd do it.
I have everything drafted up and ready to speak with my advisors and everything, but I wasn't sure of when to ask for
What we're anticipating right now would be tomorrow through September 5th.
Okay, yes, sir. I can get in touch with them today.
Thank you.
Judge, we had discussed possibly going through the night.
Ooh, cool.
What?
If
Hope you get
if we
on.
do
Wait.
get there, but first for the dates that we
What,
know are
baby?
firm.
Yes.
No, I wanted to hear what they were saying because he said September 5th, and then the state or somebody said something, and then
Oh, I'll rewind it. I wasn't here.
Let's start with Friday. We need to get-
Possibly going.
I can get in touch with them today.
Thank you.
Judge, we had discussed possibly going through the night.
I think he said going
If-
through the night.
If we need to get there, but first for the dates that we know are firm, let's start with Friday through September 5th. Juror 9, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work as an IT specialist for the state of Florida.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children at all?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
27 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you,
Never.
any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you.
These people don't know anybody.
Juror 10, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a 5th grade math and science teacher.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
Two boys, 25 and 21 next week.
What are their occupations if they work?
Both are full-time students. My oldest just quit a job at a credit union, and my youngest is a cook at Red Elk
Where?
How
Red
long
Oak?
have you lived in Leon County?
since 1988.
I can hear everything now.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
So 2 misdemeanors when I was 20 and 21, adjudication was withheld.
What are the offenses, if you recall?
Underage drinking and open container. It was a long time ago.
I assume you're fully rehabilitated.
I-
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 11, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an irrigation technician with the city of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 4.
What are their ages and what do they do if they work?
30, she works at Dollar General as a manager. 26, stay-at-home mom. 23 and 21, and they both do YouTube videos.
They're YouTubers.
YouTubers.
You appear to have a bit of distress about
They make more money than I do.
Wait a second. What did he say?
All right, hold on.
You appear to have a bit of distress about that.
They make more money than I do.
Stand corrected.
That is hysterical.
How long have you lived in this county?
Raised here since 76, left in 2006 for the military for 20 years and came back in 2017.
Thank you for your service.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested a year and a half ago on a warrant, a felony warrant. Turned out not to be me. It was a brother using my identity. So all charges against me were dropped. I don't know if that's the answer to that question.
No, that is a very important answer. So there is not any pending prosecution at this time.
No,
for you.
sir. Not against me anyway.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, for identity theft for the previous answer.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Juror 12, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a software engineer at Civic Plus.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have a daughter who's 21.
Hey, pause it.
And she's employed at General Dynamics Land Systems.
So with someone in the military that long, I think I'd be thinking no, because that person might be inclined to think that people will stop and at nothing if they need to kind of mentality, you know, especially if he's been in war, 20 years in the military, you know, that's
Yeah,
what I'd be
I
thinking.
mean,
I think.
like, so you're saying that military service of that length may lend them to think that, like, well, flesh that out a little bit. Like, what do you mean may stop at nothing? Like, so in terms of like Donna being the
Yeah, like
matriarch here,
soliciting
running
someone
shit,
to murder somebody,
so she
like
can be around her grandchildren.
right.
Right.
I don't know. I just in my mind, I think if you've been in the military that long, especially if you were in the war, you've seen like strategic designs to obviously it's different, but like there's a lot of killing and it becomes more of a strategy. I don't know. It's just like, could that make it more easy to mentally jump to, oh yeah, I could see that.
Well, let's start here. Who was your perfect juror in this case? We got a 75-year-old grandmotherly looking defendant. You've got a pretty
That woman
relatively
that works on the
complex, like a relatively complex like fact pattern because of just there's so many tentacles, with the Katie issue and Charlie, and then you got the two hitmen, and it's not like, and it really is a circumstantial case. Do you like, what education level are you looking for? Are you comfortable with high school? Do you want college? Some college? Do you want
I mean, I always think of
advanced degrees?
I would definitely want to mix because on education level, I haven't put any thought into it. So now you're going to have to wait until we get deeper into it because, I would think maybe women over men, especially men of divorce, thinking, yeah, those women are like, they'll stop at nothing kind of thing too. Especially, I mean, you're going to hear a lot of questions of the people who were divorced about, how rough that divorce was. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, I want everybody to work at the elder
I'm
hotline.
I'm assuming, yeah, for sure. I'm assuming that when we get to the lawyers asking their questions, that will certainly be a question. I'm surprised, frankly, that Judge Everett isn't asking about, like, he's asking if they have children.
Yeah,
I think it's a germane question to ask if any of the
I
the
never want the
potential
judge asking
jurors.
them though. I want to ask as many questions as possible.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, it, like, for that like, if you've gone through divorce proceedings, like, I think is an important
he
question
is
to.
asking if they're divorced.
Oh, he is?
He's saying, "What's your marital status?"
Well, that doesn't, I mean, you could be remarried.
Well,
Is
that's
he
true.
following it up? I mean, they're gonna have to get into it a bit more, I would think, in a case where,
Yeah, and with the lawyers directly, yeah.
because, the bitter custody battle is really the motive in this case, so it's, like, certainly something that you're gonna have to dip into.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Born here in 1970, moved away, came back in 93, and I've been here since then.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or
Really
relatives that
thank
work
you.
in law enforcement?
Welcome.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My girlfriend in Portland, Washington, Portland, Oregon. Portland was pushed down and assaulted and had her phone stolen and her identity stolen. This was about a year ago.
Thank you. Juror 13, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Pastor.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 4, Your Honor. 11, 9, 8, and 5.
And I assume they do not work.
I didn't even see little miss. Well, hello, little miss. So happy to see you. I hadn't even seen her question. So, yeah, it's that thing. Like, for me, in this particular case, you've got a male father victim. You've got, and they're obviously going to hear about Charlie's conviction. They're going to hear from all these witnesses. They're going to hear about the plot. You've got an elderly woman defendant man, it's tough. It's tough to kind of pinpoint, like, even from a baseline, do I want men or women jurors? You know what I'm saying? Like, typically, the way I feel is if you've got a child victim, I don't want mama bears. I just don't. Like, in my head, it's not you're never going to get an all male or all female jury. There's always going to be some kind of mixture, but like, just mama bears in cases where there's been violence. Not to say that men are okay with it, but they're just not mama bears. You know what I'm saying? So, like, from that perspective, and I'm always worried about emotion taking over the facts and evidence. That's always where my head's at in terms of, is this person going to be capable of putting that aside, that, like, oh my God, like, somebody's paying for this. These beautiful kids were injured or worse, and somebody's paying for it, and it's typically the person in that chair. So I don't know. Do you have a preference in a, like, just from a male female perspective in this case in particular?
No, I definitely want men and women a good balance, but I would want to avoid the men. I'd want to limit men that have been through divorces more than maybe women who have been through divorces. But it all goes to the question. To me, it's so much more about how they answer the question. Like, you go in with like a certain mentality of what you're looking for, but you don't know until you ask those questions. And like you said, when we get to the lawyer's questions, we'll give some insight on some of those, totally random questions that we ask, you know.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, like, and and it depends on the judge, really. Like, sometimes a judge will just shut us down because if I've got a case that I feel like has some political undertones in terms of the way people think, like, we will definitely try to get into questions like, well, do you watch CNN or do you watch Fox? Because we want to know if somebody is what we would consider to be liberal or conservative, depending on what the case is about. Like, we had a case where our client was accused of
super Karening.
well, it was worse than that. It was like, she said some racist shit to the employee who she had been accused. She accused the employee of hitting her with the mop.
Right,
Like,
and then she
while she
told
was
him to
cleaning.
go back to whatever country.
Yeah,
he
wherever
was
you
from.
came from. So
Right.
it was like, in a case like that, I'm like, all right, maybe we want some conservatives on the
Right, and then I'll
jury.
ask what music you listen to. And, yeah, it is my own bias, I guess, but I'm like, depending on, what kind of music they listen to, what they do with their free time, and where they get their news, I can pretty much gauge, what kind of person they are. Um,
Or
as
at least which way they lean
which way they
politically.
lean. Right. And also, it used to be really important for people who are gonna be more, um give more, weight to police officers. Like, you just think the more conservative they are, the more they're gonna put faith in the police officers, but that has changed in our current landscape. No matter what side of the aisle you are on, you are now skeptical of police to more of an extent than you ever were. You are now more skeptical of the government, more to the extent than
Which is
people
how it
were
always
years
should
ago.
have been. Like,
Right.
welcome to reality. Hello. It's like, it's like you and I have been waiting for people to wake the fuck up that all cops are not like wonderful, shining knights in armor, that they're just people that went to a police academy that have a whole fuck ton of power and have a real motivation to solve crimes that may not always result in them getting the right person.
Right.
Sometimes we want to close the case.
And they almost always, when they get their sights on somebody, try to fit the pieces to fit what they think, instead of, thinking about it in the reverse. And to Jacqueline Haas' question, what if they get their news from YouTube? Well, then we think they are out of the box thinkers, and definitely want them for whichever way they fall. It's just to have a different mindset on the jury, and that shows a different mindset.
Well, and here's my position on YouTube. I think, depending on the source, of course, I think that you're getting more unbiased coverage of cases on YouTube than mainstream media, and it's not even close.
Right.
Like every mainstream media, like I cannot stand mainstream media because I just feel like I'm like no matter what I'm trying to find information about, when I slip on any kind of mainstream media, I'm just hearing some kind of position. Always. I'm like, dude, report the fucking news and
Right.
keep your goddamn opinion out of it.
And especially if it has any political undertones, like you said, it doesn't matter. They're going to say whatever they think, either against or for the president, depending what station you're on, and you can't believe any of them.
Yeah, I mean, because when you come over here, you know that you're getting like opinions that are based through the lens of defense attorneys, because that's what we are. There is no removing that. However, I like to think that we call balls and strikes. I always do. If I
Right.
think somebody's guilty, they're guilty. And I'm not afraid to say that. If I think that somebody's been wrongfully convicted, I'm going to fucking say that. Like, I don't care if people disagree with me. We're all allowed to agree and disagree. So, but at least when you come over to our channel, I pride us on giving truly an unbiased opinion on something. And sometimes that's to our detriment as a channel. I am sure that our coverage of Richard Allen lost us viewers, but I don't care, because for me, as a warrior of justice, as a defender of the Constitution, the bigger picture is what matters to me. And it's not about how many subs that we get or we lose. So I'm never going to sit on the fence on things. I just can't do it. I'm not being true to myself if I'm doing that. And the one thing that you're going to get on this channel every single day is the genuine Allison and Bob. Like, we're never going to pretend that we're people that we're not, and we're never going to hide our feelings about certain things, because why? There's plenty of people you can go watch that do that shit. It's not our vibe. So, and it's like, and it's a tough thing, because like from a business perspective, it's way, way easier to just sit on the fence, say, oh, it could be this, it could be that, could be this, could be that, but from the perspective of wanting to, and I know I've gone on, but in terms of trying to get people to understand what defense attorneys really do and what we really mean to the system, and what our role in is as far as society goes, it's important for us to try to educate people. And it's been incredibly rewarding and fulfilling to see how many people's minds that we have changed completely about what they thought about defense attorneys. And that was really the mission statement of the channel to begin with. So, and that's never going to go away. And we realize that we may not be everybody's, cup of tea, and that's fine. That's fine. If you're a pro-government lackey, then go be that somewhere else.
If you hate vaping and the sight of someone vaping,
we ain't your shit. I want you to quit for your health, though. Like,
I
that's
know.
I really do. It's like, it's gone on long enough, and we don't know what is in that shit.
Bob just tells me, pretend you're pregnant.
It's true.
Pretend you're pregnant.
Because back in the smoking days, which is when nicotine got its nasty, nasty little claws into us, anytime Allie was pregnant, it was like, boop, instantaneously. And this was, a woman who could not smoke.
Right.
And it was like magic. It was like a fairy came down from babyland and touched her on the head and said, "Here, you have a baby in your belly. You are not going to smoke." Boop. And you went all the way through like breastfeedings. And then as soon as you were done with that, it was like you picked it right back. I'm like, oh my God, you've been done for like 18 months. So I digress.
Do you have any children?
I have 4, Your Honor. 11, 9, 8, and 5.
And I assume they do not work.
They do not, although they should.
How long have you lived in this county?
For almost 11 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I can't answer for certainty. I have a sister who I believe was arrested and charged for violating a court order. I believe so, because I don't know. She lives out of state. And then the next question, I believe she was a victim of spousal abuse.
And this is the same sister you're referring to? All right. Thank you, sir. Juror 14, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a student and I work part-time for a trade union.
What is your marital status?
Divorce.
What is your spouse's occupation, or excuse me, do you have children?
I do not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I was born and raised here, and with exception of 2019 through 2023.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
I definitely
Have
want
you
my
any
mix
close
of younger
friends or
jurors.
relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 15, what is your occupation or your type of work? You can speak up. Everyone needs to hear you.
I didn't
What
hear
is
him.
your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
1, 2 years old.
And I assume they do not work.
No.
Aw, thanks.
How
Miss
long have you
Parks.
lived in this county?
We love you over here.
2021.
We love you.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Relative possession of marijuana.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 16, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work for the State Department of Health, abstracting information on non-fatal drug overdoses off of medical exam records.
Sounds complicated. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2012, with a gap from August of 2020, or sorry, May 2015 to August 2016.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I don't know my neighbors' occupations, but no friends or relatives.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Ticketed for driving without headlights in 2016.
I believe that's a civil infraction, but I
appreciate your forthcomingness. Right.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My brother was non-fatally stabbed in, I believe, 2022.
Thank you. Juror 17, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Work in healthcare IT, currently for Gainwell Technologies, engaged in a couple of state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
I'm sorry, say all of that again.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technology, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects currently.
Right. Was everyone able to clearly hear?
But they're gonna need to speak up, Judge.
All right. If there's a microphone near you, if you can angle it back to the third row so that way everyone can be clear.
That'll help everybody.
In the process, don't tap the microphones.
Let's see. We're probably, I'd say, 15 minutes behind time. We'll get through this. We like to have blooping time over here, and this is just the initial questioning of the jurors. Like, there's no need to.
If everybody, as a group, would like us to skip to the lawyer questions,
We
we'd have
can
to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys want me to? All right. So here, give us
Put
a
up a
hands
poll.
up.
Put up
No,
a poll.
I don't even need to do a poll. If you guys, because I see George is up in about. She's standing up in about. I can skip to where Georgia starts. Georgia Kappelman is the prosecuting attorney in this. She's phenomenal. I love her. She's how I wish all prosecuting attorneys would be. She's just a very ethical person, and she knows her case forwards and backwards. So give us a hands up if you want us to skip the judges' questions and just go directly to that. If I start seeing like
We're seeing both.
large, huh?
We're seeing both.
Seeing both what?
People saying yes and people saying no. I think you need to do an official
poll
so that we can see how. And in the meantime, we will let it play. Bob will do a poll. Skip to lawyer questions or continue with the judges' general questions.
Okay,
you know
so,
what?
like,
Speed
here,
this
I
up.
will. I'll start
Speed this up.
Do it. Okay. So one thing I'm going to do. So our last poll was in terms, are you familiar with this case, with the Dan Markel case / Adelson? because there's been many trials in this case. It's a very, very, very twisted case. It is a quite a web of nefariousness is the best way to put it. So we've got 37% know everything. They've been following it probably from the beginning. I know some. So 37% was I know everything. 56% knows some. 7% knows nothing. At some point, for the know nothings, we're gonna do like a really quick, just boom, 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 like just a primer, just to get you up to speed, so you kind of know what's going on. Because
All right, switch to
knowing the
1.
backstory is important in this
Switch
case.
to 1.5.
Okay.
And then we can. It sounds like most people are good with splitting the baby there.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to 1.5. We'll see if it's.
And then if you
crazy
decide to
fast.
put up another poll, include skip, watch, speed up.
I mean, if we're doing 1.5, it's gonna. We're
All
talking.
right, hit play.
We're talking
Hit play.
7 minutes.
I call some feedback. One more time, Juror 17.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technologies, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation project.
What is your marital status?
I'm married. My wife is an office manager, works for a local communication firm.
Right. Do you have any children?
I do. A 20-year-old daughter. She's a full-time student at Florida State and works at a puzzle room place.
Up, Larisha. Good to see you.
Room place.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
50 years. All of them.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do have a brother-in-law that works for FWC.
And that's the Wildlife Commission you're referring to? Yes. Okay. Have you or any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested for trespassing when I was 15.
Not happening.
Have you or any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 18, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Entrepreneur.
If you could elaborate on that a little bit further.
I would like to discuss all work-related issues in side articles.
That's fine. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
8 months?
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, or neighbors that have been charged with a crime? Or have you as well? Go ahead.
I'm estranged from my family, but there's potential some time.
Have you any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 19, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Department manager at Lobby.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
He's a retired teacher.
Do you have children?
Yes, she's 32, lives in Philadelphia. She's a event coordinator at a hotel.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since summer of 21.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
My dad's retired deputy sheriff.
Have you any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
I had somebody break into my house and steal some of my stuff.
Okay, thank you. Juror 20, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a retired claims adjudicator for Social Security disability.
What is your marital status?
Widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, 2 sons,
What are their ages?
44 and 31.
Do they work?
The 44-year-old does. The 31-year-old is currently incarcerated.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1984.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives in law enforcement?
I have a nephew that's a corrections officer for the last 30 years, and also a cousin that's with the Gaston County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Have you any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
Back in my late 20s, I had a charge of public assistance fraud, but adjudication wasn't failed.
Have you any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, I had a break-in my house about maybe 13 years ago, but my mom scared them off, so they weren't able to actually get into it.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror 21, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm currently unemployed, but I am.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
For almost 22 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime? No. If I'm remembering correctly, did you also need to check with your university or program concerning your ability to serve?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to do so?
Yes, I emailed my professors and only one responded. He said missing 3 weeks would be kind of a burden for me, but it would be possible for me to
Right. Thank you. Yes, juror number 1.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I'm actually divorced. I said single, but it was a long time ago. I kind of forget to say it.
I'll forgive you. Juror 4. Yes, I'm sorry if I forgot that from yesterday. Go ahead. Very well. If you please can bring it to the clerk, I will review in just a moment. Juror 3.
I also forgot about a crime a young member committed. I have an aunt that was charged with prostitution.
Right. Juror 10.
So you had asked me yesterday to check with my administrator about
Yes.
getting someone to cover my class.
Yes.
She contacted 3 people, but
Thanks,
none of them
letters.
could do it. I contacted a former teacher. She's unable to do it as well. There are subs out there. It just won't be one permanent sub for the whole 3 weeks. So it would be somewhat of a burden to my class and myself preparing for that.
Parties can briefly approach.
All right. So little side by action. Let's go through some soups. Let's see. I think I left off here. Nicola, family hug. Tuesday, family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nicola, I know you've been here for a hot minute. Laura, the real Donna, is a nasty woman we saw arrested. Agreed. I mean, we know what's going on with her. She's that gal that is just all up in her kids' shit, all up in their business. Doesn't matter that they're lawyers and dentists. She's running shit. She's running shit. Susie Q, new member. Family hug. Welcome, welcome. Kim, like, share, subscribe. Go Bears. Yes. Yes. I'm so excited about the season. I'm always excited, but this year it feels real. But last year I thought it felt real too. So, but Ben Johnson's a whole different thing. Don't get me going on a Bears rant. But thank you so much, Marissa. Bear down, love it. Fellow Chicago in there, love that. Bob and Allie, it's not super, but do you miss Omaha? I loved Omaha. I had a real affection for as much shit as they gave us in Omaha. The city and the people were amazing, and I have a real affinity for it. So I do miss Omaha. There were great restaurants. I really enjoyed it. I really liked the town. It was easy to navigate. I had a good and bad experience there. From the business side of it, from the trial side of it, not so great. But from the personal side of it, I really enjoyed it. I really did. Thanks for asking. Ellen, member for 21 months. OG, appreciate you so much. Not as much as we appreciate you. Because without you guys, I'm just an old man talking about cases, right? That's true. Miss Parks is in the house, member for 3 months. We love you over here, Miss Parks, so much. Love watching your channel grow and thrive. And then you come back with 10D podcast membership. So sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Letteros by Bettero, DD, always the real deal. We try, man. And that's why I'm here. We appreciate that. Thank you so much, Letteros. And then Sharon T, formerly Abby and Rosie's mom, new member from Canada. Family hug. We love Canadians.
What happened?
With what? They did a sidebar. We had a little blooping time. I figured I'd go through the supers real quick, so we're caught up. All right, so let's bloop. We have a little blooping. See, that's a beautiful thing about blooping. Just bloop. All right. Get right back to it. Whoa, does Donna have a huge booger in her left nostril?
And what does your spouse do if they work?
Yeah, I didn't see it that time.
Do you have children? How long have you lived in Leon County?
18 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
All right, to go back to the other questions that were previously asked while you were seated in the gallery, have you ever previously served on a jury?
Yes.
When did you serve on a jury?
Over years ago?
Was it in Leon County?
Yes.
Criminal or civil proceeding?
Damn it.
Do you recall the type of charge or
Thanks,
case?
True Tammy.
I believe it's not that.
Driving under the influence?
Yes.
Right. Without telling us what the verdict was, did the jury reach a verdict? Were you the foreperson? Were you the foreperson of the jury? That is the
Tammy, I
person
really
who
begged him.
presides over deliberations.
Really
and gives the
begged
verdict form
Jay.
to the bailiff. So you were the foreperson. You were not the foreperson. Okay. Do you know either of or any of the attorneys or their staffs? Do you know or have any relationship by blood or marriage to the defendant? The names that were read aloud as to the potential witnesses in this case, did you recognize any of those names? Thank you.
Wait, why?
Juror
What happened?
23, what is your occupation or
Oh,
your type of work?
23.
Tech supervisor at FSU.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's a bookkeeper at Leon High School.
Do you have children?
Yes.
What are their ages and occupations if they work?
20 and 21. The 21-year-old, she's a full-time student at FSU, and my 20-year-old, she is employed at Subway.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
6 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? No. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
I'm also going to go back through the other questions that were previously asked to the group when you were seated in the gallery. Have you ever previously served on jury?
No.
Babe, what happened? Did they
Concerning
let
the
them go?
attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage, or do you know any of the attorneys or their staff?
Yeah, they must have let that first batch go. I'm guessing. Because we're really close to when Georgia's about to stand up here in the next like 2-3 minutes. So they took a sidebar base, so we don't know for sure. But these do seem to be repetitive questions, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering if they released some. They didn't say anything out loud like juror so and so, so and so, and so and so. You can go.
Yeah, because I think that what did they do? Like a panel of 21 first? Yeah. And he just said 23, so they must have brought in. I don't know, but like the only reason I'm questioning it because, like I said, George is coming up real quick. So unless he buzzes through these real quick, I don't know. Let's see what's up.
No.
Concerning the defendant, are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
As to the names of the witnesses, or potential witnesses, I should say, that were read out loud, did you recognize any of those names?
No.
Thank you. In this trial, and also during the attorney's questioning, you will hear certain terminology, such as burden of
Skip
proof,
now.
presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent.
What do you want me to do?
It is very important that you understand each
Now you
of
can
these
skip. They're
concepts.
just
I will attempt to explain to you burden of proof concept. It means you
That's all
must
right.
presume allegation
Leave
in the
it.
indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant may not take the witness stand cannot influence the jury in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys at this point are going to have their opportunity to ask you some questions. What they say now or at any other time during
Right,
this
now
trial
you can
is not to be
bloop.
accepted by you as evidence or any instruction on the law itself. They are simply going to be asking you questions. Please do not infer. Let me remind you, may be important.
Here we go.
Bring it down to 125.
Congratulations.
Is he like-
I think. So I'm going to ask you some questions about some legal concepts today. It's not the trial. You're not going to hear any evidence in the case today. As the prosecutor, it is my burden to prove the case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence, which we will do. I'll be assisted by Sarah Catherine Dugan in doing that when the trial actually starts. But for jury selection, we're just trying to get sort of your ideas about concepts and issues that we think might come up during the course of the trial. And it's important and will be less painful, certainly for me and probably for you too, if you guys will participate and raise your paddles and answer. And I'm going to attempt to not say names and only say numbers. So this is obviously an important case. I know some of you probably don't mind speaking up. Many of you probably are shy and less likely to speak up. So I would encourage my shy guys to please participate as well because your voice is just as important. Let's see. So I
The
want to
thought bubble.
identify sort of like my leaders on the group. Do I have folks that
I'll move the
supervise people at
caption
work or have
to the thought
supervised
bubble
people
now.
in the past? Start on the first row because I'll probably have several of you. Juror 2.
Yeah, construction managers, volunteers, 30 volunteers all day, Saturdays, building houses. So.
Some pats to hurt there. Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the first row? Yes, sir. Number 7.
So coordinating and organizing volunteer teams, and then I've had as much as 6 staff reporting.
Bring it down to. Did you bring it down already?
All right.
What?
Anybody else?
So
First
speed.
row,
Okay,
leadership
no.
staff, and I would include
What, one-
head of an
1, 2,
organization or
5?
something like that if that's
Yeah.
part of your resume. Number 8.
I'm a GIS project manager, so I have about 8 people that work under me. They're all students. Some of them are paid, some of them are unpaid.
Okay, thanks. 9.
I work
No,
as
they
impromptu
they
team leader for our
look very
department
similar.
Whenever there's any issues or need assistance.
All right. How many members of the team?
About 10 on a good day.
Number 23.
I supervise 2 spray technicians at FSU.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Second row. 11.
20 years in the military, about 15 of those in various leadership roles.
What was he? Number.
I missed
Thank
it.
you. Thank you for your service. 13.
Did 8 years in the military, about 5 of that in leadership roles. Currently a lead pastor of our church.
Okay. Do you supervise the staff there?
Those volunteer staff, and then I'm the lead of the elders that we have at the church. I'm the lead elder as well to supervise that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else over there? Third row. Yes, sir. 16.
Previous work, I was in charge of a team of 3 for a warehouse, and current job, I am frequently one of the people training new employees.
Thank you. Anyone else in the back? 17.
I currently have a direct reporting team of 6, as well as a number of like matrix resources as part of my work.
Okay. Anybody else in the back row? Yes, ma'am, but you're not going to tell me, or I know. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Anybody consider yourself a leader? Like you just identify as that type of personality, even though you haven't raised your hand as somebody that necessarily supervises others at work?
All right. So pause this a sec, babe.
For my guys that haven't spoken up, you know, obviously we want a jury.
So most of you are, I'm just stating the obvious, but I'll say it anyway. So you see, she starts right away with who holds a leadership role, who supervises other people. She's looking for someone that knows the shit comes from someone else. So she's in this little scenario, Donna is the leader that they want, you know, she's looking for jurors to identify with. So she's trying to find people who have people working under them.
Okay. Boss people.
That's a jury that delivers a verdict. That's your verdict, right? Even if you're a shy guy, I feel like maybe you qualify number 6. Shy guy?
Shy guy.
You're not so shy at home, but shy in this setting. Okay, do you find this setting a little intimidating? Anybody find this setting a little intimidating? Show paddles? Okay, I mean, it can be, right? Nobody likes to speak in public to begin with, and then we've got a lot going on here, a lot of people.
So I'm going to tell you, pause it again.
So
Sorry.
if you were,
hopefully you guys appreciate this because we're lawyers. So Bob and I always try to have a relaxed, engaging, conversational type voir dire. I've told the story before. Bob Sr. told me when I did my first, it was actually a civil trial by myself, like just was completely unprepared.
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. And I called Bob Singer. I was like, what do I do when I'm picking a jury? So he told me to, if you can make the jurors laugh, that's amazing. So I did my voir dire, and I really was engaging with the jurors. Definitely got some of them laughing. Went in chambers after that. The state wanted to because it was civil. The defense attorney offered another settlement, and the judge told me he has never seen anyone conduct a voir dire like that, and it definitely wasn't that he was impressed with my skills. But in any event, I found it was actually great advice. Little do judges know, but I find this prosecutor way more engaging and conversational than the typical prosecutors. Typically, they're asking on their list, they're lining off, they're asking on their list, they're lining off. She's taking time to engage with them. She's being conversational.
She's phenomenal. That's what I was telling you. Because I don't know that you watched any of Charlie.
I didn't watch any of it.
Jay and I did it, and
I popped on with Jane, like watching you guys, but no.
She's just an excellent excellent prosecutor in a lot of different ways.
Shy or feeling intimidated by this setting, but you were chosen to be on the jury, would you be able to sort of stick to your guns, have your voice heard back there, make sure the verdict that comes back is your verdict? Anybody feel like they would struggle with that? I'm just not the guy that's going to like push against the grain.
See, this is usually
tell us.
Bob, and I've never seen a prosecutor do this.
Yeah.
Okay. This particular setting, do you think if once we kind of roll along, if you're selected and you start hearing evidence and all that, you'll start developing opinions, and at the end when you're asked to deliberate, would you feel confident speaking up if you had a difference of opinion with your fellow jurors? Okay, so you think you might struggle with that. So whoever was in charge back there would really have to ask you what's your opinion. Okay. Anybody else feel like juror 21, like you might struggle to speak up? Okay, 3, tell us about you.
3?
I have pretty bad social anxiety and actually public speech. I take the special accommodations public speech class, and when I went to FSU, I had like 500 people in the class, 20 people had to do that. And at this point, people, I'm the only one that cried. So
well, you're doing great. You haven't even cried yet. You're on a roll. Okay, so the foreman may have to
they'd be out.
Draw it out of you, but you would be able to speak your opinion if called upon to do so. You're just not the guy that's going to interrupt and yell and get over everybody else.
Right. And
okay.
I don't know when the appropriate time to ask is, but on Tuesday I mentioned a medical constraint.
Might be.
Okay.
3 wants
All
out.
right. Okay, thank you for mentioning it, and we'll probably take that at sidebar at some point. So yes. Anybody else have something they need to tell us at sidebar, medical or otherwise?
Donna has the cream colored
All right, so for my folks that have been on a jury
cardigan with
before, raise your
the
paddles in the
striped
front
pink,
row.
bright pink shirt.
Okay.
Sorry,
Was it a
babe.
good experience, a bad experience? Don't really remember.
It's good. Yeah, I have an experience to see how the inner process works and go through it.
All right, that's number 2. And 22? Was it an okay experience for you?
It's not bad. Something we consider from being from different countries.
Mm-hmm.
It's like government system.
Yes, so helped you learn about our system a little more, see it for yourself. Okay, that was a 1-day trial, I'm guessing. Okay. It's a good primer. Second row? Yes, number 9. Did you have a good experience or otherwise?
It was interesting, to say the least. I think it was done a bit differently than usual, but the judge.
Was it here in Leon County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think the judge had the jury excused every time the lawyers needed to speak with him, which was pretty much every other 10 minutes.
Oh, so it's a lot. You got your steps.
Yes.
Okay. Well, better than going to sleep in the chair, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Second row. Third row. Good experience, bad experience. Number 17.
It was a positive experience. It was a 1-day trial.
Yeah. Oh, those are nice for jurors. They're no better than 2 to 3 weeks. I think it's going to be more on the 2 side. Don't hold me to that, but for your planning purposes. All right. Anybody else? Jury service people. Yes, 19.
It was okay. Not something I want to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to deduce from you saying it was okay that you want to do this. I know it's a big ask and a huge imposition on you, and I don't mean to minimize that at all. I just want to know if it was okay. You know, sometimes juries walk away traumatized or, you know, they argue back there or whatever. So I just want to know if it was anything like that. So you didn't have any.
No, there was no like yelling.
Okay, good. And for all my folks on a jury, without saying what the verdict was, were you able to reach a verdict? The ones that deliberated. Everybody did. Okay.
There was 1 no.
All right. Anybody have any legal training?
I thought.
Panel? Number 22, you said you work at the AG's office, but I don't think you said in what capacity. What type of work do you do? Okay. And your husband, state of Florida, but what type of work? Okay. All right, so I touched on this a little bit already. The burden, and I think the defense will emphasize this, is mine. So that means that I have to prove the case to you with evidence. It's completely my burden, the whole thing. So they don't have to do anything. They don't have to put on witnesses. They can do their nails, read the newspaper, not participate at all, which of course we don't expect they'll do, but they don't have to prove anything. That's really important. So you've heard no evidence right now. If you were asked to render a verdict right now, it would of course be right, because you've heard no evidence. And the only place the evidence is going to come from is this table, right? The state. It's innocent until proven guilty. We prove the case. Would you like to hear from the defendant? Sometimes that's a question. Human nature, yes, but you cannot require the defense to prove anything. Everybody understand that. That's the way our system works. Okay.
See, George is the shit, man.
All right. Reasonable doubt. You heard an instruction on this, and lawyers tangle with this at jury selection all the time and do a pretty poor job. Probably will not be an exception, but the idea is.
And I think that goes such a long way for her to like
Credibility.
just totally, you know, because it makes her seem like she's just on the up and up. She's a genuine person. It's our burden, you know, whatever you may be feeling about the defendant having to testify or wanting to hear from her, that's not on them, you know. And I think just in terms of credibility, that just goes, you just don't see prosecutors do this type of thing very often. You're right. It's unusual. She's so seasoned, you know, and she's handled so many trials. You can, her comfort levels where she crushes being conversational and
Yep.
coming off genuine, you know.
And we usually ask to every juror, instead of just to the groups. A lot of times we'll do just to the group, but I want to ask every juror, if you're back there and, you know, all the other jurors are saying, and I'll do both, you know, like sometimes I'll say guilty and not guilty just to be even, like she's doing. Will you, if you feel strongly that the state has not proven their case, or that they have, will you stand firm to your, you know, your position? And if it's going into a long weekend, because and the reasons for doing that is yes, you want the answer to the question, but you also want that in their minds. Like, all right, I should stand firm. We might go into a long weekend and they're going to want to split the baby, you know, so we throw all of that out there, especially in, you know, a long trial, because there have been horror stories of friends and a family member who, not mine, who was on a jury, and it was a murder trial.
Are you
And
implying it was my family?
it was your sister.
I know.
I shouldn't actually, now I can't say it.
Wow, you really
But where
put it
people
out
split
there.
the baby because they're going into a long weekend, they've been on the jury so long, and they just want to get out. So yeah, I agree that she
And if
is.
like what Allie means with the concept of split the baby, if you're thinking about the Karen Reed case, when the defense decided they wanted to have the OUI available to them as a charge that they
That
could
was
find
their
her
split the
guilty of,
baby.
that was their version of splitting the baby.
Because otherwise you get
Giving them something that they could convict her of that
right, because
wasn't.
otherwise the split the baby is, all right, we'll find her guilty of second degree of the least serious, but still a homicide charge.
Right. So yeah, and you know, it's like we ask the question, but fundamentally people are who they are. Like being on a jury isn't going to change the fact that if a juror is just a non-confrontational person in general, that they're going to change that. It's like a tiger cannot change their stripes. I mean, we want to plant the seed in the hopes that it will bolster them to maybe go against what their natural instinct is in terms of being, because if you get non-confrontational people that will just shy away from the fight, you know, I mean, they're going to be the people on that jury that are easy to manipulate and get to go your way, or, you know, have them stay firm if they're even contemplating thinking the other way, you know. And it's like, you really want 12, like, but at the same time, you don't want 12 alphas in there either. You know, it's like, yeah, it's so tough. And all of this to say that there is no more important portion of a trial than what we are watching today. The jury is everything. Yes, cross-examinations are critical. The evidence is huge. All of that stuff, all the other portions of the trial are very important, obviously. But in terms of what the most important thing is, it is this. It is picking a jury, because the case sits in those 12 people's hands, and that's it. So like this stuff, I love that they're showing this, frankly.
Yep. And so far you've got 3 and 21 who said they would struggle to voice their opinion and stand up for their opinion. They'd be off the list.
And kudos to them for being
Oh.
honest, though. You know,
I think
I
3
mean,
really wants out. I wrote, wait, was it 3? Let me check. Yeah, once out. Because she's
Good
like, and by the
old-
way, I have that medical condition I told you guys about. So she like, I want out. And you don't want a juror, no matter how great you think they are, who desperately wants out. They don't want to be there. They're not going to listen. They're going to be, no good. If a juror wants out that bad, just let them out.
Yeah, I mean, you worry about that, but like the thing with me is that like most people, when you hear that they got a jury summons, are like, oh God, I got a jury summons. Some people are excited. I love those people because it's an amazing civic duty. It's an experience that you'll never forget. It'll be a story that you tell forever, even if it's a shitty like civil case. It's just a fascinating thing to be a part of. And I find that even people that are just dead set of not wanting to sit on a jury because it infringes upon their time and their lives and their family time and all that stuff.
Especially a 3-week jury.
When they get, yeah, especially a lengthy one, but when they get sucked into it, that those thoughts go away. You know, when you start just becoming just completely or it's the only thing that you're kind of thinking about in terms of it's kind of your job and you're going to do it every day, it really kind of takes over for that mindset that I didn't want to do this to begin with. And I think that I've never felt that we had a juror that was just like, you know, throwing in the towel or just, you know, just going through the motions. Like I feel like people really, by the time they're deeply entrenched in a trial or all in, and that they take the duty very, very seriously. And, you know, you want that because especially in criminal trials, when you're talking about people's freedom, you know, like the money stuff with the civil shit. Yes, I mean, but it doesn't hit the same way for me. You know, sure, if you were to ask a civil attorney, they'd be like, what are you talking about? You know, it's like, I just don't value money like I do freedom. Like, it's just not even close for me. So, you know, for criminal trials, you really want people that are just gonna buy into the whole process and you know, really give it their full attention because that's what we expect.
Right. When we get someone who's showing signs that they're just kind of, they don't want to be there and they're saying whatever to get out, I'm definitely, and I suspect Georgia will when she's at sidebar, like with juror 3, say, all right, look, it's clear you don't want to be here. And, you know, you had, you also had juror 19 be like, it's my juror experience was okay, but it's not anything I want to do again. Are you honestly, as much as you don't want to be here, do you think that's going to make you distracted? Do you think you're going to give them outs so that they can say, yes, I'm going to be distracted if that's what they're really going to be, you know, and yes, I'm not going to be, I might not be paying close attention because I'm upset about it, and get them out.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, the people that I worry the most about when we're selecting a jury are like seniors, or if we've got a senior that or somebody that has a hearing problem, some kind of hearing disability, and you know, because like seniors do tend to drift off into nappy time sometimes. Like I've seen it more than one occasion where I can see their eyes are getting heavy, and you know they're fighting, you know, because it's really not something that we have control over. You know, if you feel if you're starting to drift off, you're going to drift off no matter. And you know that they're fighting to stay awake. You know, but you can't have jurors falling asleep during. And it's no reflection on the case is boring. This witness is boring. I mean, that certainly doesn't help. But it's just being in the room, and if it's a certain temperature and you're in that chair and you're old and it's nap time, there's not much you can do about it. So, you know, like I don't want to be an ageist because, you know, fuck, I'm an old man. You know, it's like I wouldn't want somebody to keep me off. Like, this guy's old. Don't want to look at all the gray in his beard. He'll probably fall asleep in the middle of the trial. All right, so I've seen a few comments. Do you guys want me to slow it down to just regular speed? Because Georgia does talk pretty quickly.
Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Because we don't have that much blooping time anyway. Put it at normal speed. All right, let's keep going.
Nothing can be proven to you beyond a mathematical certainty, right? If you knew for sure that a thing happened 100%, it's because you saw it with your own eyes, and that makes you what? A witness, not a juror. So you're going to have to make a decision based on the evidence. And it is a very high burden. It's the highest burden in the land, right? It's a high burden and it should be.
Look at your
But
text.
it's not impossible to convict a guilty person through evidence. You're not going to have 100% mathematical certainty because that's not possible. So the example I use, which probably isn't a great one. Number one, did you drive here today?
Yep.
Where'd you park your car?
Parking garage.
All right. Is your car still there?
I hope so.
You hope so, right? Do you have a reasonable doubt that your car is there where you left it?
No.
Okay. No, right? Because the evidence is he parked his car there. Did you lock it?
Yeah.
You locked it. Is there any security there?
I mean, yeah, I think so, but who knows?
There's security there. Okay, so he has no reasonable doubt that his car is where he left it. If he gets there and it's not there, he's going to be really surprised. Now, if we change the facts, he left his car there. He didn't lock it. There's no security. There were 2 or 3 very suspicious looking guys lurking around the car when he left. And when he left, he said, "You can have it if you want it. I left the
Oh,
keys."
come on.
Okay, no, we're
You
starting to
took it a
change the
step too
facts,
far.
right? Now he has a reasonable doubt.
He has every doubt. That's way
Basically invited
beyond a
somebody to
reasonable.
take
That's a.
All
I
right,
told him to
so
steal it. Come on, George.
You, as the jurors, will decide, is this doubt reasonable or not, right? So I'm gonna say a bunch of words and they're gonna say a bunch of words, but ultimately at the end of the day, when you get back there and you're assessing a doubt, I have a doubt. Well, tell me about it. You talk about it. Is it reasonable? That's your question, right? And you decide what's reasonable or not, okay? Shaking the head.
Parties can approach briefly.
So he does not like that she's just tried to describe reasonable doubt like that. He does not like that. That's what this sidebar is about.
Yeah, for sure.
Now
I mean, I thought it was pretty fair.
No, it wasn't fair because at the end it was almost fair. And then she said, and then you told him you can take it or something. Like, no, that's a I sure as shit was expecting my car not to be there when I came back. You can bloop now, babe.
Yeah, I missed that part. I was texting Scarlett back.
Just
okay.
bloop.
Oh, blooping. Yeah, blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Huh?
Yeah, well, oh, long sidebar.
So you might actually be able to use the thing to see how far it goes.
Your type of work.
All right, go forward. Oh, sorry.
Juror 24, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm retired from the United States Postal Service as an electronic technician and as a veteran in the United States.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your
What the hell
spouse's
is happening right
occupation
now?
if they work?
So
She's a nail clerk.
I don't know because it seemed like she was talking to the panel.
She
Obviously,
definitely was. Obviously, she was questioning the panel.
yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on because now we're back to him asking individualized questions to each of the potential jurors. I don't know. Let's keep watching. We'll figure it out. Maybe.
Do you have children?
I have an 11-year-old boy.
And he does not work.
He does not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother who was convicted of armed robbery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Also, to inquire as to the other matters that the court previously raised, have you ever served as a juror previously?
No.
As to the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or any of the persons that are part of their staffs?
No.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the witnesses that were previously read out loud, do you recognize any of the names of the potential witnesses?
No.
Thank you. Juror 25, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a sales account manager.
What is your marital status?
Married.
If you can just say it again and try to speak up as much as you
I'm
can.
a sales account manager.
Thank you. And your marital status again?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He works in sales.
Do you have any children?
I have two. I have a 4-year-old and 11-month-old.
And I assume they do not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
5 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My 4-year-old's father has previously been charged with felony drug-related stuff.
So you don't know the exact name, but something relating to the possession of drugs.
Yes, and distributed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Going back to the other questions that the court previously raised with the group, have you ever previously served as a juror?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or their staffs?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were previously read, did you recognize any of those names? Right. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue at this time.
For my new folks, any leadership or management experience, maybe in your time in the Navy or elsewhere?
I was a supervisor for several departments when I was on board the aircraft carriers.
Thank you. And number 25, do you manage anyone currently?
Aside from my children.
Yeah,
Not, not currently, but I do have about 7 years in like leadership experience.
Okay. And is that in the sales world?
Yeah, sales, customer service related.
Okay. Did you hear my spiel about reasonable doubt? Feel like you're getting your head around that one a little bit? Okay, same with you, sir.
Oh, maybe he didn't have an issue with the reasonable
All
doubt.
right, well then we will keep it moving. Jury decides the facts, and you'll be the judge of the facts, not of the person. We're not asking you to render judgment on anyone. But still hearing that, some jurors sometimes feel like this is too heavy, this is a very serious case. Is there anybody that feels like, I'm not sure I could make a decision knowing how serious the case is? For whatever reason. First row? Second row? Third row, guys? No. Okay. So your job will be to hear the evidence and to make a decision. Have these crimes been committed? And is this the person that committed the crimes? Judge of the facts. And the judge is going to give you all the law that you need. You don't need any legal training. Please don't do any research on the law. And his job is to sort of referee what comes in as evidence and make sure the rules of evidence are followed in the courtroom. The judge's job also includes sentencing. So you will not be asked to make any recommendations or determinations about sentencing at all in this case.
Question coming?
Does anybody feel like I would still be worried about sentencing, even knowing that you're not being asked to make any decisions about sentencing? Number 20, would you be worried about that at all?
No.
Wouldn't worry about it. Can you set it aside? Number 18, or is that something that would weigh on you?
Can set it aside.
Okay. Anybody feel like I would worry about that? All right. Many of you have had some kind of interaction with law enforcement. Significant, meaning they've impacted you in some way personally. I mean, if you had a DUI 20 years ago and it was handled fairly, I don't need to know more about that. But if something has really colored your view of the criminal justice system or impacted you personally, we had some folks that had some quite serious. So was the person treated fairly? And how has it impacted you? First row, anybody volunteer to say, I've been impacted by crime in a way that has deeply affected me? Okay. Second row, anybody treated unfairly? We had somebody.
Didn't present ID, told him he was me. He was in possession of drugs. For some reason, they let him go.
Why is it choppy?
He was going to be an informant for them or something or other. I don't know. And then,
Little paddles.
Pretty sure
little broken, not perfect.
Are
we can all agree with that one, I think. Anybody feel like you have such strongly held views in that regard that you think it could impact your ability to follow the law and render a fair verdict in this case? Seeing shaking of heads. Okay. Anybody had a bad experience with law enforcement? I know I'm asking the same question 3 or 4 different ways, but I just want to make sure I'm catching everybody. Yes, sir. 24.
I was pulled over. My plate came up with a stolen plate from another state, and I had guns drawn on. When you have guns drawn on,
It's a bad experience.
Yes.
Anything about that that you think might interfere with your ability to do your job in this case?
They offered a lot of apologies after that, and the guy said,
"Too little, too late."
Yeah, it was. And I was.
Before you continue, I'm curious, did you have on the mail carrier uniform?
I had my uniform on, but I'm an electronic technician.
I see.
Fix machines.
Please continue, Ms. Kaplan.
All right. Law enforcement officers. So several of you have either backgrounds in law enforcement, yourself or a close friend or family member that's been in law enforcement or is in law enforcement. And the reason why we inquire about that is because we want to make sure we have jurors that, obviously, you heard my list. There's quite a few law enforcement officers on the list. So jurors that can listen and be critical of law enforcement. So open-minded. If you learn that they have specialized training and experience more than the average person, then great, you can believe them more than the average person. But we don't do that just because they're wearing uniforms. So we don't automatically believe everything they say. We don't automatically disbelieve everything they say just because they're law enforcement. Anybody feel like they struggle with that? And the defense may get up and say, that is, okay, your dad isn't a law enforcement officer. Don't you automatically believe what law enforcement says? And maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you, but the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay, they can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system. Okay, what are undercover operations? Anybody know? All right. Volunteers, just letting me flounder up here. Number 1, undercover operations, like a law enforcement operation that's undercover. What does that mean?
When the people don't know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as not cops.
Right.
Posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else?
The glitching's driving me nuts.
Trick criminals.
So I think I'm gonna. I was checking. Court TV doesn't seem to be glitching, so I'm gonna swap it. Of course, that doesn't.
Well, why don't you get to the spot before you swap?
I think I am. I think
All
I'm.
right.
I think I'm close. I think I might be like a question or two behind because I wasn't paying attention. But you'll let me know. I think I'm pretty close. All right, let me go over here.
You can just click share this screen
I
instead.
know I had to move it to my second screen though.
Oh.
Because I didn't want to shrink that one down.
I wish I knew.
All right, let's see. All right, so let me know if this is right where we were at.
Listen and be critical of law enforcement. So open-minded.
Pretty close.
If you learn that they have specialized training and experience and are qualified to, you know, have authority on some topic more than the average person, then great, you can believe.
Oh, see, now we heard the whole thing.
We don't do that just because they're wearing uniforms. So we don't automatically believe everything they say. We don't automatically disbelieve everything they say just because they're law enforcement. Anybody feel like they struggle with that? And the defense may get up and say, you know, so-and-so, your father was a law enforcement officer. Somebody was. Whose dad is? Okay. Your dad isn't a law enforcement officer. Don't you automatically believe what law enforcement says?
Yes.
And
Mandy covered.
you know, maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you. But the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay. They can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system.
Oh, so now you can bloop.
Okay.
She asks about
What
what's
are
an
undercover
undercover
operations?
operation.
Anybody know?
Takes a second.
That's undercover. What does that mean?
Know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as
All right,
not
here
cops,
comes the question.
posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else and trick criminals to get information and to solve cases?
Criminals?
Anybody feel uncomfortable with that? What do you think? 13.
I see the benefit of it. I think the technique in which it is executed is the one that catches my attention.
What do you mean?
So if somebody, you know, it all depends on who it is that they're going after and the subject themselves, right? But if a law enforcement officer is posing as somebody in order to try to entrap people.
Yes. Okay. Entrapment would be crossing that line.
Who are not intending to commit a crime, I would take issue with that.
Okay. So entrapment would be exceeding their authority
Weird
to
captions aren't
pose as
working
someone
on
else.
Court TV.
But for the sake of this argument, let's assume it's not an entrapment situation, but it is a situation where an officer is posing as someone else.
No problem.
Okay. Anybody feel like that's not fair? That's not cool? What do you think, 11?
I think if there's justifiable means to be there doing undercover work, then I'm okay with it.
Is it necessary though? What do you think? 5.
It depends on the context of it. Sometimes it is necessary. I mean, I feel like for police officers because I mean, depending on the crime that's committed, police officers not always go in. I mean, it depends on, like you said, entrapment. It depends on the context. Of the
Sure.
If you're trying to entrap criminals, whereas if you're trying to just, how do I word this? Depends on the context greatly because you can't legally like try to coerce them into a crime.
Right.
You are.
Hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy. That wouldn't be okay, right? But what about like posing? Typically, we think of, narcotics operations. If you're trying to infiltrate these higher levels where you really can't have access to investigate those people unless you send someone in posing as a fellow Confederate, right? Everybody okay with the concept? Within limits, of course. Okay.
So I starred both 5 and 13.
What is premeditation?
Some
This is a
potential issues
premeditated
depending on
murder.
the
What does that
context.
mean?
It's like you planned it.
It's like you planned it. Okay, that was juror 23.
Debbie.
So what type of evidence would show premeditation?
Bloody footprints, clothes,
Premeditation.
a weapon.
Premeditation.
Okay, how does that show
Maddie,
the operation
dare
of
you.
the mind, though, the intent?
Oh, well, if you find somebody with their fingerprints on the weapon,
Mm-hmm.
then that's not admitting full guilt right there. I mean, but that's pretty damning evidence.
You just
Okay,
said planning, though. What about the planning?
What about
part?
for intent, though? Number 16, what do you think? How do I prove premeditation? I didn't just haul off and kill someone on a whim. I thought about it. I had a conscious intent that crime be committed at the time it was committed. How do I prove that? How do I prove what someone was thinking?
I think we would have to rely on evidence that predated the moment of the attack. So if you had like any sort of records or definite plans or things that were found, like
Map of the bank, right? That's how they do it in the movies. They roll it out on the table, get the blueprints and that sort of thing. What else? What other type of evidence might
Phone
prove
messages,
intent?
emails.
You think of anything else? Conversations. I'm going
Who
to
was
kill that
that?
guy.
Damn it.
Right? That's pretty good evidence.
Try
that you
pressing the
plan to kill you.
CC on and off again.
What about motive?
It doesn't
Motive,
work.
would that be important to your consideration, number 7
Press just
of
the CC
intent?
picture.
I am.
On and off. I don't see it going on and off.
When I'm pressing it on and off, that thing, English click gear for settings pops
Oh.
up.
Damn it.
That's proof.
So you kind of want to know why,
It's
right?
weird.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can imagine a scenario where the manner of the killing might prove intent.
Sure.
You know, shooting once is different from shooting 100 times, right? As far as if you're trying to evaluate intent. So that could be part of it. But certainly motive is very important and jurors want to know why. So the why could potentially be important. Everybody agree with that? What do you think? 12. Any other ideas of what type of evidence? Like, how are you going to prove? You see the problem. How do you prove what someone was thinking?
Right, certainly in the records that they've considered it, discussed it, solicited someone to help with it, or done searches about how to efficiently execute the crime beforehand and that sort of evidence.
Okay. Would you be open to all those types of circumstances to try and show what the person was thinking, as opposed to the type of evidence I laid out right away, which was, I'm going to kill that guy.
Right.
And that's great. But if you don't have that, can you evaluate all the other circumstances?
Yeah, and you have to see if they push you beyond the reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Any other type of evidence, let's get away from premeditation, but in general that you would expect to see in a case like this, a particular type of evidence? Number 23 mentioned fingerprints, clothing, anything else like that that you guys are kind of expecting?
Financial records.
Gun residue,
Financial records.
financial records? If it's, what kind of financial records? Why would you be expecting that in this case or a case like this?
If, from what we were told earlier about the case and the charges, if you're soliciting it, setting aside money, or, you know, transferring money to someone. Or
Right. So if it's a murder for hire, you'd expect some kind of money to be involved, some type of transaction.
Damn it.
Okay.
She didn't say who that was.
Somebody else down here. Text messages, phone calls. Okay. Yes, sir. Number 6.
Sorry, if I remember correctly, I remember hearing coming from Miami to Tallahassee, so like gas station receipt.
Okay. Some evidence of that
Wow.
travel. Okay. What else? It's so fun when y'all help me better. Okay. So you know it's a murder for hire. You know there's more than one person involved.
You know, Donna's sitting there like, this bitch is just so likable. I cannot stand her. She's so likable. You know, she's just sitting. What do you think? What do you think's going through Donna's head there?
She's like,
Exactly
I'm
what I
fucked.
just said.
Yeah.
I'm in deep shit. Is it too late to plead?
You, though, as jurors in this case, will only be asked to decide the involvement and guilt or
Always,
not guilt
August.
of one
Always.
criminal defendant. Are you able to set aside your thoughts and feelings about the other people that may be involved in the case and focus your verdict? How does the evidence relate to this defendant? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. If the evidence shows that the defendant is not the one that pulled the trigger, does that make a difference? What do you say? Why are you shaking your head no, number 15? Why doesn't that make a difference? Okay, so even if you don't pull the trigger, you can be charged with murder? But what?
So we can't hear it.
Please speak up, number 15.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't
Have you ever seen voir dire like this?
We did see there was another voir
I'm
dire
talking
that we
about like
watched.
in our shit.
Well,
Like
no.
where you're able to like really ask them like they're because you're asking them for a legal conclusion. Like, what do you need to see in order for me to prove X, Y, or Z?
Yeah, no,
It's interesting. I've never seen. I
well,
kind
we
of love
did.
it.
There was another jury selection we watched a piece of where they asked open-ended questions like that. And I can't remember whose it was, where the state asked open-ended questions like that, which I thought was interesting.
It's interesting. I prefer it. It's like I like knowing that the jurors understand the concepts before the trial starts. You know what I mean? Because that's always if it's like a case where there's some not so straightforward elements that have to be proven and like having an understanding that they know what that means is kind of comforting. You know, I mean, it's interesting. I've never personally seen it.
Don't think murder. Who else? Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder. Who else, by a show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not? Number 2.
If you're, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely you're not committing the crime personally, but if you're telling someone else to do it, they do it.
Wow. So nobody on the jury. So did you see that look on her face? Are you paying? What are you doing?
I'm making notes.
Watch this portion. So I want to bloop it back because it's really interesting. You heard the question?
Yeah, no one else thinks that you don't have to pull the trigger to be convicted of murder.
Right. So she said, raise your, so just watch her.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder. Who else, by a show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not? Number 2.
If you're, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely.
She's like, I want to get rid of this whole fucking panel.
No, she liked that answer because
I think they all raised their hands.
No, she said nobody.
Nobody thinks that if you don't pull the trigger, you can't be charged with murder.
Right, which means everybody thinks if you don't pull, even if you don't pull the trigger, you can still be charged with murder.
That's what I thought initially. I think that's the opposite because she's asking why not.
Right, she wants to make sure that she wants.
I don't.
No, she was like, so why do you think they can still be charged with murder? And
I think when she asked the question, everybody raised their hand, and she says, nobody. Nobody thinks that if you didn't pull the trigger, you can't be charged.
No, babe, you're wrong.
Okay, maybe.
Not committing the crime personally, but if you're telling someone else to do it and they do it, then I think something pretty close to it. Yeah, maybe not murder itself.
See, there's
maybe
one
not
that
murder
doesn't.
itself, but it might be something close. What do you think? Number 20.
It's the way the law is written.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pull the trigger, but you can still be charged with murder. The law allows that you can still be charged with murder.
Okay. According to the law of our state, and the judge will give you the law. You do not need to know the law. I tricked you, and I'm sorry. But you can be charged just the same as if you pulled the trigger. If
I think I was right.
All right, just let it go.
You also did some act or said some word to cause that murder to be done. Some affirmative act to cause that murder to be done. And you.
The two people that answered, the two people that answered said no.
We're all going to disagree. We're all going to disagree.
You're all wrong.
Okay.
How can you disagree with two of the jurors? Why can't we talk about it? It's kind of what the whole
because it's like you're just arguing like a stupid point. Like
none of them thought that you could be charged with murder if you didn't.
All right, rewind it. Go ahead, rewind it.
What do you think? No, maybe not murder itself, but it might be something close.
Nope, keep going.
What do you think? Number 20.
It's before this. Just keep going.
Wait, which part?
When she asks the question, the double negative. Right here. Okay, right here.
Please speak up, number 15.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder.
It's not
Who
formal
else,
fact.
by show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not?
Dude, read her
Number two.
room. Like she goes, she's
No,
like, she's like, no, but
she's
All
just
right,
surprised
you're
that they
never-
all
you're never-
agree.
that
She's surprised they all agree. And then she said to him,
all agree with
wait,
what?
wait. She pointed to that he can be charged with murder. Then she
Wrong.
pointed, to someone, and she said, why not?
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like I'm
All
in
right.
a crazy world, and everybody's saying Allie's wrong. You guys are all wrong. You're all wrong. Listen to their answers.
Maybe.
If you're,
Listen to their answers.
yeah, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely you're not committing the crime personally, but if you're
Thank you, Jamie.
telling someone else to do it, maybe do it, then that, I think something pretty close to it.
You could,
Maybe
you know what?
not
Ask
murder.
Joel. He's in the
Something
courtroom.
pretty close.
Maybe
Ask
not
Joel.
murder itself, but it might
He's
be
in the
something
courtroom.
close.
Text
What do you
Joel.
think? Number
Go
20.
back now. We don't want to watch this again.
It's the way the law is written.
Mhm.
You don't have to pull the trigger, but you can still be charged with murder. The law allows that you can still get charged with murder.
Okay. According to the law of our state, and the judge will give you the law. You do not need to know the law. I tricked you, and I'm sorry. But you can be charged just the same as if you pulled the trigger if you also did some act or said some word to cause that murder to be done, some affirmative act to cause that murder to be done, and you intended it be done. Okay? It's called a principle. So,
Text Joel.
court reporter and
Text
I
Joel, you're
are
wrong,
going to
though.
do a bank heist.
What do you want me to ask Joel?
When she asked who else thinks you don't
Right,
have
the
to pull the
convoluted
trigger,
question, right.
that even if you don't pull the trigger, you can be
I'm
charged.
not going to
with
put
murder.
all that. Do you want me to ask if they all raised their hands or if they didn't?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I
Good,
mean,
let
you're
it go.
wrong. I love you very, very much, but you're dead wrong.
And we know when we go in there, the first thing.
And you know how you know? From her reaction. Her reaction
It's
was like,
possible,
wow.
but just hit play.
Wow.
It's.
Oh.
I'm now saying I could be wrong.
Oh, well, thank
Okay,
you, man.
that's our plan. We both understand that that's what we're going to do. But I'm the shooter. She's the bag lady. She's going to get the money. We go in there, we do it, we're successful until we get caught. We can both be charged with first-degree murder of that security guard, the same as if she had pulled the trigger. Is that fair? How is it fair?
See, he does that.
Y'all planned it together.
Who does
I
what?
think-
Now she's giving them the statue.
Y'all planned it together.
Can't try
But
to make
I'm
your
the one
point
that
now
pulled
that
the
she's
trigger.
led them and
Shouldn't
told them
I
that,
be
yes,
worse
you
off
can
than
do
her?
it.
She knew what was gonna happen.
She did.
Come on, dude.
That's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So you agree with that law? Anybody disagree with that law? I do not think it's fair. It should be, as juror number 2 thought walking in here, something close to it, but not exactly the same. Okay. Now that I gave you the spoiler, you won't admit it. All right, so number 2, knowing that now, would you be able to follow that law?
Knowing that
What do you
now.
think, number 15? If the law says we can both be convicted of first-degree murder and it's proven, would you be able to convict her of first-degree murder even though she didn't pull the trigger? You would be able to follow that law.
You cannot hear
Number 15, please speak up as much as you can.
Yeah.
You would.
Sucks we
If
can't
there
get
was a
caption.
law that the judge reads you in this case that you did not agree with, would you be able to follow it anyway, or do you think it would be incumbent upon you to do what your gut is telling you? What do you think? Number 16?
Since we're here to decide if something followed or broke the law, I would go with the law.
Go with the law. Number 8?
Yeah, definitely.
Follow the
correct
law
answer.
no matter what, even if you don't like it?
Yeah, it's not me to decide the law. It's just for us to stick to it.
Okay.
Good answer.
The legislature's job. We're going to leave that to them. Okay. What is a conspiracy? Volunteers for that one? How about you, number 14? What's a conspiracy?
I'm not sure.
You don't need to know the legal stuff, just what's your idea of it? Come and speak.
A group of people getting together or saying that anything that they're
Please speak up, number 14.
a group of people. I'm trying to say a definition without using the word conspire.
Yeah.
For example, I've done things I'm willing to do.
Getting together to
Getting
do
together
something?
To make something happen with
Okay.
other reasoning behind it.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it doesn't even have to be a group. You can conspire to do something alone.
Number 8. Okay.
No, you can't.
You could, is that what you're doing right now? You want to tell us something? Okay. Do you all agree that a conspiracy can be evidence circumstantially? And what I mean by that is, and this is hard because we can't talk about what the evidence is. I'm asking you to imagine that it could be proven to you that people conspired to do something without an express, we're gonna, go in and kill the security guard without that being expressly stated. Can you imagine other evidence, circumstantial evidence? For example, we walk in and I walk directly over to the security guard and blow him away, right to the head, right? Immediately. And she says in front of everybody, yeah, just like we planned. Okay? That would never happen. Okay, it's not in the plan. It's not in the plan. The conspirators generally don't write out a manifesto where they say, this is going to be my role, and this is going to be your role, and this is what we're all going to do. But you can infer it from the circumstances, the way the crime was done, the other communications in the case, the other evidence in the case. Can you be open to that? Nodding of heads. Yes. Very good, thank you. Does it matter how long it takes to make an arrest in a criminal case? You guys all heard the statement of the case. This crime occurred in 2014. Number 6, how old were you in 2014? 9. Can you even care about something that happened when you were 9? Can you, sir?
Wow.
Does it matter how long it's been?
I think as long as the crime that you're being charged for is within the statute of limitations, I think it's fair to be arrested for a crime.
Damn, was that 9?
It takes years to build evidence and things like that.
He knows some shit.
Anybody feel like
9 years old. Did you hear that question? It's such a great question.
2014.
Did you hear that one?
Yes.
So, because I mean, the case is like so old. It happened so long ago. It's such a great question. Could you care about something that happened so long when you were 9 years old?
I was 9. Everybody else, can you keep an open mind to evidence and a long investigation?
I put that up earlier.
Oh, it's like a law school class, actually. Go watch the paper chase.
So it is a circumstantial evidence case, and I do a cheesy analogy for circumstantial evidence because what's better, direct or circumstantial evidence? Direct. Everybody knows that, right? So powdered donuts. You have 2 kids. Who's got 2 kids? Well, your kids are too young to do this scenario, but let's imagine they're a little older. All right. So 2 kids, a bag of powdered donuts. They're not supposed to be eating the donuts before dinner, but you walk in and one kid who happens to be the kid that really loves powdered donuts and asked you 20 minutes ago if you could have a powdered donut, to which you responded no, is covered in powdered donut dust. And the kid says to you, my brother did it. What type of evidence is that? The statement, my brother did it. No, it's not.
What if
That's
that
direct
child
evidence.
tried to?
Direct evidence. I was here. I saw him eat the powdered donut. Never mind that I'm covered in it, right? That's direct evidence. As opposed to circumstantial, which is, what are the circumstances? Circumstances are, this is a kid that loves powdered donuts. This is a kid that just asked me for a donut. This is a kid that's covered in donut. All that's circumstantial, right? So in that case, which evidence is better?
Direct.
Okay, so can you keep an open mind to circumstantial evidence? It gets a bad rap.
Hey,
but
Wait, I
if-
thought I heard somebody say the direct evidence. was better.
One person did, the rest said circumstantial. But here's what I would say if I was when I get
Defense
up there on the
counsel.
defense, that what if the brother, the kid who wanted that donut so badly,
Super
saw-
smart and threw the powdered sugar on the
No.
other brother to blame him. That's what I would
no, saw the other brother about to eat a donut, snatches it out of his hand. The kid gets it back, eats the donut anyway. That one cleans up, and that's why he's got the powdered sugar.
I like in her.
Oh no, mom said no donuts. You're not getting a donut. I didn't get a donut. Snatch.
Yeah, I can see that's good, but would it leave? She said the other kid was covered in powdered sugar dust.
Right.
Would
She should have said-
snatching the
she
donut
should have
out
said
of
on
your
his
other
lips. Had a piece of donut on his lip.
had a piece of donut hanging from
Yeah,
his.
snatching it from him could put powdered sugar everywhere.
Or the other example is that the really smart brother just grabbed a little handful of powdered sugar and tossed it on the other brother and said, "Yeah, see, he did it. I didn't
No,
eat
but
shit."
the one covered in the donut is saying he did it. That's what
I
she's
know.
saying.
I know.
Oh, right. So I see what you're saying. He
Yeah.
did this to blame me.
Right. Exactly. I've been framed.
I need you to be open to it. Can everybody nod? I can be open to that. Thank you. All right. Somebody say something? Okay, witnesses. Cooperating defendant testimony. What? I guess I just want you to agree to keep an open mind to it. This is a person who's been involved in the crime, and you absolutely should consider that character of that person and what motivations that person may have in play. You should consider that. But can you keep, that doesn't necessarily mean they're lying, right? They can also be telling the truth. Can you agree with that?
So I'll tell you, she decided not to
Is there
ask
anybody that feels like I cannot
too many questions about
keep an
that?
open mind to the possibility that a cooperating co-defendant might be telling the truth? What about you, number 6? You keep an open mind to that? Is it possible that a cooperating co-defendant could be telling the truth, maybe to try to get something for themselves, but could be telling the truth? 15? 14? 13, why does a cooperating co-defendant come forward?
Could be cover their own tracks.
Could be what?
Cover their own tracks.
To cover their own tracks. Yeah, to put it off on somebody else. Okay, good. What else? What else could motivate a cooperating co-defendant? 19? You're on ice, 19. I actually have a volunteer, number 6. They have a deal?
You can't hear, I'm sorry.
Well, please speak up.
They got a deal to shorten their sentence.
Yeah, they might be trying to get something to help themselves. Does that mean they're lying? No, it could mean that. But it could mean they're telling the truth to get something. Is that right? Do you agree with that, 19? Okay, can you keep an open mind to that type of testimony and weigh it with all the other evidence in the case? You're going to observe the witness. You're going to hear what they say. You're going to see if it fits with everything else. And you're going to make a decision about their credibility based on all that, including the fact that they have this motive or whatever. Can you do that? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. Unsavory witnesses. That's a very nice way of putting this topic. So there could be witnesses in the case that you all do not want to have a beer with or a cup of tea with. Okay? Can you keep an open mind to the testimony of someone who is different from you and lives your life differently from the way you live your life? Number one, can you do that?
Yeah.
Two, can you do that? Everybody?
It was a smart way to ask the question because they were all
If
going
you
to
don't
agree.
hear a particular type of evidence that you're expecting, can you keep an open mind to the type of whatever evidence that there is and render a verdict based on that? I just don't want you guys to walk in thinking, oh, there's no gun. Can't convict of a murder without a gun. You know, is there anybody that's like that? There's a particular thing that you require. Inconsistencies. Would you all expect the testimony to be completely consistent or there to be some inconsistencies? Let's say we're going to have a 2-week trial. You're going to hear from witnesses every day, all day for the period of 2 weeks. Are we going to have any inconsistencies? 17.
Purely a guess, but based on the duration, probably somewhere in there.
Okay. Every single one of you went back in the room back there and answered the questions in private. And I was sitting back there, Ms. Dugan was sitting back there, and we were wearing the same outfits all day. If we isolated each one of you and asked you, what can you tell me about what Ms. Dugan was wearing yesterday or the day that you were back there? Let's assume it was all the same day. Do you think we could get some inconsistencies? Might get some blue, some black, dark pants. I think it was, we might get a lot of different answers, right? Does that mean that anyone's lying? Okay. Now, you all will have to weigh inconsistencies, which are going to occur naturally in a case like this. And you will decide, is this a point on which this inconsistency is important and equals a reasonable doubt versus this doesn't matter at all, right? Can you do that?
I
All right,
love
so all
these
crimes
questions.
have elements. The judge will give you the elements of the crimes, and I will be responsible, and with Ms. Dugan's help, of proving each of the crimes were committed. And that means proving each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 7, what does a killer look like? Yeah.
Please speak up, number 7.
A little louder, Pete.
What does a killer look like? Wow.
No default. Really? They can look like anything?
Yes.
Who disagrees with that? Can a killer look like anything? Number 1?
Yeah. Anybody. Can be taken.
Anybody. Can it look like your grandmother? My young people? Number 5. Can a killer look like a granny?
I mean, it's not like you can picture, but like anyone is capable of has the capacity to kill someone.
You could keep an open mind to the possibility that a grandmother could be a killer. And that's kind of a tough one. And everyone keep an open mind to that possibility.
Yes.
For my folks that have been divorced, any custody battles? Raise your paddle if you've been involved in a custody battle. Okay, so just divorces. Anybody in a particularly messy divorce? Ugly divorce?
There we go.
Highly litigious divorce. Anybody go to court for their divorce? Did go to court, okay, but it was not particularly nasty.
He never showed up. So
Oh.
it was
Made it really easy.
Okay. Okay, so you guys haven't personally experienced this, but does everyone agree that those types of issues, domestic issues, divorces, custody battles, those are things that are highly emotionally charged? Yes. Okay. May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
All right, got some blooping. God, her hair is a mess, dude. It's like, I don't understand how they let her come in there with her hair looking crazy like that.
May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Oh, jeez. What does a killer look like?
For my folks that have been on a jury before, what is a hung jury? Number 22?
The jury cannot reach the decision.
Because the jury has to be what? Unanimous. And that means it has to be the verdict of each juror as well as the jury as a whole. So, my shy guys, can you speak up and make sure this is your verdict? Not sure I've identified exactly who you are. I think number 6 is a little bit of a shy guy, and you already told me you could
Shy
do it.
guy.
Who else considers themselves a little shy? Nobody.
At first I am, but once you get to know me.
Okay. Are you going to return a verdict that's your verdict?
Yeah.
What if you get back there and everybody's against you?
But this is someone's life, so I don't really care about it.
Okay. I would encourage you to listen to your fellow jurors, and if you
Sure.
change your mind, great, because your mind's changed, and it's then your verdict.
Right.
But I just want to make sure I've got folks that aren't going to be like, it's Friday night or whatever, Everybody promise to do that? All right. Anybody have something you feel like you need to tell me? I didn't ask the right question. I didn't call on you. Something you think I should know about you that's related to the topics we've touched on. All right. Thank you very much.
Well done. Well done.
Before the defense inquires, we are going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes. You'll have an opportunity to
All right.
stretch your legs.
Well, actually, you can just look until
Slide.
they come back. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because we have about 40 minutes of blooping. All right. Okay. All right, defense's turn.
Can everyone here agree that 12 heads are better than one? Shake your head.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, it's important right now for you to understand that. We're not trying to trick you. There are no right or wrong answers. We want to know what you believe. Now, during this process, would it be wrong of me if I were to ask you for your each individual own worldview? We all have our own biases, resentments, beliefs. And I need to know, and I'm going to ask you to share with me, whether or not you're going to carry that with you into the jury box. Now, there's a concept that has gained momentum recently, and that is the concept of implicit bias. Does anyone here know what that is?
So pause it, Bay.
No? Okay. Well, I'm gonna.
So we always start I'm Allison Mata. I'm a criminal defense attorney, and it is my role to make sure the process is fair, to make sure the Constitution is followed, and the defendant's rights are protected. Do any of you have any issue with the role of a criminal defense attorney? Do any of you believe that if the state says something, it's probably more true than if the defense attorney says it? And so I always start out there before I even get to police. He sort of jumped right in without, you can see right away he just didn't establish a rapport from the jump. I mean, maybe he'll get there, but
He asked that great question, though. Aren't 12 heads better than one? You didn't think that was a great rapport building?
yeah.
Yeah, it was not great.
All right, put it at 1.25.
Oh, we're going to speed this cat up?
See how it goes.
Okay. Playback speed. Yeah, I don't like that Court TV doesn't have captions for whatever reason. It's weird. Because it's a
Try to explain it briefly. Now, we all want to see ourselves as fair. Can we agree to that? Yes? Okay. We all want to believe that we're rational. Can we agree to that? Unfortunately, studies have shown that despite our best intentions, none of us are free from these biases. Implicit bias refers to unconsciously held beliefs that don't necessarily reflect our conscious belief. So, for example, you walked into the courtroom either Tuesday or Wednesday, and you saw a gentleman in a black robe. When we see someone like that, we can assume that they're a judge. And you made that decision pretty quickly. Is that correct? Okay. So what if you were to walk into a supermarket, and there's a big burly guy with a long beard, clad in leather, and he's walking to a motorcycle? Let's see.
Juror number
5. When you see that, do you see someone who's adventurous? How about dangerous?
Can't hear him.
Now, you're making a quick judgment when you see something like that, right?
Need the captions.
I'm sorry? Yes. Now, in that same token, you all walked in, whether it was yesterday, Tuesday, or today, and you look over at the defense table, and you see my client, Mrs. Adelson. Do you wonder to yourself, I wonder what she did? Number 2, you think to yourself, I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she is accused of doing?
I don't look that far into it. I mean, I know it from the next person, so I'll just hear it from that person.
Okay. What about number 9?
Babe, check your text.
I am working on it right
Well,
now.
which one did you ask yourself? I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she's accused of doing?
Neither.
Did anyone ask that question of themselves, or say that to themselves? Number 23.
Yeah, I was wondering, what she is accused of.
Okay. I saw a paddle over here. Number 25. What did you think?
Yeah, I did. I think it's discrimination. I'm curious. I wonder what this person wants.
Now, do any of you have anxiety or claustrophobic that if you're in lengthy deliberations that you might want to just leave the jury room? Anyone at all? Now, going back to implicit bias briefly, does everyone here agree, let's start on the first row, that you will make an effort to be conscious of implicit bias when you're considering the evidence in this case? Second row. Third row. Thank you. Now, when we were back in the jury room the last couple of days, some of you answered some of the questions I think I might be able to, or I believe so. And you recall that we asked you to clarify that. First row? Okay. Why do you think we asked you that? Anyone?
Because sometimes, I say, just about every day in our lives, we face bias because we have a perspective of what the world should be. And we can only deal with bias if we get consciously are aware of how we feel and what's going on around us.
Thank you. Does everyone agree with that response? I need verbal.
Yes.
Thank you. So if a witness were to say, I think I saw this, is that the same as them saying, I saw this?
No.
Another important point.
All right, babe. Oh,
I want to go to number 6.
sorry, guys. We're going to switch over
Switch over to what?
to long crime, and so that we have the closed captioning. I'm taking, yeah.
But Mandy's got to put the thing back on. Switch it. That's why I asked her to keep those 2 demo scenes so we could just flip between.
All right, I got us just about at the exact same spot.
Another important point, and I want to go to number 6. If you are selected as a juror and you hear the evidence and testimony, you go back into the jury room, are you able to say to another juror, well, that witness didn't say that they saw it. They said that they thought that they saw it.
Yeah.
Or they didn't tell you what somebody said, but what they think they overheard.
Yeah.
You can point that out. Number 12. Could you do that as well?
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
I'm sorry?
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
Number 11.
Good.
Number 16. Yes?
Yes.
Number 17.
Yes.
Ms. Kappelman covered the leader, so some of what I was going to cover has already been addressed, so I'm not going to repeat it, and certainly not here to waste your time. Number 23, would you say that you're naturally skeptical?
Yes.
Okay, when I ask that, what do you think that I mean?
Like, today's going to be a great day. And sometimes you're like, yeah, this something can go wrong. You better not, put all your eggs in one basket, so to say, and think everything's going to be great. You have to be open and know things can go wrong.
Do you question when somebody says something to you? Would you question whether or not they're being honest?
Yes.
How do you determine whether or not they're being honest with you?
The normal things, look person in the eye, if they're fidgeting in their seat or, not able to stay still or, they have conflicting statements or whatever.
Let's see. Number 19. Would you agree with that? Are you skeptical? Are you naturally skeptical?
Depends on the situation.
Give us an example.
Oh, well, like he said, it's going to be a great day. I have to keep an open mind because I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
You trailed off at the end.
I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
Are you hopeful?
Not really.
Today might be a bad example. Now, you previously served on a jury. You said it was in California?
Correct.
Things are a little bit different out there?
A little bit, yeah.
In trials, I mean.
Well, the way you guys did this time is different. I'm assuming it's because it's sensitive information. So.
You said that you didn't want to have to do it again. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bad experience?
No, I was not. I don't know. It was different than I was thinking, but it wasn't like horrible.
Let's see. Number 13. How do you avoid misunderstandings with people?
Through conversation.
Can you give us some techniques?
Primarily through asking questions to not only hear what they're saying, but then to get at what they're intending to communicate as well. both verbally and then non-verbally.
So it's important to listen. Number 14. Do you agree? Any other examples of how to avoid misunderstandings? Anyone at all? I'm going to call it yes, number 16.
Being aware of what you've actually been told versus what assumptions you're making.
I couldn't hear you.
Being
Sorry.
aware of what information you've actually received versus what assumptions you've made.
Okay, so avoiding assumptions. Okay. Number 12, I saw your.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's good to confirm your understanding of what someone has said, if that's possible.
So in other words, repeating back what somebody has said to you to confirm that you understood it the way they intended.
Exactly.
Number 23. I'm sorry, number 11.
Yes, sir.
When you were falsely arrested, how did you feel about the criminal justice system?
I was a bit irritated with it at the time.
Okay. How long did it take to correct?
About 3 weeks in total. I was bailed out immediately, so I only spent about 8 hours in a holding cell, but about 3 weeks of back and forth before I was fully cleared.
It's actually pretty quickly.
I thought so, but I was rather persistent.
Number 23, you agreed that that was a pretty quick turnaround?
Oh, yes, yes.
By a show of hands, does anyone think that the state could make a mistake? Yes?
Here we go.
What about law enforcement? What about the state's theory of a case? Did anyone think that the state could be wrong in their theory of what happened?
Yes.
Did anyone not raise their hand? 23?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
I was about to
Now-
write that down.
Does anyone know people who keep large amounts of cash on hand? That's number 26. Do they have a distrust of the banking system?
Yes.
Now, I know at least my generation, my grandparents and my great-grandparents certainly had a distrust of the banking system. Great Depression, people lost everything, right? I think we're starting to get into a point where I might not be able to relate with some people. Number 6, do you think that it would be inappropriate or illegal for someone to keep large amounts of cash? Number 24. Have you ever made or received a personal call while you were around other people? What did you do so that those individuals didn't hear your conversation?
Usually ask to be excused.
You walk away?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
What if you couldn't walk away? How do you convey what you're trying to convey?
Then I usually ask if I can call back to the person.
So you would either try to walk away or you would continue the conversation another time.
Right.
What if neither one of those were options?
Well,
Would you be vague?
Yeah, because if I'm trying to get, especially if I'm working, a lot of times I couldn't take a phone call.
So I think that this is overstepping into, highlighting to the jury what they're about to see here, by the way that he's like, would you be vague if you couldn't walk away during a phone call? Like, he's getting very specific to the facts of this case. But he's not getting any objections. And so let's just keep going.
Well, I wouldn't answer. So
What if the person that you're with is the one who gets the call or makes the call? How do you know what's discussed?
you can, a lot of times hear what they're talking about.
But what if you can't hear? They walk out and you can't hear. Do you know what's discussed?
No.
Now, if the person comes back and tells you what was discussed, do you know whether or not that was true?
No.
By a show of hands, has anyone ever said something that they regretted? Thank you.
He doesn't follow up on it. He's just not good at this. He's not as good as Georgia is.
I know that nobody, and correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody here has ever worked in law enforcement, correct? Okay. Has anyone received any courses or done any type of law enforcement training? Even those that were in the military. Number 13.
Yes, some.
Can you tell us?
Side, it would have to be a sidebar.
Okay.
Due to the nature.
Understood. Anyone else? What about private security, private investigation?
That guy's talking
Anyone?
about.
Does anyone here like to travel? Got a few that don't. You don't like to travel? Number 9?
No, sir.
Okay. For those of us who like to travel, let me pick on somebody. Who raised their hand?
Vietnam
25.
here.
Is it generally less expensive to stay in an Airbnb or a hotel for a lengthy trip?
Oh, maybe not.
I guess it depends on the area, but I guess recently Airbnbs kind of seem to be cheaper.
Now, there were a few people, and I didn't see the hands that have been involved in a divorce. Actually, number 11, you've been divorced?
Divorced?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it? Did you have young children at the time?
I did.
But was it amicable?
It was.
Anyone not have an amicable divorce who's been divorced?
It's been asked, buddy.
Okay. Did you say things about your ex or soon-to-be ex that you didn't really believe?
Did she do that to
Sorry?
you?
No, it was pretty cordial.
Oh, it's pretty cordial. Okay.
For me on my side.
Oh, on your side.
I was pretty nice.
What about the other side?
Yeah,
Not quite as much.
I would not.
Do you know how she spoke about you during the divorce?
Yeah.
Was it nice? And that same note, by a show of hands, has anyone ever spoken poorly or said mean things about somebody else? Pretty much everyone. Does that mean that you hated the person? Anyone? The fact that there are no paddles up tells me that doesn't mean they hated them.
I think it means we're just mad at time.
Thank you. By a show of hands or paddles, has anyone jumped to a conclusion before? You hesitated.
Well, I don't like to admit, but I suppose I.
We're human. We tend to do that. It's not just analytics. We also have emotions that come into play. And that's how we interpret things, right? Now, for all of us who have jumped to conclusions, was our initial conclusion always correct? No. By a show of hands, has anyone had a knee-jerk reaction? You know, said something in that moment? Pretty much everybody? Okay. Number 7, did you later realize that you misinterpreted what was said? You're human. By a show of hands, has anyone ever planned a party?
The judge asked for a sidebar. It's like, where are you going with this? Or maybe it's a timing thing that they got to feed this jury. Let's see.
Now, I'm a visual person. So I wanted to list out some things that I wanted to talk to you about. So we're going to start with some definitions and concepts that I want to see how you interpret it. We're going to talk about the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, jailhouse snitches, and we're also going to talk about some of the legal concepts that you're going to be asked to determine. Now, I think we've made it pretty clear. The law is going to be coming from the bench. I want to make sure that you can follow the law and that you understand what you're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to call on somebody new. Number 18. Can you tell us what a presumption is?
When you are making an assumption.
Is it an assumption? Now, it's just like the presumption of proof of innocence. You're not making an assumption there, are you? It's something that you believe up until a point, right? Does everyone agree with that? So, for example, you're supposed to presume that Mrs. Adelson is innocent up to the point if the state can prove their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? What is beyond a reasonable doubt? We're going to get to that.
Nobody wants to speak up.
Now, Ms. Kaplan had already talked a little bit about what direct evidence is and what circumstantial evidence is, right? Does anyone feel like we need to go over that again? Number 17?
Yep.
Okay. Now, something else that came up. The state indicated a moment ago that evidence comes from the state, indicated their table. Evidence actually comes from the witness stand and in the form of exhibits, things that are presented to you.
And testimony.
It's important for you to understand what I say, what Ms. Fulford says, what either the prosecutor say isn't evidence. It's argument. Number 20. You understand that?
Yes.
Number 14? Or yes. You understand that? So if you interpret evidence different than we argue, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it.
I'm sorry?
Discuss it.
And you're going to discuss it back in the jury room. Good. Does everyone agree with him?
Yes.
I have one confused look. Number 19? So if you interpret something different than what the state or defense argue it to be, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it, like I said.
How do you determine whether or not the state's right or the defense is right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Can anyone offer any suggestions? Yes.
Ask to review the testimony.
What else?
Reviewing it.
I'm sorry.
Evidence.
Okay, so look at the evidence again.
To that point also, the court will give you specific instructions on how to weigh the evidence when we reach that point. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, presumption of innocence, we touched on it briefly. It's important. You must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. As we sit here today, you've heard no evidence. Mrs. Adelson is innocent. The presumption stays with her as to each material allegation in the indictment, unless it's overcome by evidence. So by things that you're going to get up there, beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that legal concept? Shaking the heads. Yes, thank you. It's the state's burden to prove that. So a few moments ago, I asked if anyone could define reasonable doubt. It's kind of, there's a definition. The judge didn't give it to you. We'll probably go over it throughout different points in the trial. But I find it easier to use some examples. Because presuming someone is innocent is not how our mind usually works. So let's see. Number 5. Let's say this morning on your way in, you pull into the parking garage and you see a motorcycle cop pulling somebody over. What do you think? What do you think happened?
Presume they broke some type of traffic law or something.
You don't think to yourself, I wonder why that cop pulled that innocent person over, do you? Did anyone think that? Thank you. You probably thought, glad it wasn't me. That guy was speeding. That's the way our minds normally work. You see someone get pulled over, you're like, oh, they ran a red light, they were speeding. And as I said earlier, you may have done that when you walked into the courtroom this morning. Now, just because you think that way doesn't mean you're not qualified to serve on the jury. But it does mean that we can't have that kind of thinking interfere with part of your deliberative process. Does anyone here think that because law enforcement arrested Mrs. Adelson and the state has decided to charge her, and that we've got all the way here to trial, does that make you think that she is guilty in any way? And I'm going to start with number 22. Does that make you think that she's guilty in any way?
In a way.
In a way?
In a way. Because why the state wastes a lot of resources, time, and money to convict someone that might not be guilty.
Does anyone agree with number 22?
She's off. He's lining her off. I'm lining her off. Absolutely do not. put
Anyone
the
else?
juror on.
To an extent.
I'm sorry?
Who said
To an
that?
extent.
To an extent? What do
Who
you mean?
said that?
It wouldn't, in my mind, make sense for the state to spend, I'm assuming at this point, maybe 10, 11 years going after a person that they didn't believe was guilty or that they had no reason to go after a person for that long.
Thank you for your honesty.
Who's this?
Does anyone else agree with that perspective?
Gosh.
I don't think that it necessarily makes her guilty verdict, but I do think that to make it to trial at this point, there has to, at some point in our legal system, been enough substantial evidence or witness testimony or things that they found for it to be got to this point and not run out along the way. It's like, hey, there's not enough here, so there's something. But
Wow.
it's on the jury to figure that out.
So with that,
Now, most of you know, and we started to get into this actually with our interview or our show with Dave Yannetti. You can't challenge a probable cause determination once the jury indicts. You know, not unless there's some sort of misconduct, but it takes very little and credibility doesn't come into play, and there's no way for you to be like, wait, that's ridiculous. The jury should have never found probable cause. It's basically impossible to attack pretrial. But this is not for people who don't follow trials. This is probably not an unusual thought to have, which is that, well, I'm assuming that all of the checks and balances in place pretrial, the court's already heard facts, evidence, witnesses before we get to this point. Well, no, not in our system. So let's see how the lawyer deals with this.
So there's something, but the burden is that again, it's on the jury to figure that out.
So with that in mind, is that belief that you have, is that something that you're going to carry into the jury room?
I think it's a belief that I carry into the jury room that we have to listen to that evidence and decide if it's credible or not. And that's why you have a jury.
But I guess it was a poorly worded question. The fact that you believe that it's gotten this far, does that gives you some idea that Mrs. Adelson is guilty?
Not that necessarily, like I said, not that she's guilty verdict, but that there's credibility to some evidence that potentially may point that way, which is why we're sitting here today. I wouldn't just assume that it's just all ours.
Please tell me what number juror he is.
Would you say that you're pro law enforcement?
What number is he?
So law enforcement conducts an investigation. They believe that they have probable cause. They make an arrest. You give that some weight.
Yep.
You also said earlier that they could be wrong.
So follow up.
How do we determine if they're wrong?
By what we're doing right now.
And just to be clear, the defense doesn't have to prove anything to you.
Right.
Okay. Does anyone think that it's not fair that the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt?
I'm just going to say what you saw Georgia do when she was confronted with something like that. For example, she did it no matter what the answer was or what they were talking about. She did it with whether or not the person who shoots the gun is legally liable. And then she went back and said, just so everyone knows, under the laws of this state, if you, even if you don't point the gun, if you're involved in planning it, you're equally responsible, He could have said, well, just to be clear, under the law, there is, and I don't know if this was indicted, but just say, there is a probable cause determination where neither the court nor a grand jury needs to hear from any eyewitnesses. It can be just a police officer talking there, and there is no other opportunity pre-trial to challenge that probable cause finding. Do any of you have an issue with that? And then somehow put it into a question, because you can't have jurors thinking that somewhere along the line, evidence and witnesses were presented to anything above, what we know happens at a grand jury proceeding. So he should have done a little more there, in my estimation.
Out with evidence and testimony that the defense doesn't have to do anything? Let's go continue with the discussion.
Hold on one moment. Juror 26 has a pedal.
I was just gonna say that, somebody accused me of something.
Here you
I
go.
want to speak up and say whether I did it or not, because I want to defend myself. And I want that opportunity to say,
And that's fair. Now, concept in our legal system is the defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. The judge is going to instruct you that if my client chooses not to testify, you can't hold that against her. Can you follow that instruction?
No, it's, oh, yes, definitely, yeah, just personally, I think that, there should be some kind of response, but you're obviously the response for this.
Certainly. And I think that's human nature, that if someone says, well, you did this, we want to speak up and defend ourselves. But in a courtroom in this country, the defendant doesn't have to do that.
I think there's a time and place to speak up about things.
I don't disagree.
Who is
You're going to
that?
hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she doesn't testify.
Absolutely.
Would anyone here hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she chooses not to testify?
All right. So he's moving on. I absolutely would not do this. I would absolutely probe. I do it all of the time right here in this. So this woman was saying, well, there's a time and a place to defend yourself. And even though I understand she doesn't have to, I would. I mean, she's pretty much saying, I do expect to hear from the defendant, and I might take some sort of negative connotation from not. So he should have probed here. I would have said, is anyone, and this is what I do. I say, because obviously they're going to answer the question like, oh, you understand they don't have a right. And you can abide by that and you won't hold it against her, right? Right. Yeah. But so I always say, in the back of your mind, are you going to be thinking, I really wish I would have heard from her. I really think if she didn't do it, she would have spoke up. Are you going to be thinking that? Because I want to get people to say what this person is saying. And then I want to expand on it and get other people to say it. And then it might be the appropriate time to say, like he started to, like in a court of law, there's a lot of reasons why someone who would love to stand up and fight for their innocence and give you their side of things might not testify. Can you guys come up with some reasons? I'm sure someone's gonna say, well, their lawyer told them not to, or they've got a shitty personality, or whatever. So if he doesn't circle back to this, shame on him. I'm sure he marked that juror that he's not going to he's going to use one of his strikes on that juror, and whichever other juror it was who also kind of chimed in saying that, I might want to hear from somebody. But
So let's go back to what beyond a reasonable doubt means.
just skip right over that. You don't have to prove a case.
I'm going to give you another example. We've been in here for a while. There are no windows to the outside. So we walk outside when we're done, and the sidewalk and the road is wet. Is it reasonable to think that a fire truck drove down the road and sprayed everything to get it wet? Anyone thinks that's reasonable? No, that's not reasonable. In that context, can somebody volunteer what would be reasonable? Wait, we're in Florida. Does that happen?
Every day.
So we're defining what is reasonable. Does reasonable mean likely to happen? Is that what the judge is going to instruct you? Number two. So would you disagree with the statement that proof beyond a reasonable doubt means most likely to happen?
No, it's not most likely to happen. There's rarely like the case where it has every single aspect of evidence to it. So
Shit. Someone tell me what number he's on.
I've been using these examples for a long time, and I think this is the first time that I haven't had to come back and say no, because most people would agree with likely. Standard is not most likely. It's not probably. It's not most convincing. So there are different levels of proof. And I think that you heard either the judge or Ms. Kappelman at some point talk about this. So at the bottom of the scale is reasonable suspicion. That's what's typically enough for an arrest. Or, I'm sorry, enough for an officer to stop someone, pat them down. Probable cause, what's necessary to get a warrant. Okay, so now where on that scale we are, who knows? But that's enough to get a warrant, enough to arrest somebody. You got preponderance of the evidence, which is a civil standard. It's more likely than not.
Could have used that to
And
circle
you have
back.
clear and convincing evidence.
People who
That
think
is what's required for the state to take your children from you. And at the top of that scale, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, that's the standard. So when you think about the state's burden of proof, how do you think about that from an operational standpoint? What is the state required to do? So let's go back to the chart. Who have I not called on? Number 8. Is the standard that you're going to be carrying forward into that jury room the side which convinces me the most?
No, your side doesn't have to convince me of anything. It's only the state that needs to provide evidence.
Can both the state and the defense make arguments that you disagree with?
Oh, sure.
That you believe that evidence does not support?
They could, yeah.
What are you going to do at that point?
Reconsider the evidence, deliberate with my peers.
If the state has only proved something probable or possible, what are you going to do?
Well, it really needs to, I got to get the
Say not
abiding
guilty.
conviction of guilt. So I really need to feel that conviction that your client would be guilty after seeing all the evidence and testimony.
But that's exactly my point. If the state doesn't do that, you stop. It's not guilty. You understand that?
Yeah, that's what it says.
So in the definition, one of the words that you're going to see in there is exclusion. The state has to exclude every reasonable doubt. They have to eliminate it. Does anyone here at all, starting the first row, believe that they're going to have a hard time holding the state to their burden? They have to exclude every reasonable doubt. Anyone in the first row? Second row.
So when you say that, you mean that the state has to discount every other possible, like exclude to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, like
Right.
prove to me that it's not possible?
Yes.
Don't use the word possible.
Okay.
So if in argument, the defense were to say, give alternatives or a different explanation,
Or you decide
and
one on your
believe
own.
that to be
Possible.
a reasonable doubt. If the state doesn't exclude that, then what is your response going to be?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Gotcha, thank you.
Does everyone understand that?
They do have to exclude all other possibilities.
I can make it real easy.
Before you go to the next.
No, I can go past it. Yeah.
That thing's loud.
Not the next slide yet. Okay, so one of the things that the court's going to instruct you is that a reasonable doubt arises from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. So this is another place where I like to use a hypothetical. And for this one, we're going to adopt the bank robbery hypothetical that Ms. Kaplan was talking about earlier. So the hypothetical is someone goes in and robs a bank. Witnesses identify the defendant. There's obviously surveillance video showing somebody that is consistent with the defendant's features. So
Wait, isn't that his own co-counsel? What is happening here? Co-counsel just asked to approach? Huh, what is happening? Bloop, 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 bloop.
Prospective jurors.
Let's see.
We are going, or excuse me, prospective jurors, we're just going to take a brief break for the moment, give you an opportunity to stand up and stretch your legs if you need to. I recognize that we are going through this process and it has been lengthy.
start that hypo over. Okay, so I'm gonna start that hypo over. So reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. And so a hypothetical, the bank robbery, someone goes in, witnesses identify the defendant from the stand, video evidence shows the defendant on the surveillance. Closing argument, the defense attorney gets up and argues that the state didn't put on any evidence to show that it wasn't the defendant's twin brother. How do you know it wasn't his twin? What kind of doubt would that be? Let's go to number 20. What kind of doubt would that be?
Reasonable.
Does anyone agree with her? Number 23, you grimaced. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep confusing these two. The chart's different. Number 11.
Yeah, that's a double. I don't know.
That's speculative. There's been no evidence the defendant has a twin. Now, the defendant took the stand in that case, testified that he has an identical twin brother who is a bank robber, and oh, by the way, I have an alibi. Now it's evidence. You understand the difference? Yes? Okay. That is a doubt which attaches to the evidence from the witness stand that was admitted during the trial. Reasonable doubt. Now, what would the state have to do about that reasonable doubt in order to convict that defendant? They'd have to exclude that doubt, which attaches to the evidence.
His fingerprints versus his brother's?
We're going to get there. Thank you. So let's go back to that hypothetical. In the surveillance video, and the witnesses testify that the robber is wearing a mask, so no one can identify him. Whose fault is that? Is that the state's fault? Number 8, is that the state's fault?
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah. They can't prove who it is. Whose fault is it?
The burden would be on the state.
Right. So there's no identification. So the lack of identification is what?
A reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that same hypothetical.
What happened to
You
the
got a
twin?
mask. Robber's not wearing gloves, and he touches the table. He touches the glass door. You can see all that in the surveillance video. It goes to your fingerprint question. But reasonable doubt can arise from the lack of evidence. In this hypothetical, the detectives never bothered to dust for prints. Would everyone agree that that would be a lack of evidence which bears on a material element of the offense, identity? Would everyone agree to that? And that the state has failed to exclude that by not gathering the evidence. Does anyone disagree with that?
They really get a lot of
Go back to the
leeway
same hypothetical.
in these jury.
Surveillance video shows that the robber's on his phone. The witnesses tell law enforcement that the robber was talking to someone. Law enforcement later seizes that robber's phone, but they never search it to determine if there was a text or call made. Would everyone agree that there's a lack of evidence there?
Yes.
Another way the reasonable doubt can arise is based on a conflict in the evidence. In the hypothetical that I just gave you, can someone identify any potential conflicts?
I can't even. What the fuck are you talking about?
Off the top of my head.
I don't know where you're
What if
going.
they were to dust the table or glass for fingerprints, but it's not conclusive?
What if the guy was somebody who visited the place earlier and could be seen doing the exact same thing?
Now the state.
He just ignores the guy.
Move on.
He just ignored the guy.
Does anyone agree that
What-
witnesses
What happened?
that are going to come and take the stand are not actors? Does anyone expect to see what you would see if you watch a TV program or a movie? Number 13, you were smiling.
I think before stepping into this whole process, there's an idea in your head that's put in there, like I'll tell what it all looks like. When you step in, it kind of is shattered. When you go into the jury, slightly possible that way. So that was the difference between make believe and reality.
And this is what?
This is reality, not entertainment.
Judge is going to instruct you on how to weigh the credibility of witnesses. Now, the state brought up a point, this is something that happened 11 years ago. Does anyone think that if someone doesn't have an accurate memory, that that's something that's going to matter here?
What?
Number 22. That's going to matter?
If the person doesn't have accurate memory, yeah, it would be negative because sort of hold information on the evidence being provided to jurors. Sorry, say that part again.
Already line through 22.
The information that you can provide to the juror will not be accurate.
How do you determine if someone is giving you an accurate answer? Would you compare it to the other evidence?
We cannot really tell.
I'm sorry.
So we cannot really tell unless you have the videotape or something that you can go back and review.
One of the instructions the judge can give you is you can believe or disbelieve any testimony from any witness. Okay.
So,
Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit about
oh my
co-defendants.
God,
I'm going to talk about something else.
Am I
Performance.
crazy or is this awful? He just says, but the judge is going to tell you you can believe or not believe any witness. And he doesn't follow up to explain why he has just said that. So that being said, what might some of you guys rely on to determine whether you're going to believe or disbelieve a witness? Might you look at the way they hold themselves? Might you compare it to the other evidence and say, well, that's not consistent with the, like, what is he doing? Is it just me or? Okay, you guys all agree. It's his first day. All right, let's keep going.
I call them jailhouse snitches. Why would a jailhouse snitch cooperate with the state? I'm going to call on somebody I haven't called on yet. I haven't called on everybody. Number one, what would motivate a jailhouse snitch?
Special treatment?
Okay. Like what?
I don't know. What kind of amenities can they give? Maybe less time or comfort?
In evaluating the testimony of an informant or a snitch, should you consider what benefit they got in determining whether or not they're being truthful? Number 8, I saw you shaking your head or nodding.
Well, I mean, somebody can be getting a kickback and be telling the truth at the same time.
What do you mean?
I mean, they could have seen something bad happen and get a reduction in the sentence for telling on them. It doesn't mean that the person did something bad or did not do something bad.
So they could get the benefit, but it doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't truthful?
Yeah, I mean, they could be lying or telling the truth. Just because they got, a benefit or anything doesn't weigh on that other side of the equation in my mind.
Why? She asked this very same question. Did the judge ask them to approach? Mm-mm.
Going back on the topic of informants or snitches, we had one opinion that just because they testify doesn't necessarily mean that they're being dishonest.
That's not what they
or
said.
honest. Okay, so we don't know. How do you determine whether they're being honest or dishonest?
The other evidence is presented as well as their body language.
You got to weigh what they're saying against the other evidence, right? Yeah. Now, if you were to learn that the state can offer a benefit to an informant or a snitch, and it could be financial, could be favorable treatment, or anticipation of favorable treatment, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? And I'm going to go number 7. Is that fair or unfair?
I don't even know what you asked me.
Number 6. Number 5. Number 22. It'd be balanced.
Yeah.
Number 4. Yes. Number 24.
5.
5. Number 2.
Would you repeat that question?
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself?
On what?
If you were to learn that the state compensated or gave a benefit to an informant.
That'd be fair.
Okay. Number 1.
Scale to 1 to 10?
Yes.
6.
Number 8.
Initially, I feel like it's unfair, but when you think about it, no one does anything for free. And there's going to be a lot of risk to, coming out against a lot of folks that also could be in jail.
So it's a balance?
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward. And I think the higher the reward, the more of a risk someone is willing to take for that reward.
Does everyone agree with that? Yeah. Getting a lot of head nods. Okay. Number 9.
I'd say it's equal. 5.
23.
I agree with mostly what he said. If it's
Are you referring to number 8, sir?
yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Number 11.
Number 5.
Number 12. Number 13.
In the 4 or 5 range.
Which one was
Number
fair and which
14.
one was unfair? God.
Sorry?
sakes.
Number 25.
Oh, fair.
I say it's a 4 because the state didn't have more influence to pressure, whereas the other side would not have the same advantage.
Number 20. Can't read my own handwriting. Ma'am.
I'm 25. I think you said she was 25.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yes. Thank you.
About 5.
About a 5?
Yeah.
20?
5.
19? 18?
Is it legal?
It's legal.
Then it's fair.
Number 17?
You can go with 7 as well.
16?
It'd be hard for me to say, just that general circumstance really depends case by case.
Just a moment.
So anyone that gave a 4 or a 5 would be getting an asterisk, a good asterisk in my book, because they're questioning more jailhouse snitch. His question sucked. It was such a bad question.
Defense can do that as well. Does anyone think that the defense should have the same benefit there? The defense can do that as well? No?
Do what? You're not.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Could the defense offer a benefit to a witness? If I were to tell you that we can't. Number 24. Is that fair that we can't do that?
I know that's cannot. Yeah.
Right. Is that fair?
I don't know. I just know it's law. We cannot.
Right. Number 14.
I think it's fair because the burden's on them to prove their case.
Fair. Now, has anyone here heard that a description of the role of a juror as having a duty to deliberate about the facts? Anyone? Getting some slight head nods. Once you decide the facts, you apply the law to those facts.
Yeah. What about it?
What is deliberate mean? Let's see. Number 19. What does deliberate mean?
What's this, a quiz?
Discuss the facts of the case with the villagers.
You trailed off at the end. I'm sorry.
To discuss the case with the villagers and the jury.
Does everyone agree with that? Yes. What does it take to deliberate? Do you think carefully? Consult with each other? Getting some head nods? Does anyone here, bless you, anyone ever just engaged in a family discussion around the dinner table? Show of hands. Are there informal rules for that? Number 7. What are the rules at your house?
Well, my dinner table has an 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and a 2-year-old. So right now the big rule is don't talk over your siblings and everybody gets to tell their part. Everybody gets a voice to be heard.
And I've had children that age before. It can be somewhat difficult to wrangle them. How do you encourage them to follow those rules?
Sometimes with stern authority, but most of the time with the illustration of, hey, you want everyone to listen to you when you're talking, so you need to be quiet while your sister talks. I try to model that for them myself too.
So you redirect them. Sometimes you got to be stern, but you try to redirect them and you try to use your own methods of showing them an example. Now, for those of us who have older children, let's see.
Man, this guy's.
Number 11. I know what it's like to have 4 children. How did you determine whether the family discussion was successful?
The hell is wrong with this guy? These questions are so.
Also speak at each other. That discussion took place was a success in my house.
I can relate. Now, would it be accurate to say that the end result, the conclusion that is reached, coincided with your initial conclusion?
What?
Not necessarily.
Now, if you felt strongly that your way was the right way, would you be capable of standing up to them and saying, I believe this, I hear you, I respect you, but I disagree?
Absolutely. That's exactly how it was in my household. We have the right to your opinion as well. Let's all try to understand each other and respect each other.
I mean, just make this about deliberations
So in other words,
outright.
can you accept that sometimes we just don't reach an agreement?
Absolutely.
Now,
Oh,
number
look at him trying
6.
to sneak in hung jury.
I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you were engaged in that conversation and you disagree with everybody else's conclusion, but it's 6 o'clock on a Friday,
There you go.
and you're hungry, are you going to change your opinion so you could go get something to eat? I don't think so. Does everyone remember why that statement causes me concern? Are you going to change your opinion? Anyone here willing to change their opinion if they believe that their interpretation is correct? Anyone? Getting crickets.
I'll change my opinion if the evidence suits it. My opinion's not set in stone or anything.
Well, let's back up a little bit. If you believe strongly after having this discussion
After
that you're right,
deliberations, just use
you're gonna change your
deliberations.
opinion so that everybody can go home.
Lord, what? Who's
There'd
that?
be a lot of peer pressure. I could see that, but I mean, me personally, my opinion goes out in publication and all kinds of stuff that we stake our reputation on that as PhDs. So only good concrete facts really change my opinion.
So short answer would be no, you wouldn't change your opinion.
No.
Would anyone change their opinion so that they could go home? I'm getting shake. Okay, great.
Could have done that so much better. We talked about it earlier. I'm not going to pause it again. I'm
Are
about
there
to speed this
topics
up
that you
more.
should not
My
discuss when you're
God.
back in the jury room? Anyone want to volunteer an example?
Anything you may have heard secondhand inadvertently through somebody, work, home.
What about
You better
whether the
come
defendant
forward.
should testify? Is that something that you should discuss back there? What does it mean if the defendant doesn't testify? You discuss that. Number 7, should you discuss that the prosecutor decided to charge Mrs. Adelson? Well, you said earlier that if we've gotten this far, that it means something, right? Should that be something that you discuss?
No, I just think that's something that gets us to the trial. The only thing we're discussing is what happens in the trial.
Does it matter what clothing I wear or my client wears? Is that something that you should discuss back there? Trying to find somebody to pick on for this. Number 13. Can you give me a definition of something that's, an example of circular reasoning?
What?
It's an argument that plays back upon itself. The argument is used as the evidence or proof that the argument is true.
I'm going to give you an example too. I like that one. I don't think everyone's going to agree with me on this, but good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys or gals. Therefore, law enforcement officers are good, I'm sorry, let me back up. Good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys. I'm a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I don't make mistakes. Circular? It's not accurate, is it? Do we want to avoid that type of reasoning when you're deliberating? Anyone disagree with that?
That was the worst example to give in that scenario, because I'm assuming there might be circular reasoning that deals more with the evidence. This guy, I mean,
Does anyone think that law enforcement officer who testifies
I'd never loved a
should be
prosecutor more.
believed over somebody who's not a law enforcement officer? Anyone? Number 17?
No.
No?
No.
When you're back there, would you be deliberating if you automatically accepted as truthful, without the exercise of any skepticism, the testimony of a law enforcement officer, number 17?
Ask me again, please.
Would you automatically believe
No,
testimony of a law enforcement officer without exercising any skepticism?
No.
You wouldn't be deliberating, would you? You're just accepting what they tell you. You've got to question what is said to you, what is presented. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Does anyone disagree with that? Just going to accept what is presented by the witnesses. Anybody? Good. Now, I'm going to go back to you, number 8. When you're deliberating, you have concluded your conversations. You believe that you're right. You said that you're capable of standing your ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the reverse? You go back there, you believe steadfast in your position, but then somebody else adds something that you hadn't considered. Are you going to then consider that as part of your deliberative process?
Yeah, that's the whole goal. Sure.
One of the instructions that you'll get from the court says that you should use your common sense. Is common sense a process, or is it a result? Let's see. Who do I want to use for this one? Number 2.
Plus, they could process.
And so if common sense is a process, should you automatically accept the state's conclusions without discussing it? What should you do?
I mean, common sense might be common, but it's not always the answer. So you could have something different. So you have to be skeptical of everything. Even common sense can be wrong.
Are you capable of saying, if someone's common sense result, their process leads them to one conclusion, but your common sense process leads you to another, how do you resolve that? Or can it be?
Go back to what you assume is common, the common sense, and kind of discuss those. What's so common about it? What are you hinging the common part of it on? Like, what do you actually think is so reasonable about it?
Thank you.
Number 26. Go ahead.
I don't think we can, in all fairness, always trust our common sense, because I think we all have the same common sense, but circumstances change, and when circumstances change, we need to rethink whatever our common sense is telling us.
Does anyone agree with that? There's some nods. Anyone disagree with it?
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Now, you've heard the court read the charges against my client. One of the things I want you to understand is what's going to be necessary as you are evaluating the evidence. Ms. Kappelman asked, how do you determine someone's intent? Everyone remember that? It's not just, does somebody always say what they intend to happen? Shaking your head? How do you determine it though? With their words?
Yeah, that's part of it, is taking into account, but how they would benefit from it, from body language, what they're telling you, compare that, weigh that against other evidence and what other witnesses said.
Now, what's clear is throughout the case, everyone understand that you don't reach a conclusion until you don't start deliberating until after all the evidence. Okay, so when you get to that point, all the evidence has been presented. At that point in time, you guys then have the opportunity to go back and discuss what the evidence means. Does everyone understand that? Shaking the heads, yes. Now, if the state establishes that there's a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel and that Daniel Markel is dead, does that mean that it was done by the criminal act of my client. You need to be able to separate my client from the other individuals. Does anyone understand that?
Yes, we're still in jury selection.
One thing that we definitely want to discuss. Principle. Ms. Kaplan discussed it earlier. The important thing to take from this is the state's going to have to establish Mrs. Adelson had the conscious intent for Daniel Markel to be killed. How do you determine if someone has that? Number 5, how do you determine if that happens? How do you determine if the state can prove that?
There has to be some sort of evidence, like witness testimony, writing, something along those lines, so there's rehabilitation, some sort of plan.
Now, in the principal instructions, the state's not going to have to prove that Mrs. Adelson was present. Have you heard the term guilt by association? Anybody? Shaking head, yes. Now, there's going to be testimony that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, was convicted. Does that mean, and I want to, anyone, does that mean that my client has any involvement, that she is guilty? Shaking your head, no. Anybody saying yes? Is that conclusive in any way concerning Mrs. Adelson? Shaking of the heads.
You need to probe into this more
Number 7.
differently.
Is that a factor that you're going to consider when you're evaluating the evidence?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. The fact that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, has been convicted of these charges, is that something that you're going to consider when determining whether or not my client is guilty?
Sitting here right now, no, but if the state uses some sort of, I mean, it would just be thrown on to say it has a connection or if they present some evidence, that would have to be considered.
Is it conclusive?
No.
So what you're saying is the state would have to have evidence connecting Mrs. Adelson to her son's actions. They would have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Anyone disagree? Just because he's been convicted doesn't mean that my client is guilty.
Because we can't tell. Are you asking questions or making statements? The hell?
We're trial here.
Oop. Sorry, blew too far.
Before we approached, we were discussing other people's responsibility. There's only one person that's going to be on trial here. Does everyone understand and agree that your feelings about anybody else and whether or not they have any responsibility have nothing to do with Mrs. Adelson's responsibility? Everyone can separate that. Focus your conversations only on Mrs. Adelson. Does everyone agree? Let's see. Looking for somebody with older children.
Going off the rails.
11, I'm
I'm
picking you
falling
again.
asleep with this guy.
Kids ever lie to you when they were growing up? Say it again.
Absolutely.
How did you determine if they were lying?
I have pretty good kids, so normally they felt guilty enough to come tell me. But typically, as a parent, it's fairly easy to pick up on when your kid lies to you for the most part. The older they got, the more difficult that was. But
So your children are adults now.
correct.
They ever lie to you as adults?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Have you caught them yet?
A few times.
Number 16, how do people react when they're scared?
Very much depends on the person. Someone's going to have a lot of big emotions. Someone else might kind of go
I was
along.
texting you before you got on.
Oh,
People don't react the same when they're scared.
Oh,
Everyone agree with that? And I grew up in Miami, and I had a friend whose family was featured on a reality TV
Welcome
show
back, babe.
after Hurricane Andrew.
thanks, hon.
Quickly discovered he didn't like.
You looked super disappointed when I came back.
Anyone
Well, that's 'cause I-
experienced something similar with
I wanted you to look at your text first and figure that out.
It was like, oh, it was that thing.
16, you're shaking your head, yes. You've been in the spotlight before. You didn't want to be there.
It was on local news as a kid. Didn't like it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yes, a little bit. Like when I was a child, I was on local news and got very shy during that.
Okay, you wanted to get away, right?
He sucks in comparison to Georgia, by the way.
Does everyone understand that that feeling? You want to get away from unwanted attention? Yes.
He's not likable.
Now I'm going to ask you something I don't normally ask in jury selection, and I apologize if I offend anybody. By a show of hands, anyone familiar with Judaism?
With Judaism, is that what he asked?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there
You know it,
important
Kylie.
life events
Bear down.
that happen in the lives of Jewish children? Was your grandmother at yours?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. My grandmother was at mine.
Wow.
Oh,
Chubby
You're in
Clooney.
Florida,
It's a little
buddy.
unique.
Chubby Clooney.
And who was familiar with Judaism? Okay.
Put it on the record. God's
Number
sakes.
12?
Oh.
That's you? Oh, 14. I don't know why I can't keep this straight. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm going to skip that. Let's see.
Are you going to ask them if they have any prejudice towards Jews? If they can. Are you just going to ask who's
During
familiar
the
with?
course of the trial, there are going to be some photographs
That's it.
shown.
Who's familiar with Judaism?
of,
Okay, thanks. I'm
Mr.
moving on.
Markel. Is anyone particularly averse to gory scenes? Nobody? Number 9? Can you talk to us about that?
I get fairly squeamish about that kind of stuff. I'm not passing out the sign of blood, but other stuff that are more gruesome is just
Right.
Donna had
That's
that
something
in her
that
email.
you wouldn't be able to review that evidence?
I should be able to.
Look at your text, babe.
Should be?
Yes,
Or will be?
Will be able to.
Is that going to impact your ability to be fair in evaluating that evidence?
No, sir.
I want to ask a somewhat provocative question. At this point in time, does anyone here believe the state actually knows what happened? Anybody?
Say that again.
Do you believe the state knows what happened? Sure. As we sit here today, now remember,
I thought that
prosecutors
was
were
a
not
fair
witnesses to this
question.
case, correct?
Which?
They are going to present arguments to you.
Do you
correct?
think that do you think
So
that
as
the
we sit
state
here,
knows
do you
what happened?
believe that they know what happened?
Oh yeah, that's a
Well,
big
they, of course they believe they know what happened. It's just a fucking theory, though.
right. But did he ask? Do you believe the state knows what happens, or he asked? Do
Well,
you believe that the
he
state
asked
believes?
he made him change the question. If you bloop it back, like at first he asked it the way you just said it, and then he made him change the question.
Oh, okay.
Actually knows what happened.
Here, bloop. Yeah, one more bloop.
Anybody? Does anyone here believe the state actually knows what happened?
Actually knows.
Anybody?
Say that again.
Do you believe the state knows what happened? Sure.
State wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Right.
We just have theories, right?
As we sit here
Everyone
today,
believe
now
that?
remember, prosecutors were not witnesses to this case.
There you go.
Correct? They are going to present arguments to you, correct? So as we sit here, do you believe that they know what happened? Or do they believe what happened? You understand the distinction? Does everyone understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Well, he's done.
Donna, Georgia was so good. She probably took a lot of wind out of his sails. I mean, I missed 40 minutes of it. Was he for shit?
It was for shit.
Juror 26.
Two heads are better than one, becomes three heads are better than one, Your Honor.
And that's nothing further.
Appellant, do you need to make any inquiry of juror 26?
Yeah, were you able to follow the discussion when I was doing my presentation? As far as we talked about principal theory, I gave my circumstantial evidence demonstration.
I'm so confused about what's going on.
Example. Anything that you felt like as you were sitting out there listening, oh, I would definitely interject at that point? Or has your mind been numbed so much at this point you can't harken back that far?
I was listening to everything you were saying. I mean, I would interject at the moment. I was thinking, oh, I say this, but I don't say, I couldn't say it, but, I would always consider a person's character. And then as to whether I believe them or not.
So in the context of, oh, you're going to hear from some witnesses who've been convicted of felonies, who live a different lifestyle from you, that kind of thing, is that the discussion where you were having that thought?
I try to be open-minded, and I think there are all kinds of people, not everyone. So I don't want to prejudge a person because I don't know what circumstances are. That's why I go to the evidence and decide from that point.
Okay, so can we agree then that although that's those types of characteristics or character, as you said, are something to consider, they're not the end all be all, and you can keep an open mind to the testimony, does it fit with the other evidence in the case, that sort of inquiry.
Definitely, I think considering everything is.
Okay, as opposed to being the type of person that, oh, I hear they're a felon, I'm done, can't hear anything they have to say.
I think that's a very negative thing.
Anything else during my time up here where you were bursting at the seams to share something with me? Okay, thank you, nothing further.
Wow, I would never do that.
Parties at this point can join me in the jury room along with the court reporter. For everyone else that is going to remain in the courtroom at this time, I'm going to instruct you once again, do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. If you do need to stretch your legs or use the restroom, you may do so, but you do need to return to this courtroom. We're in courtroom 3G. No one is to take a tour of the courthouse by themselves. Please come back to courtroom 3G as soon as you finish with the bathroom, using your phone or stretching your legs if you need to. If the parties can please join me in the jury room.
All right. So I would have
Will
thought
they take a little breaky poo?
No, I think they're going to discuss their for cause, their preemptories outside of the jury. So I was surprised he didn't give a time. I would have said this is a perfect time to break for lunch, but I guess we'll sit here.
I mean, are they taking lunch? It's like 3:30 there now.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
crazy.
way there's opening statements today. Not a
No.
chance in hell. Like, I
No.
don't know.
No. Let's go through some of these supers. I've been putting some of them up along the way. Where's the floof? Was that for the dog or is that?
I've done a lot of them already. I think I ended with
then
like
you
that's what
go.
I was doing when you came back on. I think I stopped with Sharon at
click on it.
11:37. That was the one. That was the last one we did.
So you
And
gave
then
her a
I gave her a family
hug?
hug, and then anything but average Joe. Family hug. Welcome to the fam. We love having you here. And then Mia Bito, get to 10 DD podcast memberships. We
Thank
always
you.
love those. Those are wonderful. You help build the family up. We appreciate that so much. And then Mia said, it's been a minute. Member for 17 months. OG XOXO. It has been a minute. We're glad that you're here.
Good to see you.
Sheila, new member.
Wait.
Hug. Yes.
Oh, sorry. You're good.
Thanks, babe. DSN, $5 holla. Appreciate that. Holly Johnson, member for 2 months. You two rock. We need to free up Rick Allen. I agree. Let's get him a new trial at the very least here. See, we should be getting so they asked for an extension on their brief till September. Osbrook thinks that they might ask for one more, not out of a position of knowing for certain, but just his guts telling him. So we might get a brief in September, an appellate brief from Allen's attorneys. It might be October, but it's coming. It's coming, and that'll be a whole thing. That'll be a whole thing. I'm very anxious to read that. Holly Johnson, and thank you for your constant support. Holly Johnson, $10. Holla. Appreciate that. I have jury duty next month. Looking forward to it. I'm 53 and have a hearing disability since a child. I wear hearing aids and it helps greatly. I was a bit worried this may just, no, they'll accommodate you. They'll accommodate, like they'll give you headphones, Holly. If you do have a hearing disability, you know, I always just worry that the headphones aren't good enough, you know, or if we have a soft spoken juror or witness rather, you know, there's just things that, you know, otherwise I wouldn't care, you know, but in terms of just making sure that like you need to make sure that they're getting all the information. So but it wouldn't DQ you at all.
No.
I mean, they'll accommodate that for sure. Dr. J, DD, love the Yannetti and Andrew Baldwin reviews. Thank you. Thank you. We did too. It was great to have them. Meatball Morrissey. She's Clarice. Hello, Clarice. Hello, Clarice. Yeah. She's got a little bit of that in her. No question. Thanks, as always, Meatball. Brooke, this is like a sociology or ethics class with a professor who terrorized the class by randomly choosing people to answer the questions. I threw this up earlier. Yeah. Like, and you're talking about when Georgia was asking them kind of like asking them to answer the questions about the law and about the elements of the law. And I was saying, if you guys want to see like the greatest movie about like law school ever is The Paper Chase with John Houseman, who was an absolute brute of a professor, and who really badgered the shit out of the law students. It was not quite to that level, but yeah, it was interesting. And thank you so much for your generosity. Crazy cat lady. Sorry, I think Bob is right.
So did you text Joel? Because it's a break right now.
I did. I texted him back when you asked me to text him.
And he said,
and then all kinds of people in the chat are like, don't trust Joel. Like all we were asking is whether they raised their hands or not.
Did he answer?
He didn't. He hasn't answered yet. No. Nope.
So send a text that says if you even remember anymore. So that brings it to his attention while he's.
That's fine if he answers. I mean, it's a hill that I'm not going to die on, but I feel pretty secure about my answer.
We moved on.
You like the chat was definitely supporting you, but they often do. They often do. So I'm used to that. So let's see. And thank you for having my back, crazy cat lady. There were a few in chat. Like after I was able to finally get my argument out. I think that I even convinced you a little bit. It was really more Georgia's the way that she responded, but
right. All right. So Precocin says powdered donut greater than
snowman analogy. So if you know what that is, right?
But Bob and I both threw out. Yeah. So the snowman is if you see a snowman and then you go inside and you come out and it's a big pile of water and no, because the snowman was like a building thing. So you come outside and if you just see a pile of water, you don't know. You see a pile of water and a top hat. You see a pile of water, a top hat, and a carrot. I mean, it was like going.
It was McClelland used that.
Yeah.
That was his thing.
It was much. But Bob and I both threw out possible alternatives to the powdered sugar. So, you know.
Yeah, I've always felt like the best analogy for circumstantial evidence is just the fact that you look outside of your bedroom window at night before you go to sleep. There's no snow on the ground. You wake up in the morning and there's a snow-covered lawn. You can assume that it snowed overnight. Like, I mean, really, unless a movie company came out and filmed without authorization on your lawn and they had a snowmaking machine.
Right, but a prosecutor wants to make it something less than just that. You know, that's why they use these other scenarios, because that one's like, oh yeah, well, clearly, you know.
Yeah, but
So-
like with the powdered donut, as much as I kind of liked it, there were definitely walkarounds.
Right.
You know, which if I'm the defense attorney, I would have absolutely brought up. Well, so I want to go back to the circumstantial evidence analogy that Ms. Kappelman gave you, and I'm going to suggest a couple of other things. How maybe you can't always trust circumstantial evidence. Thank you so much. Dom's mom, did you get your tea? I hope you did. I think that you did.
Everyone should have their
Everyone should have their
stickers
stuff,
by
except the
Friday or
stickers
over the
won't-
weekend or Monday at the latest.
Yes. Like, but everybody who
Should have their
won
shirts.
t-shirts and a hoodie on the wheel should have them by now. So let me know in chat. Like Tracy's been letting me know. She definitely heard from a couple of people I know. I think Kia got hers, and I know Ann got hers. So I know they got theirs. So I think there were two more that I sent out, maybe three. I can't
So
remember.
Dom's mom says, because we didn't even
Oh,
read what
sorry.
she said. DDP crew, loud and proud, glad mom and dad made up.
We always make. We're lawyers. We argue.
Yeah,
That's what
that
we do.
wasn't that doesn't constitute, but I hear you. I hear you. And thanks for your continued support. 18 months. OG.
Crazy Cat Lady, my new favorite member. Family hug, because she agreed with me, babe.
Yeah, we get why.
Hey, I'll take them when I can get them. Thank you so much for becoming a member, and welcome to the fam. Our OG, beautiful Brooklyn Pasola. Just washing my cash. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see
here. Don't worry about that moldy, wet money. Said to make sure all my DNA was off of it. Love you, Brooklyn. Holly, it would be funny if a juror said it does not mean she is guilty because she is here. I heard that one could indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah, that would have been priceless.
That would have been a classic response.
Yep.
Would have been a classic response.
And that's what you weren't here for that part, were you? I don't think so.
Beautiful. Dom Simone, she got her sweatshirt. Yay. I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, congratulations. I'm sorry it took so long. Like, I can't wait to move away from Bonfire. Like, I don't promote our merch nearly enough, like in general, just because Bonfire, because it's, you know, it's on demand. So I'm like at their, you know, but I like on Ann's, I screwed up and I ordered the wrong hoodie. And like, and I realized it immediately. She wanted like the essential, which just has like the DD logo, like Just Facts one. And I realized that, and I accidentally ordered her the Essence, which is like, it's your favorite time, it's my favorite time. And I realized it immediately. So like, I'm trying to figure out how I can cancel the order because, you know, I just ordered it. It's on demand. And like Bonfire has no way to call them. And I'm like, I've looked all over your website. I don't see the way to cancel an order that I just placed. And, you know, I'm your customer, you know, it's like, I'm making you money by selling, cause they take 70% of what we're supposed to make on those things anyway. And so I'm like, I couldn't find anything. And so I go into the chat and I don't get any, and it keeps sending me back. Oh, you could do this. And I'm like, I don't see any of the things that you're telling me I should see in terms of canceling. They don't exist on the website. So I send them an email. And so by this time, I don't get an email back till the next day. And they're like, oh, it's too late. I'm like, it's too late. I'm like, I sent you the first email 5 minutes after I ordered it. I'm like, here's the deal. If you don't make it right, if you don't cancel that order, which I know you haven't started to produce yet, I'm leaving your stank ass company. And that's what's going to happen. So then they're like, okay, it's a one-time exception. I'm like, well, make it so that people, when they make a mistake and accidentally order the wrong thing, can cancel the order and then reorder the right thing. How about you do that?
Yeah.
Instead of trying to put it on the consumer. I'm like, it's so annoying, man. So yeah. But I think we're going to do a wheel tomorrow. Now that everybody's got their shit, I feel comfortable doing a wheel again. I felt very guilty about doing a wheel till everybody had their stuff. They're complaining about not seeing the closed captioning. What do you mean? Is this old? 225.
I think they should have been able to see the closed captioning. Like
yeah, I think.
here.
Yeah, well, there's the closed captioning right there.
Do I need to move it up? I'm confused. Why
I
can't-
had slid it up so it like would have fit into a very nice like speaking or thought bubble, like up around their heads there.
I don't know how to.
Does anyone think that law
You just
enforcement
click and
officer
drag
who
it.
testifies
Oh,
should be believed over somebody who's not a law enforcement officer?
oh, oh! Now it's gone.
Anyone? Number 17?
So people want it there.
No?
No.
You guys like it there by his head? Because sometimes when we put comments up, if it's down low, it gets blocked. I think that's
Okay.
probably what they were talking about.
Okay, fixed.
Oh, a banner covered it. They said Island Girl said a banner covered it. Yeah, a banner or a comment probably. Yeah, I think it's better to have it up top.
Okay, it's
Definitely.
moved.
All right. How do you want me to handle this food situation?
I was thinking at this point I could just go. 'Cause you're
Oh,
back.
yeah, right.
And you're better at talking to the people without, like, just talking.
Just yapping. Just yapping. All right. Well, I think it might be like a really so based on our earlier so you know what I want if you want to do that.
Just text me the. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what you want.
I'm pretty sure you know what I want.
Do you
I'm
want
pretty-
lettuce?
I'll take some. Just like say easy lettuce, maybe. I'll text you that. Easy lettuce.
No, remember that, Bay.
All right, I'll text it anyway, because of menopause brain or perimenopause brain. Maybe you'll forget it.
I'm out.
She gone. All right, so what I think it would be interesting to do for that 7%, if you're still here, to kind of go through like a quick synopsis of what this case is all about, because this is just not some old lady sitting on trial. There is a lot that has taken place prior to this. And, it spanned now 11 years. Like that question from Georgia where she asked the kid who's 20, like, do you give a shit about something that happened when you were 9 years old? Is a legitimate question. It was a really great question by her. So, like, this is the overview. All right. So 75-year-old Donna Adelson. She's a South Florida matriarch. She's accused of orchestrating this murder for hire of her former son-in-law, who was a Florida State University law professor named Dan Markel. And Georgia is alleging that the plot stemmed from a bitter custody battle, personal vendettas, that she just didn't like Dan, and a desperate effort to relocate her grandchildren closer to her home. So that's kind of what the theory's always been. So Dan Markel, he was, by all accounts, a wonderful guy. We actually know a couple of people that were his students, as he was a professor at FSU. And somebody told me, and I think I remember this, Peter Lawyer, was one of his students. So he was born in 1972. He died in 2014. That's how old this case is. He got a JD from Harvard, so highly educated. And he was known for his work on criminal justice and punishment. And ultimately, he met his demise, and he was killed in his garage in Tallahassee back on July 18th of 2014, just after dropping his kids off at preschool. He didn't die immediately. He was alive. They were able to keep him alive for about 14 hours, and then he passed away while he was in the hospital. So to go to kind of the genesis of this in the state's mind, Dan had won a court order preventing Wendi, who was trying to move the kids down near Donna. So he had recently won a court order preventing her from doing that. So they weren't going to be able to relocate from Tallahassee down to South Florida. So, that brings up the bigger question, and it's really kind of the whole thing when you get down to the concept of Wendi's culpability, because when this thing's over, and if they're able to get a conviction in this case, people are going to really be calling for Wendi's head, because it's hard for people to kind of reach the conclusion that somehow the mother of the two boys, the two kids, did not have a hand in this. It's really, really hard for people to get there. It just seems like impossible. Like, what? Like, you're telling me that she didn't know? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not buying that for a second. So ultimately, it's going to boil down to, do they have enough evidence against Wendi? And there's a lot of really interesting aspects to this case, and like the trials that preceded, in terms of how Georgia has built these cases. Like, she really needed to do it in a falling domino fashion. Like, she had to get Katie, she had to get Luis, she had to get Sigfredo. Like, she had to get them sentenced, and Luis had obviously pled out. He was the guy who first turned. When he did that, that gave her the ability to go after Katie. And then, Katie's first trial, or maybe it went Katie, then Luis pled. I can't remember. I'll have to look into that. You guys probably know in the chat in terms of the order, because Katie's first trial was, oh, he was not. Thank you. So, but you need those dominoes to fall, because you need to get that testimony, that sworn testimony at these trials, in order to be able to move on, Charlie. And, because you realize that there's warts, these are people that have obviously a motive to lie, especially Luis, who had pled out, and he got a much better deal than the people who were convicted and sentenced. He got 19 years. And right, he was in federal prison already. He had got cut down. So, but with Charlie's case, it's like, you have this circumstantial evidence, and you have, these witnesses that have some warts that the defense is going to be able to attack on cross, in terms of, can you believe these people? Are they credible people? So she needed that. And she continued to need Charlie in order to get to Donna. So once all of that came out, you've then got this situation where she's trying Donna, and she needs things to come out during this trial, which is super tricky, because you need to understand, in terms of Georgia calling both Charlie and Wendi on direct, it's a different set of circumstances than when you're cross-examining somebody, because it's more of a narrative style answer that they're allowed to give. And it's going to be, tailored in such a way to where, on cross, where you're trying to trip people up, because you can control the pace and the narrative, and you can control how much they're able to answer, or at least you're supposed to be able to. And you can get them to make admissions on cross, where it's much harder to do on a direct. So she's got to craft questions for those two witnesses, Wendi and Charlie, to where she's laying traps in order to try to get them to say something that will inculpate Wendi. With, it's really, really, really tricky. It's like people don't understand how much work this is for Georgia to try these cases. That's why she knows them forwards and backwards. In every single portion of these cases, she has plotted out. Like, she knows how she's going to try the cases. And like, when we heard the motion last week, wherein Wendy's lawyer was trying to quash the subpoena from the defense, so that the defense could try to call her on, on their case in chief, and try to get a narrative flow with her going, in the hopes that they'd be able to get Wendi to testify at length about, oh, well, there's no way my mom would do this. My mom's a sweet, like, they wanted to get long narrative answers out of Wendi during their case in chief. And Wendy's lawyers are like, not a chance. Like, we're not going to allow it. If she's called by the defense anyway, she would just take the fifth. And that's because they understand twofold. One, she's got immunity from the state, She's got use immunity, and the defense we can't dole out immunity. That's only something the prosecutors can do. We can't, that's not something at our disposal in order to entice people to come in and testify. So that's not happening there. And additionally, her lawyer's not going to have her on the stand just yapping, like as if she were testifying on her own behalf at trial. It's way too dangerous in the minds of her lawyer to have her up there just shooting the shit. You know, it's like like anything could be said during that period of time. And additionally, Georgia gets to cross-examine her. You know, so it's twofold. It's bad all around for Wendi. So, you know, but it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out. Like, it's a much different trial. Like, these aren't trials that are all like one is the exact same as the other. They're all going to be completely different, you know, and in terms of the evidence that they have, it's completely different. And it's, you know, it's going to be a really interesting trial. I'm really looking forward to it. And it's when you think about all the tentacles in this case, it just has your mind spinning. It's crazy. So when the conspiracy, so I'm going to go back to kind of like letting people know that don't know anything about the case. So in 2023, Charlie, who again is Donna's son, and he was a, you know, well-to-do dentist, and he's Wendi's brother, he's convicted of orchestrating the murder, and he received a life in prison sentence plus additional decades for first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. And the way that it works out is his ex-girlfriend, Katherine Magbanua, was the intermediary. She was the go-between in between the hitmen and Charlie. And she eventually was tried the first time, was hung. They came back and they got a conviction on her. And she basically came out because during her own trial, she was obviously trying to save her own skin, and she was up there lying. Like, I didn't do anything. This is all bullshit. So they had that problem with her when they called her in Charlie's trial. You know, they're like, oh, well, she's a big fat liar. You know, liar, liar, pants on her. Like, I mean, you know, and it was quite a battle between Roshbaum and Katie, like during that cross-examination, you know, where he's like, you're full of shit. Like, you're just making this shit up. You're bitter, and you want him to go down and blah, 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 blah. She's like, no. It's like, I'm not lying. Like, he orchestrated this whole thing, you know, and that's where we hear about the, you know, the wet money. And, you know, that when she gets the cash, it's all wet and moldy, which would seem to indicate that Donna doesn't really understand the concept of washing money. Took it quite literally and decided to wash all the money and get all of her DNA off of it. In the unlikely event that these two guys got caught and they had all the cash on them, and they started testing all the money for DNA, which seems impossible. I mean, there's so many people touch money. It's disgusting. My father used to use $1 bills as dental floss. And I'm like, holy shit, man, you're going to make me vomit right here. Quit putting that money in your mouth. It is so disgusting. I'm like, he's like, it's so thin though. I'm like, oh my God, quit doing that. So you got Katie, and her connection is with the two assassins, Sigfredo Garcia, who was Katie's ex, and he's the father of her children. And then you've got Luis, who were both ultimately convicted. Now, Sigfredo, according to Luis, and it's corroborated by some of the video that they caught of them in an ATM. Luis claimed that he was the driver, and Sigfredo was the shooter. So Garcia, he went to trial, he lost, he was convicted, he got life without the possibility. And then you got Luis, who got a 19-year plea deal, and you know, because obviously he was a cooperating witness. So then the government's theory is that the conspirators and we're talking about namely Donna and Charlie, but really Donna, even considered paying Dan Markel $1 million to allow the relocation, but that eventually that quickly escalated to the plot of the hitman killing Dan Markel. So soon after Charlie's convicted, weeks really, Donna gets arrested at Miami International Airport as she's attempting to flee to Vietnam, which significantly is a non-extradition country. So she's then charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy, solicitation to commit murder, identical to those that her son was just convicted of. So that's kind of like the bones of the case. That's pretty much the history of it thus far. Let me, Allie's got, I don't know if she has that paused. You know what? I'm going to switch. What was she using? Law and Crime? Or hold on, let me pull it up just to make sure. I don't know. How long have we been on lunch? Half hour, 40 minutes? Yeah, there's no way we're getting openings today. Not a chance. Like, I'm not even that optimistic that we're going to get them tomorrow. Like, 'cause I mean, at some point they have to start using their challenges. And that hasn't started yet. So let me see here. Bear with me, kids. Let me look through here, see what's what, see where we're at. Yeah, we're still on the break. So I'll throw mine up since Allie is dipped. Put that up. Share that. Let's see. So in terms of who we can expect to see, we're definitely going to see Wendi testify again. I think we're definitely going to see Charlie testify again. The thing with Charlie, though, is really interesting. It's like he's got an appeal pending. You know, he's just going to get it up there and deny everything still. Like, clearly he's not going to get up there and make any admissions. Like, that is a really tricky direct examination for Georgia to put together. It's like what I'm talking about. Like what is she going to ask him? Is he going to take the fifth, or is he just going to flat out maintain his position that he had nothing to do with this? And like, how does that move the needle in the case against his mother? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I can't wait for that testimony, because it's like, I've been thinking, you know, exactly how this thing's going to go down. But the word on the street is that Rob, who is the estranged brother of both Wendi and Charlie, is supposed to testify. And these are the witnesses on the witness list, along with Sarah Yusuf and Scott Radius, who are associates. And, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, the fact that they're able to get in those emails that we put up when we did our primer between Wendi and Donna that were being sent during the custody fight are so damning to Donna, because it really gives the jury a much, much greater idea of exactly who Donna is, that she's not this sweet little grandmother in her cardigan sweater and her mussed hair sitting in the courtroom, but that she's really this narcissistic matriarch that lorded over her kids' lives with an iron fist. Still, despite the fact that they're all professional and, you know, have their own lives, you know, it was what Donna wants, Donna gets, you know, and she wasn't hearing anything other than that. You know, so it's like those kind of witnesses, like, especially like Rob, if he's going to come in and testify, yeah, my mom, I don't even talk to her ass anymore because she was all up in my shit and I couldn't take it. So, you know, it's going to be interesting, but they're very important witnesses to really established just how much control Donna had over her grown children and over things that were going on in their lives. So it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a really, really interesting trial. It's one of those things where if you're wondering why I should watch it, it's like it's got this intersection of family, loyalty, custody, privilege, revenge. It's got all the shit. It's got all the shit. And it's one of those opportunities where we get to watch a really, really good prosecutor do her work, because you guys, no one at the end of this trial is going to come away with like, Georgia was not a good prosecutor. She's a phenomenal prosecutor and really, really knows her shit. And you got a really good sense of how she is and how she operates like at trial as well, and how she interacts with witnesses. She's likable, and she's also that kind of attorney where she comes across as being a genuine person. Like, it's like you see these attorneys that are kind of buttoned up attorneys and kind of rub you the wrong way. And you're like, oh, like a hoi polloi type person. And you're like, oh boy, this guy, like this, how high on your horse are you, pal? Relax. She just doesn't come off that way. She comes off as very relatable. And that really, really plays to her favor. And just in general, because she actually gives me the vibe, and she reminds me in terms of her persona of the guy that I forget what I used to call him, but he was the prosecutor in the Robert Tellis trial. Like he was like the poor man's Rob Schneider. He just reminded me facially of Rob Schneider. I had a nickname for him that I forget, but he gave me defense attorney vibes in terms of how he presented himself to the jury, in terms of how he acted, instead of being like, the white hat buttoned up prosecutor with their pin on their lapel real tight, like just more laid back. And that's typically the approach that defense attorneys take, because defense attorneys understand that that's one of the tools that they have in terms of likability that can help really sway a jury if it's a close case. Like any lawyer that you hear, if they tell you that they don't believe that the likability of the attorney that's arguing, the trustworthiness of the attorney is important, is completely full of shit. It's absolutely, it's critical. You want the jury to be able to connect with you, because ultimately at the end of the day, when you look at just kind of the bones of a case, you've got a theory that's being sold by the state. And in cases where the defense has come up with an alternate theory, you've got them both trying to sell their theory to a jury. And, you're going to be more inclined to agree with a person that you happen to like, not somebody that you can't stand. Like the next time this guy opens my mouth, I want to vomit. Like that guy is not the person that you're going to side with typically. Like you're going to just gravitate towards the person that you find to be more likable for whatever reason. If it's the fact that you like the way they look, if you like the way they speak, if you feel that their questioning is genuine and that they're able to really connect with you as a juror, if they make eye contact with you as a juror, all those things matter in a trial. It's such a fascinating process because there's so many things in play. It's not as simple as just like, these are the facts, these are the witnesses, go back and decide. There's so many different factors at play. And yeah, I saw here, like a great example of that is Alan Jackson versus Hank Brennan. I mean, wait, did you go get the food? Yeah. It's here? Yeah. Woo-wee! Allie brought me food. So I might go eat.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on the feed.
But I'm going to finish this thought, but yeah, I'll come down. But yeah, like Oh, yeah, we're on lunch break. Okay. How long did they say, y'all? I missed that part. Let me put a banner up. What did they say for that? Let me know in chat. Okay, save. Show. All right, there we go. Oh, wait, what? It didn't save my. Oh, yeah, it did. What the heck? Let's see. The hell? Why does it not show what it's showing? Okay, hide that. Show this. Where the hell is the scroll? All right, well, whatever. I'll just keep that up. But yeah, to my point, it's obviously there were the people that believed that Karen was guilty, and they didn't like Alan Jackson, and they thought that Hank, but don't forget, Hank is really a defense attorney, and you saw that was never more evident than when like during cross examinations by Hank Brennan. That's where you saw that guy's a defense attorney, not a prosecutor. Like everything about his cross examinations was defense attorney. But in terms of likability of those two people, I bet if you were to ask all 12 of those jurors which lawyer they liked more, that to a person, they all would have said Alan Jackson. I mean, he's really skilled at being likable, with all his little kind of theatrical tricks, like that great thing that he did with, talking about the injuries, and he does the whisper thing, a dog, like all those things that he does. None of that is off the cuff. All of that is planned and super effective. It's super effective. It's like, it just, again, it's that relatability aspect of it. It's almost like you're listening to, a buddy, make some kind of argument. It's got a more casual feel to it, which makes it more relatable to jurors. So yeah, it's gonna be a banger trial. It's gonna be a banger trial. So we hope that do I have you blocked? What do you mean? What you talking about?
The feet up.
Yeah, we're gonna leave the feed up. Definitely leave the feed up. Portal. I set the. Oh, you set the portal for PB. He's doing Charlie's trial. Yep. Murder Church tonight over at Publicly Buzzed. Tracy has set a portal, which will automatically transfer you over when our stream ends, which will end obviously the end of the court day. They're back there. Oh, okay. So Tracy says this isn't a lunch break. They're back there using their strikes. Okay. Let me change that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Okay. So they are. So at this point, they're picking some of the jurors, which is good. So when they come out, we will. Really? Let me see. Am I paused? I'll be so mad. They're back. I'm current. Maybe they just walked in. I don't know. I'm not seeing it anywhere. Let me check Court TV. Do. Okay. Okay, let's see. Kathy Russin is saying that they're back. I'm not showing it up on either. Well, I mean, we're live and it's playing, so we won't miss a second of it. We won't miss a second of it. Okay. Yeah, so we will leave up the feed. I'm gonna go snarf real quick, and then I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. And hopefully they're back at that point. So y'all chat amongst yourselves. And here's a topic. I'm going to give you guys the last question that I asked David Yannetti. If you were stranded on an island, potentially for the rest of your life, and you could only bring one album, one CD, and you had the ability to be able to listen to it, of course, what would that album be? I want to see it. I want to see what you guys choose. And then I'll tell you what mine would be when I get back. All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Well, hello everybody. Oh, I can hear myself in the background. Still not back. It's crazy. I was surprised, like I said, that he didn't like give an estimated time because clearly they're back there arguing over which should be removed for cause and talking about their strikes. Maybe they rolled right into lunch without saying anything. I don't know. But I probably should have waited for Bob to come back. Now I'm stuck talking. Joe Schmo, 15 months. What? The Defense Diaries family rocks. Fam hugs. Thanks, Joe. It's PJ. PJ became a new member. Yay. Family hug. I was going to say Bob will have to give you a family hug, but I gave you a half-ass family hug. It's just not my thing. He's much better at it. Does that whole family hug. And Larissa says, Bob, I sent a Cash App. FYI. Want to make sure you got it. All right, well, he's doing something somewhere. We were just trying to get some food in. You guys, I have to feed Bob. We don't want hangry Bob. No, we do not. All right, so what should we talk about here? Hey, let's bring Mandy on. Mandy, you back there? Don't you want to come say hi to the people? See, sometimes she's got her profile up back there, but she's really not back there. Which there would be no reason for her to be back there right now because we're on a break until we see the judge's face back on this screen. But I don't know. I thought that the defense attorney left a lot of stuff on the table that he could have, focused on in his voir dire and his questions to the potential jurors, that he didn't follow up on his own questions. It just was very unimpressive. And, Georgia was remarkably charismatic for
Hi.
Yay.
Hey, what's up?
There he is. Whew,
How you doing? You struggle bus in there a little bit there?
What am I gonna say? I'll just say
just talk about shit, you know?
last time.
Hey. I was scrolling through the albums.
The albums? Like,
yeah, I posed the question that I posed to David Unetti last. If people were stranded on an island, what would be the one album they would bring with them? What would be your album, babe?
I unfortunately have to take this call, babe.
Oh my God. Right in the middle of that incredible question. Bless you, buddy. Oh, poor guy. Such big sneezes. Oh, she gone. All right. Let me look through. Saw some good answers here. I'm scrolling through. Yes, we are live. I mean, it could take a hot minute. I mean, they're going through it. Challenging for cause. They're trying to get, and when you're trying to get somebody removed for cause, you're saying that there is a reason in which that person should not be allowed to serve that would not require them to use their one of the peremptory challenges. So you've got, cause is typically bias, like where it's or a conflict, things like that. Some kind of potential juror just shows some kind of bias that the judge doesn't feel like they're able to rehabilitate by asking that magical question that cures all ills, which is, can you put your biases aside and would you be able to follow the law? Like, that is not curing shit, Your Honor. What a joke. He's like, yeah, he said he could do it, so I'm good. You're in. Here, I'm like, wow, this is brutal. All right, so let me see some of these answers that we have here. We've got, I have to go way back. It was a while ago. Eagles' greatest hits, Journey's greatest hits, Journey. Why not top 5? Sheila? No, one, only one. This is the one album that you have to listen to over and over and over and over and over again. Pink Floyd, Animals, great pick. Little Kendrick, great pick. Stevie Nicks, can never lose with Stevie. Question is it Stevie solo or is it Fleetwood Mac? Like I'd have to go with Rumors if it was Fleetwood Mac. But I love a lot of Stevie's solo stuff. Shania, Hamilton soundtrack, like that. Petty's always solid. Breaking Benjamin, Fovea specifically. I mean, you guys, I'm going to tell you flat out, did not understand the assignment. I didn't say what band. I said what album. It's a very different thing. I saw one of the first ones, somebody's like, hey, the AC/DC. I'm like, okay, well, they've got 15 albums. Got to pick one. You don't get the whole catalog. There you go. Thunder Horse knows. Piano Man. All right, little Billy Joel. The Eagles. Mary B. Dark Side of the Moon. Floyd is always solid. Like, my Floyd would definitely be Wish You Were Here, though. It would definitely be Wish You Were Here. It's my favorite Floyd album out of a band that I absolutely adore. Mine would be, should I tell you guys what mine would be? You'll never guess what mine is. Oh, I love this album so much. It's like U2 takes a lot of shit. I don't know why, but fucking Joshua Tree was one of the best albums ever made. Yeah, got a couple some love for Rumors. It's pretty damn good. Pretty good. When I'm trying to turn my kids on to Fleetwood Mac, I always go right to Rumors. And then when I try to show them the glory of Stevie Nicks, I go with a little over solo action. Animals. Oh yeah, I think I said that one already. Pink Floyd, Jewel, the Eagles. I mean, I'll tell you what, if Jeff Lebowski, Big Lebowski, was in this stream, he would not appreciate all you folks trying to bring the Eagles onto the island with you. But that cab driver who kicked him out of his cab when he talks shit. Dave Matthews Band, Crash, babe. How much should we love that album?
Yep.
We love that
the
album.
thing is, like I'd want to say a Meters album, but they're all short.
What?
So
why are
they're
you
short.
trying to? No, dude, you completely
can't
blew
be.
my shit apart. Rejuvenation is.
I was
not
going to
all
say
that
it's
short.
got like 8 songs on it.
What the fuck? What are you talking about? First, you come in hot, kicking the door in.
Let me see.
And then, like, I was
how many
waiting.
songs
Like,
are
so
on
yes,
Rejuvenation?
Allie, because we are very like-minded, she blew apart my entire wait and see strategy. And yeah, mine would be Rejuvenation by the Meters. It's got like a playtime of 45, 46 minutes.
9 songs on it.
What's the playtime?
It's not long. It's
What's the playtime? It's like 45, 46 minutes.
Adding up the.
You don't have to add it up. They usually give you the playtime.
Rejuvenation album playtime. 44 minutes and 13 seconds.
Boom!
I mean, it's 9 songs. That's why
9 glorious songs. I am a music lover. You know how much I love
I
all
would
types
want
of
some
music.
sort of funk collaboration with the most songs as possible.
I mean, like, what is that? It has to be a album that's in existence. Can't just make some shit up.
I want to bring my mixtape of funk music. That's what I
Well,
want.
it's probably
Bring Bob's funk playlist off
no,
Spotify.
it's probably like the Funkadelics is probably it's got one of the longest play times, but
I mean, if I'm doing, I'm probably like that's maggot brain though. Like I'm
Right.
bringing maggot brain,
I
which is
don't wanna
probably
do
about the same length. I mean, most albums run 40, 45 minutes.
yeah, you need like a special
Otherwise, you're getting double albums. So if
Yeah.
people were smart, they would have put double albums in there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would have picked a double album.
You would have picked a double album.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I mean, Zeppelin, they've got a couple of great double albums you could bring. If I was really cheating, it could be some Live Dead, because all
Oh,
like
this says Deep Zone Projects. Oh. That's an 8-hour album, but I don't know Deep Zone Project.
an 8-hour. So now you're bringing a shit just for length, even though you don't even know the music.
No, I'm trying to get like a compilation funk album with all the greats that's really long.
Yeah, there.
Earth and Fire might have a really long album.
No, I think
No?
they have. They might have a double, but I don't think they had that. Like, I'm just telling you, man.
Just telling you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I don't know. I'm starting to wonder about this.
Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, Pumpkins. That's a
Which, by the way, wait, that's not the album that has all the Gacy
yeah
related songs. So it is.
Well, like Gacy related titles,
Right.
songs. Like I was trying to.
I meant titles, yeah.
Yeah, because when I was doing that, my Gacy podcast, and now I love the Pumpkins. They're a Chicago band, obviously, but they're also a great band. But some people, it's kind of like Billy's voice is akin to how I feel about Geddy Lee's voice from Rush. I just don't like it. So even though they're a phenomenal band in terms of their craftsmanship, I mean, Neil Peart's amazing. Like they're musically great. I just cannot stand Geddy Lee's voice.
You know what AI said? There are no Smashing Pumpkin albums that have titles referencing John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay, so
is it what you say was Bullet?
Here, I'm going to look it up.
Wings?
I'm going to pull it up. And you all tell me if you know anything about Gacy.
Yeah, they're wrong, obviously.
Yeah, you tell me whether or not these songs are Gacy related. So remember, the Pumpkins are Chicago band. Billy's probably about my age. So album 2. This is in order. So the first title of the song is Where Boys Fear to Tread, followed by Bodies, followed by 33, which is the number of victims that Gacy had.
Known.
In the Arms of Sleep, 1979.
That's the year he was arrested.
That was the year that he was arrested. We Only Come Out at Night. And then there's some that aren't related, but each album has each album has like 15 songs on it. So yeah, I mean, those are clearly Gacy related. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Oh, and we're back.
Hey.
We should have some. Whoa.
Huh?
Okay.
It's coming. It's coming.
The corner there is not OnlyFan. Like they're gonna have to figure out a better spot than that because that thing sucks. It's
Wait,
like
you took over? Oh.
Yeah, well, I was worried it was going to come. Oh. He's dismissing some.
Move the.
Oh, got the court reporter.
Are you on?
What do you
Double
mean?
check that the boost is on and move the
Boosting.
captions up.
That's no OnlyFan either, my friend. Do better. Oh, monitor bracket.
He's like, that's good.
Reporter, sorry to get ahead of you. At this time, I'm going to announce the numbers that have been excused, and you will not need to return for any further jury service in this matter. We give you our sincere thanks for honoring your summons and participating thus far. Juror 24, you are excused.
Yep.
Juror
I got a
22,
star.
you are excused. Juror 6, you are excused. Juror 7, you are excused. Juror 8, you are excused. Juror 9, you are excused. Juror 12, you are excused. And Juror 26, you are excused. Watch your microphones.
Hi, Skyball. I like when people come in and say, hi, Bob.
So 26 was the one juror who said,
19, you are excused. And Juror 16, you are excused.
what happened? So those should be the ones excused for cause, unless they're just doing all the preemptories like that. Where
We're
the judge,
also going to reconfigure the box at this point as well. Juror 5, please shift down next to Juror 2.
Okay,
Juror 23, take the seat to the left of Juror 5.
So 2, 5, 23.
Juror 11, take the seat next to Juror
11.
23. Juror 13, please come down to the first row and sit next to Juror 11. Juror 14, please take the last seat on the first row.
family knows Jews.
Juror 17, please shift down to take the seat on the second row closest to the wall. On the second row. Yep, that's it. Juror 18, please take the seat next to Juror 17 on the second row. Juror 20, please take the seat next to Juror 18. Juror 25, please take the seat next to Juror 20. When you hear your number, please walk up and take the first available seat. Juror 27.
Babe, how many was that? Shh.
Why is it the sound gets so much softer? Oh, I have the other headphones on.
Last for the second row, Juror 30.
30?
Yeah. All right. How many jurors do they have? I paused it.
Well,
so you quit shushing me.
I think I missed one that they struck.
Well, all the ones that he told them to move, he just
Yeah, but that
listed. Those
doesn't.
are all.
I circled all those, but that doesn't mean there weren't people in between them that didn't need to move.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Well, how many was that?
So I have a line over 24, but I can't tell if that was me doing it. I think, yeah, 24 was out. All right. Somebody, if anyone else was taking this, here are the ones that were out. 6, 7, 9, 12, 16, 19, 22, 24, 26, and I think there was another one that I missed.
Marissa, I did see that. It looks super dope. You posted that on X, right? Can you play a sweet? Oh, Michael's going with the Beatles. All right, so how many does that leave, Bay?
Hold on. People are saying 8 is out. Did I get 8? Yeah, I got 8. I got 6, 7, and 8 as out. I'm trying to see. There was one I missed. I'm trying to see. Oh, 12. Do I have 12 out? I do have 12 out. All right. So if I 10 and 12. Oh, I don't have 10. Is someone else confirmed 10? We got 1 10, 2 10s. So if 10 is out, and that was the one that I missed, then we've got in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
2021. Sorry, I got sidetracked.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then 11, that's 6. 13 and 14, that's 7 and 8. 15 is 9. 17 is 10. 18 is 11. 20 is 12. 23 is 13, and 25 is 14.
So, I mean, it sounds like they have a juror and some alternates going.
Okay, look, let me check with Kasha's thing if that's what I have. She's got 6, 7, 8, 9, and not 10, which I didn't have initially. She's got 12 and 16, which I had. 19, which I had. 22, 24, and 26. That's so maybe I didn't miss one, and maybe 10 is not out. All right, 10 was not struck. All right. So then there's one more than whatever I said.
15?
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Unless 28 was in, because I don't know if 28 was seated or not.
Hi, Spooks.
All right, hit play.
Okay.
Oh, I wanted to tell you guys something about those jurors, or the ones that got struck, unless
Okay.
nobody cares.
I care.
6 is the guy that said he was shy. He thought it was fair for co-defendant. If a co-defendant got a deal, and he knew about driving from Miami to Tallahassee. So other than that, I don't have much. I don't have shit for 7. 8 says can get a kickback, but still might be telling the truth. 9 was a juror before, and that's all I have. 12, nothing stood out. 13 was like, well, I would consider the benefit of like the whole tricking. Can the cops lie? Because I liked 13. He was like, well, I can see that there's some benefits, but I have to see how it plays out. But he also said he's on the side of law enforcement. I don't know.
All right. Let's see what they have to say for themselves.
Seat closest to the wall on the third row, juror 31.
31.
Juror 32 to follow.
I think 28 might be in.
Juror 33 after that. Once you are seated on the third row, if you can hold up your paddles so I can ensure you're in the right positions. 31 closest to the wall, 32. next to her. Thank you. And 33 right there. Juror 34, please come up as well. Juror 35. And Juror 36. It will be another few minutes before we resume. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so at this time or stretch your legs.
The turlet.
We'll get started as quickly as possible. Once again, you are not to speak to each other or discuss this case while we are still going through this process. We will resume in a few minutes.
All right, so I'll tell you what else I had, because for some of them I had more written.
I have some blooping.
Oh, okay.
Like, go. Like, I'll bloop slowly. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm up to speed. There's no way in hell.
17 was the one who had maybe the tutor? No, maybe not.
All the blooping.
17 said they'd expect some inconsistencies with that long of a trial, but the prosecutor basically fed her that answer. 19 was a juror before, but didn't want to be again. 22.
Tracy says they need 15.
Well, then I have that they have 15. They're just having 3 alternates?
I guess. They have, yeah, Daria says they have 12 with 3 alts. Gray Space saying it's not a 12-person jury. What is it, an 8? 10? 10-person?
I got to sharpen my pencil again.
I mean, it can't only be a 6. Can't be 6 jurors, 12 jurors, right? Gray Space. What do you mean? Becky and Gray are having a debate as to whether it's 12 or 6 jurors. Gray Space pretty typically on point. Typically on point. I found Gray Space to be very reliable. The hell? Hold on. Let's see what the Sorry, I heard some weird mechanical buzzing noise. I'm like, what's that noise? It was Allie sharpening a pencil. It's freaking me out. I'm like, is my father down there drilling something? I hope not. Never turns out well when he tries to fix shit. The toilet, like the whole toilet catastrophe was not good. All right, so do we land on, oh my God. Half the people are saying 6. Gray's saying
I'm in the
it's
process
12.
of re-listening to it.
Gray's like relenting and saying it's 12. Gray doesn't really believe it's 12. Kale's saying 6. Sky's saying it's 12. Brian's saying Florida is weird. Gray is 12 plus 3. My brain is conflating things. Okay. But I mean, according to, yeah, so Becky has 12 plus 3. She's pretty, Schmo has 12 plus 3. I'm going on Schmo's channel. When is that? Schmo? Is that the 2nd, September 2nd? I'm going to hang with Schmo over at Schmo's house. Going to play at Schmo's backyard. It'll be good. Make sure y'all follow Joe and hit your notifications. I'm sure Schmo and I will have a great time. All right, so 12 seems to be the consensus. 6 would have been outrageous for this type of case, a murder case. 6 is not sufficient. All right, so I don't. This isn't a DP case. I mean, the reality is whatever sentence that Donna gets, if she's convicted, is a death sentence anyway. So she's definitely dying in prison. She's 75. 12 plus 3. All right. So 12. Okay, the world is right
Our
then.
newly seated jurors, starting with 27 and
Got it,
going through
Schmo. Got it.
36. I'm going to need to ask you some of the same questions that were asked to the group earlier concerning your prior jury service, any connection to the attorneys or the defendant, and also some brief biographical data from you. Once we've accomplished this, the attorneys will each have an opportunity to speak with you as well. I am not going to reread the law to you concerning the presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, and the burden of proof. The law is fixed. Nothing has changed with it. Does anyone have any questions concerning the law that was previously read for jurors 27 through 36? Please raise your paddles if you have a question as to what the court read. Very well. I'm now going to ask 27 through 36
Thanks, BJ.
as a group. Have any of you previously served on a jury? Please raise your paddles if you have. Juror 28, please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury. Do you recall if it was a criminal or civil proceeding? Do you recall the charge or the type of case? Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Did anyone else have their paddle raised for having previously served as a juror? No other paddles are being raised in response. As to the attorneys on this matter, are any of you, and I'm referring to jurors 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know any of the attorneys that were previously introduced this morning?
No.
Right, no response has been given in the affirmative. Concerning the defendant, are any of you 27 through 36 related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant personally?
No, sir.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were read earlier today. As to 27 through
Right, it was.
36, do any of you know the witnesses that were identified by the parties? And now I will go through your biographical information. Juror 27, what is your occupation or type of work?
Owner and operator of a online marketing agency.
Right. You'll never get advertising better than this. Shout out that name. Go ahead, give us the name.
eVision Media Group. eVision Media Group.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Physician assistant at Capital Legal.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2.
And what are their ages and do they work?
22 and 12. 22-year-old does work full-time student at UCF and is working at student council.
And the 12-year-old is just at home?
Just that.
Yes, sir. How long have you lived in Leon County?
13 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Close friends, yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my brother was indicted, a federal indictment on fraud.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, my aunt was murdered 17 years ago, and a close friend of mine was also murdered.
He had a family who was murdered.
Thank you.
A close friend of mine was also murdered.
Juror 28. What is your occupation or type of work?
I'm retired, environmental manager,
What is your marital status?
widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir. One, 26 on Saturday, Sunday. Works for Civic Tech,
Right. How long have you lived in Leon County?
about 21 years, sir.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 29. What is your occupation or type of work?
Project manager for a civil engineering firm in town.
Right. Once again, no better free advertising than what you have right now.
DRFD,
What is your marital status?
married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She works with the Department of Health.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2, 8 and 12. They do not work.
Do they owe you money?
Probably owe them money.
How long have you lived in
Good
Leon?
old Judge Everett.
All my life, 40 years.
What a guy.
Any close friends,
What a guy.
neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, close friend.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My wife's uncle was shot and killed probably 10 years ago.
Right. Thank you. Juror 30. What is your occupation or type of work?
I'm unemployed, social.
If you can say that again, they could not hear you.
Unemployed, but I'm a social worker.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Off and on for 11 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My parents auto theft.
Thank you. She said her parents' auto theft. For everyone on the panel, if you can remember to do this, please speak up and speak clearly so you can be heard. Juror 31. What is your occupation or type of work?
Data analyst, Department of Transportation,
What is your marital status?
single,
Do you have any children?
no,
How long have you lived in Leon County?
a year, 8 months,
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
no,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
my brother has DUI,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
no,
Thank you. Juror 32. What is your occupation or type of work?
I work part-time at a restaurant,
What is your marital status?
married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's the owner of a restaurant in town.
Shout out that name.
Rob is Italian.
Caraba's Italian girl.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 2. I have a 17-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Right. Does your older child work?
He just identified the juror.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he
Any
didn't.
close friends, neighbors, or
Gave
relatives?
the name of her husband's restaurant.
Like Carrabba's is a chain, and that's the second person that he told, "What's the name of your business? You're not going to get any better advertising than this. Free advertising." Hey, man, Florida is a sunshine. Like that is, they have a sunshine law. They're like, they don't fucking play any games. It's like everything's out, super transparent. I'm all about it.
I mean, I don't think that
work
these
in law
jurors are going to be at risk anyway.
Yeah, me.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother.
Shiloh agrees. Says it feels
Have you,
kind of
any close
doxy.
friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, we had a masked individual try to break into our home earlier this year.
Ooh, gone.
Juror 33, what is your occupation or type of work?
Deliver and install appliances.
What is your marital status?
Single.
He's
Do
on.
you have any children?
1.
What is your child's age?
9.
I assume they don't work. How long have you lived in Leon County?
They are born.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Thank you.
Why didn't
Juror
he ask him any
34,
questions?
What is your occupation or type of work?
I operate our 2 family-owned businesses, for the record reporting and bouncers of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He is a law enforcement officer of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Do you have children?
I do.
What are their ages and do they work?
16 and 13, and no, they do not work.
How long have
Deadbeats.
you lived in Leon County?
36 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Other than my husband.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 35, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a delivery truck driver.
Couldn't hear that, Your Honor.
Delivery truck driver. What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Customer service coordinator for a truck company.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
3 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 36, what is your occupation or type of work?
Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather. I'm a fiscal specialist for the state of Florida. I actually work for People First.
You're not contagious, are you?
Oh, I hope not. It's
Go
cold air.
ahead and put that mask on then.
I wanted y'all to hear me.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have children?
I have one son, the age of 10.
And I assume he does not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I would say, I've been in Tallahassee for the last 17 years. I had went back to Fort Pierce, Florida for a year or 2 for school, and then I came back. So I've been
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
no, sir. My step grandfather was a state trooper, but he's retired now. That's the only officer that I'm aware.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not me, thank you God. But yes, I had my dad, my sister, and my brother. This was years ago. I'll say back in 2004 was my dad, and then 2005 and 6, my sister and brother.
Have you, any close friends or a relative, ever been a victim of a crime?
Not me, a friend has been. And that was basically, she was a minor, and I had to basically be summoned to vouch that someone violated.
If you can repeat that, go ahead.
So it was I'm just say a friend of the family. I was subpoenaed because she was minor, and I witnessed her being abused, and I'll just put it that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Once again, for our newly seated jurors, I am not going to read the jury instructions concerning the burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. These concepts
I
are
take it we have
static.
no blooping time, right?
No
The law
blooping.
has not changed on these matters
All
since we
blooped
started
out.
the process. Is the state ready to inquire?
Oh, he's not
You may.
re-saying it. Did you hear everything I said before? Okay.
Who, me?
No, that's what she's gonna say.
Oh, thank God. Thought I was going to get lambasted.
Sir Catherine Dugan, I'm representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. I know y'all are hot, tired, hungry. It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to try to be really quick.
Hot, tired, hungry.
I want to go over just a couple of concepts with our new folks to see if y'all have any strong feelings about any of them. But if any of our original folks that are here in the first and second rows, if you have anything that you want to add, change your answers on, an idea that popped into your head, just raise your hand and let me know.
What?
All right. So Ms. Kappelman talked about
Outrageous.
reasonable doubt. The state's burden in a criminal case is we have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove a crime was committed and that Mrs. Adelson is the person who committed that crime. And we talked about the definition of reasonable doubt. It's not a forced doubt, something you're making yourself believe. It's not a speculative doubt or a possible doubt. We could all sit around and come up with maybe this happened, maybe that happened. The doubt that you're having has to be reasonable. Does everybody understand? Okay. And we talked about why it's beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's
possibilities
impossible
can
unless
damn
you're
well be
witness to
reasonable.
convinced beyond all possible doubt of anything. Okay. Hearing that though, do any of our new people feel that I understand what the burden is, but it should be higher than beyond a reasonable doubt? I would personally have to be convinced beyond all possible doubt in order to reach a conviction in a criminal case. Does anyone feel that way? First or second row or third row? Okay. And who decides whether the doubt you're having is reasonable to believe, given all the evidence in the case? Who decides that? You guys do, right? Okay. And you do that thinking back on everything you heard in the case, using a totality of the evidence that you heard. We had a couple of people in when the defense was asking questions that some of you mentioned, Mrs. Adelson, maybe she did something to be charged, but and while I understand what you're saying, that's not something for you to consider in a criminal trial. The law is that she's innocent until proven guilty, and that it's the state's burden to prove the charges beyond any reasonable doubt to you all through the evidence you hear from the witness stand. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So that's something that should not be considered. The evidence in the case and whether it meets that burden is what y'all consider, okay? And speaking of evidence, if you're picked as a juror, your job is going to be to focus on that evidence. That could be physical evidence, like a picture you can hold, or it could be testimonial evidence. That's going to be a lot of what y'all are hearing. People are going to be coming up to the witness stand that may have knowledge or information about the case, or people who investigated the case. You're going to be listening to the words that they say, watching their body language, so that you all can determine the facts of the case and what happened here. And then you're going to apply what you've heard.
Where's
the law
the
judge
question,
Everett
lady?
gives you, and render a verdict.
You're just telling them
One thing that
shit.
Ms. Kappelman touched
It's
on
just
is
saying
that
shit.
it's not
Hey,
the
how you
jury's,
doing? How you
job to
doing?
decide the sentence. Knowing that, though, is there anybody who
There you
feels
go.
that I just would not be able to reach a verdict if I didn't know what the sentence is going to be? Anybody on the first row or second row or third row? Okay. Another thing I thought about is, obviously this is a first-degree murder case. And when you hear first-degree murder and you talk about possible sentencing, sometimes people think death penalty. That's not something that's on the table in this case.
You
or
just
could
told
ever
them
be
not
a
to
possible
concern
sentence.
themselves with
Just wanna make that
sentencing.
clear for everyone when we're talking about that, okay?
What
And I
bullshit.
didn't see anyone's raised hands. So everyone is okay leaving the sentence up to the law and to Judge Everett, and you all decide the verdict, right? Okay.
Why is she allowed to tell them
We
it's not
talked
a death
about
penalty
the
case?
principles instruction. You guys heard the law on that, even though maybe you're not the person who pulled the trigger in the bank robbery example that Ms. Kappelman did with the court reporter. If you had the intent that trigger be pulled, if you did an act or said some word that encouraged or assisted the person who did the shooting, then you can be considered a principal and treated as if you were the person who pulled the trigger and did the shooting. Does that make sense?
Oh,
All
there's
right.
a question.
Now, okay, so I have another example that if you are, let's say during a football game, if a quarterback throws a pass to a wide receiver, okay, the wide receiver catches it in the end zone, it's a touchdown. If scoring a touchdown is a crime, who is a principal to that touchdown? What do y'all think? Let me
Every
see. What do
goddamn
you think,
person
Ms.
on the
Tolbert?
field.
After what you just said, I'm confused, but I will say, I guess the guy catching the ball would be the one in trouble.
All of them.
Catch the ball to make that touchdown happen. He wants it. He's running, trying to catch it.
What the fuck's going on with the volume? What the hell going on? God damn it. I really wanted to hear this football analogy. You're right, babe. The whole goddamn team.
They're all there to
The
accomplish
whole
the same
offensive
goal.
team. The quarterback can't stay back there and throw the pass without the offensive line. Like, you need the whole team. They're all fucking culpable.
You don't know? Okay. Is he doing an act or saying a word to assist that touchdown?
The person blocking or the person throwing the ball?
The person blocking.
Head coach,
Wait,
offensive coordinator, whoever
stop.
called the play, the whole goddamn bunch.
All
of them.
right, rewind
Okay.
The person throwing the ball.
The person blocking.
He's doing what he's supposed to do with it.
Okay. Okay. I gotcha. Okay, so if the person blocking is doing an act of blocking so that the touchdown can be scored, and he wants that touchdown to be scored, is he a principal?
Oh, who's a principal?
Okay. Does everybody agree with Ms. Tolbert there? Oh, she's.
What are they doing? Oh my God. What in the wide world of fuck is going on? Jeez. Let me see what's going on over at Court TV's. See
They're
if
way behind.
Who is Court TV?
Yeah.
Bobby, the boy just ain't right. That's bullshit, man. Like, I love that football analogy. I was all perked up on my ball. I'm like, come on now. Come on now. Yeah. Yeah, they're all principals.
They're all principals.
Head coach, offensive coordinator, the running back that's running this way
They
to
all
cross
conspired
into
for
the
touchdowns to
linebackers.
happen.
Yeah, I mean, huge.
Or they can all be punished as the principal.
Oh, what in the wide world of sports is going on here?
Well, I'm on Court TV if you want me to put it up.
Is it? All right, let me see. Did you put it up?
Not yet. Still won't let us put on the whatchamacallits.
That I just would not be able to reach a verdict if I didn't know what the sentence is going to be. Anybody on the first row or second row or third row?
Wait, did you skip the whole
Another
football
thing I
thing?
thought about is,
hasn't gotten to
you
it
know,
yet.
obviously this is a first degree murder case.
Here you go.
And when you hear first degree murder and you talk about possible sentencing, sometimes people think death
first with
penalty.
sentencing.
That's not something that's on the table in this case, or could ever be a possible sentence here. So just want to make that clear. for
Now
everyone
Mandy
when we're
needs to
talking
move
about
the stuff
that, okay?
around.
And I didn't see anyone's raised hands. So everyone is okay leaving this sentence up to the law and to Judge Everett, and you all decide the verdict, right? Okay.
We talked about the principles instruction. You guys heard the law on that, even though maybe you're not the person who pulled the
Can you
trigger
bleep it all?
in the bank robbery example that Ms.
This
Kappelman
is
did
it.
with the court reporter. If you had the intent that that trigger be pulled, if you did an act or so, the person blocking. Okay. Okay. I gotcha. Okay, so if the person blocking is doing an act of blocking so that the touchdown can be scored.
Guilty.
He wants that touchdown to be scored. Is he a principal?
Guilty.
Okay. Does everybody agree with Ms. Tolbert there? Oh, she's.
So it's happening here.
It is? Dang.
And they went to the screen too.
Son of a.
So
What in the wide world of sports? Did Judge Everett not
George's
like the
back
football
because at
analogy?
least they're ahead of time. Just make sure you're live.
I mean, I'm live. Okay, you want me to put mine back up?
I put it up. It's
Oh.
up. Just make it
Oh.
big screen and make sure.
Hi. Hi, my screen.
And it's playing, right?
Yeah, it's not the YouTubers. It's whatever. It's the streamers in the courtroom. They're the ones fucking up, not
Yeah,
us.
because they've got the same screen on Long Crime. I mean, Court TV.
Oh man, I love the football analogy. Shiloh was like ambivalent towards it, but I thought it was fabulous. Fabulous.
Under the law, like Bob said, the head coach, everybody on that field.
Oh shit. Surprise. Said they said a juror's name. She said a juror's last name. Oops, now that some doxing.
Oh, is that why we went off?
Yeah. Dang. Oopsies. Oopsies. I mean, how pissed can they be? Like you said, I mean, they're telling
Right.
people where their fucking businesses are. I work at Jim's Sandwich Shop. I'm the sole proprietor. Okay. I'll never figure out who that guy is. Good old Jimmy. Poor Jimmy. It's not StreamYard. It's old it's the prosecutor. It had to have been the prosecutor. She was the only one talking.
I'm going back to hear her say.
Oh, now you're
something.
gonna double. Now you're gonna make
No,
it
just
matter
me.
worse.
In my own ears.
Oh, I'm gonna go back and play it for our people, so they know who it is. Yeah, I
Oh
agree.
yeah,
She did.
yeah.
Oh boy, that's not Georgia. It was Georgia's counterpart, her trial partner, her second chair.
That was the first. That's for the first time it went silent. But it was too late.
It's too late. Oh God. Now Everett's gonna be all pissed. He's gonna be like, God, you guys blew it. I let you stream the voir dire and then you fucked it up. That was a big boo-boo on her part. What are we gonna do about it, babe? What are we gonna do about it? I mean, I don't know what we can do about it. That poor gal's been put on blast. Oh, hold on. Larissa sent a Cash App. Cash App. Hold on. Let me peep it.
Oh, and then she said, "Does everyone agree with this?" Da 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 da.
I did. Larissa. Thank you so much. Very generous. $50 Cash App from Larissa. The Matas for the
Yeah,
Matas.
she said the name twice.
She did? Ooh.
Yeah.
She dug in. You're awesome, Larissa. Appreciate that. So generous. So generous.
Well, maybe it's not coming back.
Maybe the judge just canceled the whole trial. It's like, that's it. It's over. Fuck y'all. Get out of my courtroom. Go home. Not putting up with this kind of nonsense. Not fucking with me in my courtroom. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do.
Somebody let us know if there's anything on Twitter.
Is there anything tweeting? Is there any tweeting happening? Any twitting? Brittany twitting.
I
It
guess
was nice to see. It was
she
nice
is
to see
hot,
Mick
tired,
Patel.
and hungry. As
Mm-hmm.
Swiss Miss reminds us.
Mm-hmm. Did you see Mick Patel was in here earlier, babe?
I did not. If he's still here, hi Mick.
That was
So Terry asks, it's only 5:30 here. How much longer would they go if they keep going? I mean, we've had court just keep going till 10 o'clock at night. Not for jury selection, but they'll go until a juror says they can't go anymore, maybe.
I'm tired. I'm so tired. Why didn't Georgia just stay up there and crush shit like she always does? She has to stick her second chair up there to fuck it all
Yeah,
up
it's
for
the
all of us.
second chair has to get a relationship with the jurors. Leslie Howerton wants a family hug, babe.
Aw, family hug.
And thanks for your continued support.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Did you see Larisha's?
I did. I just thanked her. You must not have been paying attention. Gave her a big old shout out. Big old shout out. Yeah, I mean, that's one remedy. That's one remedy.
I mean, if the juror wants to be.
Yeah, if the juror's concerned about it. Yeah, I don't know. What a blunder.
Yeah, when they're in a situation like this, they got to make their lists to not even have the name on it so they can't, mess up. I'd be doing what the defense attorney did, getting my Ford, all my people mixed up.
I forgot. Yeah, Michael was in here. He's over in Poland. He's on a little vacay. Poland world. He popped in to say hi. I wonder what time it is over there. It's got to be like 10 o'clock at night. 11.
Kylie Cosmos reminds us that Judge Canoni Beverly would be losing her ever-loving mind right now.
It's dipping way into
Oh, she's talking about just going past
4:30.
quitting time.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about a juror's last name being said, but yeah.
View Galaxy keeps saying defense attorney was confusing.
I mean, he was confusing. He didn't clear up what he was asking or why he was asking it. It was a bunch of nonsense a lot of times. It was not good.
It was no bueno.
I didn't.
No bueno.
Especially after what is Georgia's last name?
Kappelman.
Especially after Kappelman.
Just crush the game. Crush the game. Can you post the PayPal? I think we put the PayPal up in the links all the time. We're supposed to have it. We usually have something pinned to the top of the chat. Typically.
We also have like a scanner thing. I don't know if that helps anybody, though. How do you scan with your phone if you're watching on your phone? I don't know, people. I want to see what I can figure out here. Do some investigating. Talk to the people.
Me? What are you investigating?
If anyone in the courtroom is reporting that they're not coming back, like that the judge has said anything.
That's what I'm looking at.
All right, then
I'm checking. Not seeing anything.
You could probably just go to I'll do it. You talk to the people, babe.
Why, you don't want to talk to the people, babe? Allie doesn't want to talk to the people, but Bob will. Hi, I'm Bob, and we're watching the Adelson trial. Yeah, so I think it seems like to me they're so close to having the jury that they're just going to try to brave it out. Just try to keep going until the thing's done deal. It's the way it's sniffing. I mean, but if they're at 15, according to Allie's count, I don't get what's up. Like, I don't know why we're still going.
All right, they're continuing with questioning without us.
They are?
Yep.
Who said that?
The interwebs.
Oh man.
I'm not starting a whole kerfuckle. You know, there's kerfuckle. I like that. Kerfuckle.
Kerfuckle.
But Joel's in the courtroom.
So Shannon asked, would a true crime content creator be immediately kicked off a jury list? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, our good friend, my homie, my brother, Steve, over from Publicly Buzzed, just served on a jury a couple of weeks ago. So not only was he not kicked off the jury, he actually made it all the way through. I asked him, I'm like, did you tell him that you were a true crime content creator? He's like, yeah. Like, and they kept you? He's like, yeah.
So did they convict?
They convicted, yeah. And I think it was a pretty serious crime. It wasn't like some kind of like little bullshit. So I don't know. So yeah, there you go.
Steve can lean prosecution sometimes. You don't know.
Yeah, Steve will fucking put a motherfucker down. He don't care. Like, you know what? I'm about to kill you, man. You don't even know. Keep me on the jury. About to put you down, son of a bitch.
All right, so
Steve is very fair-minded. You know what
I
I'm saying?
think that, you know, like this might be it. I don't think they're going to air anymore.
Sister Wendi liked a kerfuckle, so that's good. It's a good word mashup. I think you should trademark it. I think it should be a DD t-shirt.
Trademark
Kerfuckle.
right now, kerfuckle.
We're in a real kerfuckle right now.
I would assume opening statements tomorrow, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be on high alert.
They're pretty close to having a jury.
Yeah, it sounds like they're damn close. They're like within sniffing distance. So, all right, I guess we'll call it for the day. Since the second chair fucked it for all of us. Let's all write her a strongly worded letter. Dear second chair, your kerfuckling during the voir dire of the jurors really fucked us, and we're not happy about it. Very truly yours, the people. There you go.
Let me just double check. Hold on.
What did Sleuthy tweet? Did she tweet something good? Let me check out where Sleuthy's at. Let me see what she got going on. Let's see what she did. She retweeted. There's an active shooter at Villanova University in Pennsylvania. Ugh. God damn it.
Are you kidding me?
No. Fucking people, man.
Shit. I mean, there's a lot of colleges right there by Villanova.
Yeah, I mean, that's right in fucking Philly. It's like downtown Philly.
No. You're thinking of
Nova?
No, you're thinking of the one that's like right downtown.
Oh, I'm thinking of Temple.
Right, Temple. Yeah.
Where the hell is Villanova? Let me see.
Like the Bryn Mawr area.
Oh, it is? Villanova. Yeah. Dang, dude. Fucked up. Villanova.
It's crazy.
God damn it, dude. I'm so sick of the active shooter shit. All these damaged people just sitting around, like hatching these fucked up plans. Lancaster Ave, Villanova, PA. Oh, it's so depressing. So depressing. So depressing.
Yeah, I mean, Villanova was like, that's where I went to, because I at first went to an all-girls college my first year. So that's where we went to our frat parties. It was right around the corner.
All right. You all have been beautiful today. We got a couple of last minute soups in. Kelly Lohman, $2 holla. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And then a serious OG. Shannon Loves Connecticut, member for 22 months. That like absolutely coincides with when we started putting content on our channel. You are the godmother of the channel. You are a serious OG, and we love you so much. Thank you. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more hijinks, hilarity, legal analysis, matrimonial banter, tech wizardry, kerfucklery. It's a mouthful. And we'll give you all the good stuff. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your neighbors, make sure that when you leave, that you shrink down, minimize the chat, hit the like button, make sure you share, subscribe, all the YouTube shit, because it really helps us grow. We're closing in on 60K. We want to hit that sooner rather than later.
Yep, so that we can move on to 100K.
Moving on to 100K.
Please help me. Help
Moving
me.
on
Help
up
you. Help me.
to
But it's
the
really
east
just
side. I got a
help me.
deluxe apartment. All right, we love you guys, because without you, I'm just an old man.
Sitting around talking to his wife.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Hard to